Hello, and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and pardon me, I'm having a pants situation.
I'm having a glasses situation.
Ooh, situations all around. How we doing, everybody? Well, got a good amount of folks in the chat already.
Good night.
So, yeah, let's see who we got.
Wait until you see what we have in store for you. You might be sorry.
Yes. Yeah, and now Spooky left a comment earlier, but since he left it before I actually opened the studio for Restream, I can't see it on here, but y'all can see it. So I guess Spook has decided to go and join the effort in Greenland. So void speed, you brave dumbass, you. All right, but I mean, we love you. Please don't go. But yeah, we got not just Ember; it's better than Ember. But also, it is Ember. And we got No Way.
Oh, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, good to see you. Welcome back. Unless you have been here and we forgot, we're sorry. Same to Tilting Windmill. Good to have you back as well. But someone I have been seeing a lot of, and always appreciate the real Melly. Hello. Which is how I read that. In case you couldn't hear me read that, that's how I read that. Anyway, so
what is happening? All right, so have you ever put a winter hat on before your hair is dry? Tommy, you know what that's like.
It's very insensitive, Matt.
And then it just does this, where it's like I'm a I'm a news reporter from the 1700s.
That'd be pretty awesome, actually, if we could make that a thing. I don't know. This is funny. I have two friends named Ember who both think your screen name is hilarious. That would be funny.
You should not taking it the wrong way.
Yeah. You should have them on your show sometime, or do some other show with them so they can introduce themselves as Ember, and you're like, well, I'm better than Ember.
The lesser Embers.
Good times, which, man, it's good to be having a laugh because, oh boy.
Good to have a laugh while they're still legal.
Yeah. But also, so we've watched the video that we will be watching tonight, and boy, if you thought the previous two parts to this series were bad,
this is Masters level all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for those of us just joining us, because in the past few days, we've actually gained a few subscribers. I think we're up to 94 now. So
I thought it was cool. 96, but
well, it was 96.
Oh, then they watched the video.
Yeah, see,
they're like, my bad.
Yeah, so recently, I actually started making clips from the episodes. Something like, well, I guess. Sorry, I shouldn't say we started because Matt has also made clips in the past. So it's a thing that has been done. We just haven't been keeping up with it. But I decided with this series we're doing right now, especially
we don't
since
make it easy on ourselves.
Yeah. Since the episodes are getting longer, but we're still wanting people to see this, because we think there's probably a lot of people who may want to hear what we're talking about in this particular series. But yeah, so you may have seen those pop up on our channel if you follow us. I'm kind of proud of them. Also, it was nice to be able to kind of get back into doing video editing because that's something I used to do. It's part of what I studied in college, is media production, in general. So it was kind of nice to get back into that and be like, oh yeah, this is a thing I can do.
I couldn't, only when I was watching could I sometimes tell that there had been a cut, but the audio I could not tell at all. It was very fluid.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That was something I do remember, in college, being pretty good at, as in other people would tell me, they would just be looking at a project I was working on and be very complimentary. So, but yeah, I pride myself on that, mostly just because if there is something wrong with it, it just bugs the shit out of me. So I go over it very meticulously just for my own edification. Yeah, short version down to 6 hours. Well, at least it wasn't 9 hours. Otherwise, we'd have some disgraced Egyptologist complaining about it. So, kept seeing last week's episode was going and going, not unlike the Energizer Bunny. But last week's was actually slightly shorter than the week before. So anyway, people might be wondering.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying things.
That's okay. I was going to be like changing the subject. So if there's something you wanted to.
Oh, I was just going to say, does anybody else have a Mac that they just updated to the new iOS? Or the new Mac OS? It's never been so excited to tell me all the new things before. I turned my computer on to I was already running late, and it's just like, have you seen? Oh, what do we do now? And it's like, nothing's in the same place. And it's like, no, I just want to turn it on and do. I just want to do.
Let me do. Yeah. I can no longer relate. I used to be a Mac person, but yeah, life happened. So anyway, people may be asking, Tommy, what is this series you're talking about, whose episodes are going super long and from which you are making clips that are awesome? I'll tell you. And that's it's a series about deconstruction from Crossroads Church, which people may know. That's the church that Matt and I used to attend and were pretty involved in. It was a big part of our spiritual lives and our Christian backgrounds and all that stuff. Ooh, thank you, bot from Twitch. We do stream really well. Thank you.
What was that? Uman Delight. What was their name tonight?
Let's see. Yeah, Us Man Delight or US Man Delight.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's done better.
Yes, thank you though. All right. So yeah, series by Crossroads Church on deconstruction called Rock Solid, which is a wonderful name for a series on deconstruction that shows that you're going to be handling it well and you really know what you're talking about. But anywho, as Matt is totally not wiping his nose, pay no attention to the snot behind the hand. But speaking of the videos that we're putting out, and they seem to be like getting us some more subs. It's kind of exciting because, like I said, we're getting close to 100 subscribers, which I think would actually be really cool if we could get 100 by next week. Because if my math is correct, because YouTube for some reason doesn't give me these specific numbers, I'm pretty sure next week is going to be our 100th episode. So
why doesn't it give specific numbers?
Well, like. All I can find is just a total number of videos. But of course, like we have the live streams, like the other videos, a few shorts, and like other, random stuff. So I had to like do some math. And
we don't number our episodes, so
yeah. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure next week is going to be the 100th episode, and it'll be the week where we're finally wrapping up this fucking series. So looking forward to it for multiple reasons. So yeah. If you know someone who might want to subscribe, send us their way, and so we can get that up to 100. And we might even do something special, like to celebrate 100 subs. Probably not next week because we'll be doing the video, but maybe the week after that. I don't
we might show you our tits.
If that's what the people want, I mean, who am I to deprive you of that? All right, but hey. So you got to send those.
Nipples might be against terms of service.
And we're losing subs. I'm not actually. I actually have no idea, but wouldn't surprise me. I wish that we just had like a sub counter on screen.
Nope.
You just watch it tick down. Well, I guess if you're watching on YouTube, you can probably see somewhere on there how many subs we got. So yeah, let us know throughout the night if people notice any huge changes one way or the other. All right. So. But before we get to the episode, Matt, what are you drinking tonight?
Delirium Nocturnum. They didn't have the regular Delirium Tremens. They only had this one. And they had the red one too, but that one is with like cherries and shit. I didn't want a fruity Belgian ale. So this is just like darker and more Belgian-y. It's here it is.
Ooh.
It's like a tartness to it, which is a little different.
Thank you, BS. Just recommended us to Crossroads Church.
They may be aware pretty soon. Because the older two from this series, the first two, because we have several clips, but the first two from this series are doing the same kind of numbers that we tend to do when whoever we're covering has their own audience. So fans of Crossroads, some of them are probably seeing those.
Yeah, but
and this week is the head pastor whose name is actually, I think, trademarked now, or copyrighted or some shit.
He's a brand now. But yeah, so the first two clips I made, those were doing really well. But then all of a sudden, for some reason, like the third most recent one, like is doing like even better. Like it's got over 200 views now, which for us is enormous. So,
wow, that's the most recent one.
No, it's like the third most recent one. Yeah, the most recent one I think still only has like 6.
Is that Kyle?
So, yeah, I think I made 4 clips from the Kyle episode. 3 of them were more like, I think had some more what I thought were actual serious good points we were making and stuff. But then I think the third one I released was just for fun. I think it was because what I was planning on release in the 4th clip made a reference to self-fisting puppets. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, we're going to need to give people some context for that first. So I made a clip just about that whole stream of consciousness, like fun we were having with the chat and getting us to self-fisting puppets. So yeah, I even put the tag on that video, like on YouTube. I tagged it with self-fisting puppets. So we'll see if that brings some views. And if it works, I'll start tagging all our videos with self-fisting puppets. So, all right. But what I'm drinking this evening.
Can you slander a puppet?
Well, one way to find out. But so I'm back to the Westside Brewing Winter Variety Pack. This with their 3 of my favorite words, Red Rye IPA. I'm also noticing they're all 3 letters. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, it is a red IPA with rye, and it tastes good as it should.
I don't know how I feel about this beer. It's the darker side of delirium, it says.
Mm-hmm.
From actual Belgium.
And we got a Jimmy Tux. Let's go, man.
Howdy do, Jimmy Tux.
Fresh off our wonderful conversation with Missing Mod on B.S. Lewis's show. Was that this past weekend? Seems like forever ago.
That was always fun.
Yeah. So, I mean, I love Mod, but she drives me crazy. All right. Anything else before we get into the episode tonight?
No, just realized today that trying to adjust all the change is a waste of time, because once you adjust to what's happening, a new thing has already happened.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, how do I just be okay not adjusting? How do I just roll with it, but don't go with it?
Yeah, I've been actually thinking like very similar things as well. So,
it's like Greenland's a joke. Oh no, it's real. Shit. Canada's drawing up anti-invasion plans. So is Mexico. So is Greenland. So is Denmark. A lot of Europe is like, oh jeez.
Yeah. So I think I was about to say I think we're the baddies, but it's not us. Like it's the government.
The old dumb guy. The old senile dumb guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just that's if I gotta die, I'm taking all you with me. Like every supervillain ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just remember the state is not us. We are not the state. That's one thing that like bothers me. Like when people talk about like countries going to war, like to say, "Oh, we're going to war with whoever." It's like I'm not going to war with anyone. Like So
Also, people from other
mean,
countries, please stop calling us America. There's a lot of other parts of America that are not us.
Yeah.
Like, come up with a new name, like the United Statesians or the USians, or. But like, stop making Mexico, Canada, and like South America look bad. Like,
yeah. Now, to be fair, a lot of us refer to ourselves as that here, so maybe we
should stop.
But yeah. So, message to everybody: just knock it the fuck off. All right.
Also, we understand that like your country's going to take care of your own shit, your own people, as you should. And you're not really going to be able to help us all that much, but if you could.
Yes. To reiterate what Melly says here. Anytime. All right. So, well, I can't remember anything I was wanting to say before we get into the video. So let's get into the video. So this week, title of the episode is "What to Do When Your Faith Comes Apart." So, and
that is not the topic, according to what he says.
Yeah. So the presenter, speaker, whatever, for this episode, bit of content, as they might say, is senior pastor of Crossroads Church, Brian Tome. You may remember him from the very first episode. He did the very underwhelming intro to the series with the jackhammer through the Legos that was like the saddest trombone of a jackhammer you ever did see.
That we'll see that house again, by the way. That little Lego house.
Yeah.
The Lego house of glass. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
Yeah. Yep. Stones being thrown, perhaps. But
jackhammers are fine.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so because I guess I don't know if it's because the tone of this one, I think, is, at least from my perspective, pretty different. We'll see what y'all think. It got a lot. I think whereas like the first episode with Paco talking about like how to find truth, to me that one was mostly just kind of dumb and ridiculous. And then the next week with Kyle talking about, having your 5th grade level faith, and that's why it didn't work and whatever. Like, it was parts got kind of insulting, perhaps, but after watching and like rewatching this week's episode, I'm like, this is just vile.
Right.
Like, I mean, it still has its share of dumb and insulting, whatever, but yeah, some of it's
dumb and something masquerading as logic, and but no, there's a sinisterness to it, but he is genuine. But it seems like he genuinely thinks these are good things he's saying.
Oh yeah,
so sure. It's not like he is trying to hurt people.
Mm-hmm.
There's an earnestness to it.
Yes.
It was a little triggering for me the first time I watched it. Like certain parts, I was like, because it like tap dances on the programming buttons. It's like, yeah.
But also as we go through the episode tonight, listen to how he describes deconstruction and like what he thinks of it, and by the end of it, see if you can actually tell me, or really at any point, if you can tell me if he actually thinks deconstruction is a good or bad thing, and if it's a thing you should or should not do. So that'll be a fun game for you. So, all right. So, yeah, I guess we're at the point where I say without further ado. So, without further ado. Well, I guess there's a little bit of ado before, but that's on their end, not mine. But
that's their fault.
You'll see. Yeah, you'll see. So, what to do when your faith comes apart. Crossroads Church, their Rock Solid series. Here we go.
Welcome to Crossroads. Today we're talking about something that's pressing on a lot of people's minds. And no, it's not who's people's sexiest man alive this year, although honestly, Paul Rudd deserves it, right? I mean, he really does.
Hey, look at us.
Sorry, I realized I had the volume turned down for some reason. People could still hear that, right?
And we got to that 1.25 speed, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. We're watching it, like he just said, on 1.25 speed, I think. Let me make sure. Yeah, turn closed captioning off because that's. Yeah, we're on 1.25 speed. All right. Yeah. So, like I said, you probably didn't. Yeah, you didn't miss much. Anyway, so as you can notice, like Kyle is introing this, even though he's not the one speaking. I don't know why.
But. Well, he's the online pastor.
So
he's got.
Well, he didn't intro it when Paco spoke.
Well, Paco.
Anyway, but I have my. No, I have my theories as to why, but we'll see here in a minute. But we'll let him get through his dumb joke about Paul Rudd being sexy. So.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
So that's not it. We're talking about deconstruction. What is it? What does it mean? Is it good? Is it necessary? What do we do with it? Well, today, our senior pastor, my mentor, Brian Tome, is going to address all of it. Let's get started right now.
Also, let me know, like, if anyone thinks the 1.25 speed is too fast. Like, we're trying to get through this one quicker this week, but if we need to slow it down, just let us know. All right. So there was Kyle's intro. Now on to Brian.
This is good here. Oh, oh man.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm playing with Legos and you're not.
Believe it or not, this is actually considered part of his charm.
Yeah. Also, I guess he thinks in the UK, like car horns sound like donkeys. I don't.
Yeah, Spooky, if you're out there, please confirm.
Maybe it's supposed to be a siren, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fuck is right.
Yeah. So here's my theory of why they had that extra dumb little intro with Kyle. My theory is that wasn't originally the plan, but after they shot this and like put this together, they're like,
we can't start here.
Yeah, we can't start with that. we need at least something at least approaching dignity to start this off. So yeah, I know. Just wait. It gets better.
It's just
yeah.
Legos are really pretty amazing. They just keep getting better and better and better. And actually, it's a metaphor that we're using today because when someone brings Legos into their life, they want to build something. They don't want to take something down. Today, many people as it relates to faith are not trying.
Yeah, because no one who ever gets Legos ever wants to take any of it apart.
No, I got this.
They stretch their metaphors and illustrations so fucking badly.
Yeah, my notes were amusing me for this one.
Ooh. Yeah,
just
look at you actually taking notes.
Well, it helps me remember things for later. I don't really refer to them much at all, but
But yeah, sometimes it's just the act of writing.
This was just bad from the beginning. Like immediately, I was like, no. and then the metaphor was bad.
Yeah, but it's like, calm down, Kip. Calm down.
No, but Legos are great.
I mean, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Also, enjoyed watching you on Misinterpretations. Was that last night? Time for me anymore is a complete.
Yeah, I think it was. I saw that in my feed.
But yeah, good show. And sounds like he's like, speaking of Kip's new book, which you should all check out. Kip made it sound like it'd be possible for me to get an autographed copy of his audiobook. So I'm excited to see how that works. For some reason, like the idea that came in my head about like the idea of how would you give an autograph on an audiobook, and for some reason the best way or best idea that came to my mind was here's the best I can do. I can load the audiobook on a thumb drive and then cough on it and send it to you.
So who made a comment about Kip Davis said this spent a fortune on this video. Somebody on staff owns that London Bridge thing. Yeah, and that rocket is not cheap either.
Yeah. Oh, but they spend a fortune on lots of things. So, Kip's solution was he was just going to get a Sharpie and write on my phone. So I'm assuming he meant just like on the screen so I could see it like as I'm reading the book, and then it'll just be there for everything else. But but thank you. All right. All right. So yeah. I don't even remember what he was saying. Honestly, I kind of don't care.
You don't get Legos to tear them down to use them to build, and just missing the point already.
Yeah. So.
To build faith, we're instead trying to deconstruct my faith, take my faith down. Several years ago in Spain, an
How's it already?
Yeah.
That was when I took. I remember I wrote down missing the point already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, like, because like I said, not only does it not seem like they really have a clear. I suppose they might actually have a clear image of what they think about deconstruction, but the way they present it is so not clear in any of this. Like even just the way he defines it, like they keep him especially, they keep defining deconstruction as just taking it down, but not in the sense of. But he like seems to see more in like a more just like purely destructive manner, not necessarily a like dissecting manner, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's clear they don't want to talk about this topic at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, Kip gets it. No build thing.
No build thing.
And yes, he was saying, yeah, I'm not even going to try to say that, but yeah. That's, thank you, Matt.
elderly parishioner noticed that the fresco of Jesus in her church was degrading, that the plaster that the colors were on had flaked off, and she decided to take things into her own hands. The original looked like this, and it had degraded to look like this. And then after her attempt to make a true Jesus painting, it became this. Jesus and Planet of the Apes. It didn't...
Does anybody else think the Planet of the Apes comment is not quite racist, but like too close for comfort?
Hadn't thought about that.
Or it seems really prejudiced against some people group. It just is. It's just bad. Don't do it.
Yeah, I mean, and even aside from that, it was just a bad joke.
Yeah,
Like,
don't show even a bad painting of a person to make a Planet of the Apes joke. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Quite worked very well for her. See, her intentions were in the right place, but what ended up happening is that picture of Jesus got worse and worse and worse. I believe people have the greatest of intentions when we look at our faith to deconstruct our faith. It's the process of questioning why we believe what we believe. It's the process of eliminating certain things from our life to not believe them anymore. It's a process of putting all kinds of doubts on classical Christian teachings. And I think that our heart's in the right way because we just want to know him.
So far, like just what he said right there, like actually sounds okay.
Right.
Like especially the part where he's saying he's not thinking these people have bad motives or ill intent or whatever. Now he's going to contradict that later, but at least for now, That's a nice sentiment to hear from him.
Yeah, this kind of feels like don't, as he would like to say, don't pucker your butt just yet.
Mm-hmm. And good question. You're probably going to keep asking that throughout this whole thing.
Something to make you feel the way they think you should feel about the thing they're talking. It doesn't even really have to relate exactly.
Mm-hmm. But some of the shots in this, I mean, I guess spoiler alert, like there's not going to be as much of the gratuitous peck shots like we got last week with Kyle, which I'm actually surprised because you'd think if anything there'd be more of that with BT here.
Yeah, he has worked out.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, indeed. See, that's my kind of deconstruction right there. Mm-hmm. Deconstruct and become a pirate. All right. So again, like, just wanted to pause there to appreciate this very brief moment of, hey, that actually sounded good.
Also, no one's collar is that crisp who does their own laundry. That is a dry clean shirt.
I don't know. Some of my collars are pretty nice. I think I haven't worn a collared shirt in a long time. So
believe what is right. And if things aren't working well, maybe the things that I believed are not right. This is what happens in our world today. And instead, what we're doing is we're just taking apart our life. We're pulling it.
wait, instead of what?
And instead,
Let's. I didn't notice that before. How that didn't make sense. My brain was already full of all the other things that didn't make sense. I didn't catch this one. So he just says, so it's like with good intentions, just like examining what we believe, because like some of it seems to not be working. So we start taking things apart to look at it.
Are not right. This is what happens in our world today. And instead, what we're doing is we're just taking apart our life. We're pulling.
Yeah.
instead of having the good intentions, what we're doing is actually this.
Okay, but who is? Like, he didn't really set up like a new premise. He just went to, but instead, who's doing this?
All the bad people who deconstruct. He said we.
Yep.
It's the pastoral we. They don't really mean themselves always.
Yeah. Oh, see, does he realize that bridges that are built on faulty foundations need to be dismantled? Like, well, he would probably say yes, but
where's the faulty foundation?
yeah, it's no way. Like, again, he's one of those, but one of his big things is all, but the real gospel, like the real Jesus and what Christianity is really about, that's a good foundation. So you got to make sure everything you have is built on that. Otherwise, it's just all going to be bad. Yeah, see, he needs more religion. Odin teaches us to make something better, you have to smash the crappy things of now. That is true. Thank you, Odin.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he talked about that a bunch at Man Camp sermons he gave.
Yeah.
God, destroy and make better.
Right, so let's see where he goes.
No, he's not a fan of building bridges.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're deconstructing, we're destroying our life, we're bolting things onto it that.
See, there's again, which again, if you remember that phrase from his intro in the very first episode where he was conflating deconstruction or deconstructing your faith with destroying your life or tearing down your life, I think was the phrase. So yeah, again, like Matt said the first time, you were like, that was on fucking purpose. And I mean, he said the same thing again. So like, they're conflating, like they're just conflating deconstructing your faith with destroying your life.
Yeah,
so
your faith is you. It is what sustains you. If you end your faith, you end yourself. And we do this guy. We did the same thing again, didn't we?
Yep. Go ahead.
He's our old head pastor.
Yeah. Now, I don't know him personally. Like, I've only had a couple like very brief interactions with him. Like one was like when I was volunteering with the sound team and I was back in the studio, he just walked by and just waved.
Yeah, he's always up in the sound booth because he knows you guys make him look good.
Yep. But the only other like actual like interaction I had with him was at Man Camp, which I think may come up later. Basically, people who don't know, Man Camp is just a big like men's camping retreat thing that Crossroads Church does, that he's like super big on. It's now like speaking of him name being a brand, like that's like his name is like all over there because now it's Man Camp with Brian Tome is their big thing now. But I remember, I think it was the second time I went to Man Camp, like the walk up into camp was just this super long walk up this hill that was like, it's probably good, like a good 15-minute walk, like just all uphill. And one of the guys in our group, he had like a camping wagon, like for all of his stuff. But this guy was like a little older and had some other health things. Like very short way up the hill, he just basically collapsed and like just couldn't go any further. So me and a couple other guys in our group, like, you know, they had to their credit, like they had like medical staff there. They were attending to the guy. He was fine, but he just needed help getting up the hill, and he needed us to actually wheel his wagon up there, which we had told this guy before. He's like, "Hey, I'm going to be bringing a wagon." We're like, "I don't think you should, man. That's a bad idea." So we were already kind of like frustrated. It's like, oh, now we got to take this up for him. But, we're good campers and we're, doing the Lord's work or whatever. But then as soon as we get up to the top of the hill, there's Brian Tome with his like megaphone, like shouting stuff at people. And he starts mocking us for having a wagon. And I'm like, dude, don't even. So fast forward like 2 or 3 years later, when I'm serving on the MASH team, which is the prayer team for this thing. And what the MASH team does is like, as the guys are making their walk in, and this was at a completely different campsite. So it was still a very long, arduous walk in, but it wasn't all just uphill. It was more like through a little more like rougher terrain and stuff though. So, but they had the MASH guys just stationed at various points along the trail as guys were walking in. So, but as he was coming through, guess what he had? He had all of his stuff on a little wagon.
Who is this, Brian?
Yeah, Brian had all the stuff on a wagon, and he was having a hard time pulling it through all the rough terrain and needed us to help him.
Did you call him a pussy?
I wanted to so bad, but I refrained because I was still in my good boy phase at that point. I was just like, oh, this is so cool. I get to help Brian. But there was a part of me who's like, really, you bastard?
You should be like, we'll help you, but first you have to say, I need help. My vagina hurts. Not because vaginas are bad or people who have them are bad. It's just that he would be annoyed.
Yeah. So, and we'll get to this. But yeah,
they can't because what else is there? It's not possible. It must be nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yes. And yes, you want no part of it. This is true.
It is also as closetedly gay as it sounds.
Yeah. Man Camp. Yeah. I would think they come up with a more inspirational name than Man Camp.
Man, dudes love that name. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Anyway.
Probably shouldn't be there. Like, I don't know, that space shuttle needs to
that
be.
That looks awesome. Shut up.
Yeah. Also, not a shuttle, dumbass.
Right. Yeah, I caught that too. It's a fucking rocket.
Yeah.
Where this is, and I certainly don't know that a little dragon needs to be.
And I love how he just like couldn't put the thing back on. Which again, like, this is something I brought up before. Like, where usually the production value, at least of all the stuff they do, is usually so good, and they probably do like multiple takes. It's like, but a lot of this seems like this was their only take, and they just didn't do it again because, like I said, a lot of the series seems like they were just in a panic about deconstruction. They were just like, we just got to slap this shit together and just get something out there as fast as we can. Because like so many times in this episode and the previous two, where it's like, that was not a good take. You probably should have redone that. But I guess they're like, nope, can't do it. Yeah. 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 Oh, it gets better. Better.
Top of London Bridge, but we have this amalgamation of things that just don't make a sense, and this is part of what we do with our life. We just kind of bolt things on, we take this off, we don't like that, and the church should be a place where we can learn and we can challenge ourselves and we can be pushed and we can also be understood. Today, the rest of our time, that's what I want to do. I want to challenge you a little bit. I want to push on you a little bit.
No.
We all can be in our echo chambers, and the internet is one large, huge echo chamber of cynicism towards faith and toward historic faith. And the church.
No, it isn't. Do you know how much Christian like rot there is on the interweb?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, there are some parts of the internet are such an echo chamber, but
yeah, exactly. I was like, no touch, don't touch.
Yeah. But again, there's this phrase he used here. I'm going to back him up a little bit just so he uses this a couple times.
That is one large, huge echo chamber of cynicism towards faith and toward historic faith. And the church.
Historic faith.
What does it even fucking mean? I mean, historically, it's done a lot of bad.
Yeah, because and he uses that phrase later. It seems to be that's what he's using. Like, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but it seems to be what they're using instead of saying just like real true Christianity. So they can use the basically ends up becoming a form of like the no true Scotsman fallacy in a way, if I'm remembering correctly. But ooh,
Snowbread.
yeah. Speaking of Marin, which we were several minutes ago, again, great episode with her and Dr. Kip last night. If you haven't seen that, do go back and watch it. But yeah, they like Dr. Kip played some music from Amorphous, fun Finnish metal band about Viking shit. So, but yeah, good luck with the Snowbread. I don't know why. Like, since you're just listening, I just saluted. So, sorry. I was like, hey, you're just listening. Let me do a gesture without saying anything. All right. Anyway. Oh, yeah. See. Pumpkin bread is good, but it's just not garlic bread, though. That's the thing. So, okay, so yeah, historic faith. Like that's the real true stuff right there. Even though it's like I don't know, like, is there really just one true Christian historic faith? The more I've learned about history, the more I think it's not.
They are kind of soft supporters of colonial Middle East stuff. So he was given a special tour to the Golan Heights to make a video.
Oh, yes, and also
that also might be kind of what's rolled up in there is like that kind of history.
Right, and which reminds me, a phrase that Brian Tome would make on several occasions. He would make the claim that everywhere that Christianity is introduced in the world, the status of women is elevated. And he made a point of saying every time, status of women is elevated. I don't know what the fuck historic faith he's talking about, but yeah, that's
Christian nationalist shit for sure.
Yeah, that's a thing he says. So.
Wait, status
can be an echo chamber
different than rights.
Yes. Now, and
and like are they talking like biblical status? Like if you change it to a biblical view of womanhood, then like is that just considered elevating it, even if they get subjugated and have fewer rights?
Yeah. Because I think even if you. Because I mean, I'll admit there may have very well been some instances where Christianity was introduced into an area, and maybe before Christianity was there, they treated their women in that culture worse than what. But there's better, and then there's where it actually should be. Mm-hmm. Like those are not the same thing. So,
where people just block out voices that are challenging to us. And I want to challenge all of us a little bit today, because my goal today is to help you grow spiritually. That's what I want for you. And here's some.
Right. Because when we're talking about deconstruction and what it is, like that's the goal for you to grow spiritually, which for some people, maybe for them, that's what deconstruction is about. But yeah. Like, ooh, sounds like, oh my.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's like a big cult swath in the middle of the country. Like yeah.
Wow. And I think if correct me if I'm wrong, I think she's in South Carolina, which wow.
Yeah, it's in a weird place. There's gonna be a lot of places that just don't have salt.
That's true. So yeah, stay safe out there or in there, wherever you are. So
main reasons why people deconstruct their faith. One is
these are awful.
Terrible teaching.
Oh yeah. So this is the best part about this sermon. Like, which I feel like a lot of the mistakes that this entire series makes could have been avoided if instead of taking the approach that they do, where they're trying to tell us what deconstruction is and why people go through deconstruction and what that experience is like for them and their motives and outcomes and everything. they should have just started by just talking to people. Like that should have been the main message. Like if you want to know about deconstruction, talk to someone who is deconstructing or has deconstructed. Like they will let you know. But if they wanted to make an entire series out of it, maybe the better approach would have been for them to actually deconstruct some things and say, oh, hey, maybe let's look at a lot of these issues that a lot of these people are deconstructing or having.
Oh, you
and
can't
so let's
do that.
actually take a look. Yeah. So, oh. Well, I was about to say, like, what are we, chopped liver? Well, apparently, I guess I wish we were chopped liver. Get it?
Beaten by dog meat.
I guess it's better than beating dog meat.
So the first thing he mentions why people deconstruct is bad teaching, right? Which
Let's find out.
I was surprised.
Yeah, but then he kept talking, and it's like, oh.
Why people deconstruct their faith. One is terrible teaching. We got taught things about Jesus a long time ago that were terrible, that were just awful. We got taught things that were only maybe aligned to a specific political party. And so we believed and we thought that politics equals Jesus or politics equals Christianity. That's a horrible teaching. There's awful things that have been taught in the name of Jesus that sane, rational people eventually are going to come to recognize, wait a minute. If that is Jesus, I don't want that, but it isn't because...
Right?
Yep.
Because the terrible, whenever Christians talk about terrible teaching, it's always someone else's. It's never them. But welcome, James, on the Facebook side. Is he preaching in front of a Lego Death Star?
No.
Yes. Well, that is like over there, like right there.
In the distance he is, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, there also.
And I guess there's
like
a Star Destroyer too.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
That Star Destroyer was like $300 or something when it first came out. It's probably worth more now.
But yes, James, good eye. Oh, that's what Dagan calls it. Humans call it fallout. Oh, that Dagan.
So, yeah, it's not his bad teaching, of course. He gives some examples of bad teaching. Actually, one example, politics is Jesus or something.
Yeah. Yeah, which again, okay, yeah, some people, yeah, sure, some people deconstruct because just bad teaching, but that's an experience I had, like when I was going through it, and like after my deconversion, even like I had Christians reaching out to me, basically just starting, like having not actually spoken to me in at this point, maybe even decades, and not really knowing my story, but just seeing what I was saying about Christianity and like why I no longer believed it. I'm an atheist now and all this, like. I would have like people reach out to me and basically lead, like not necessarily the first thing they said, but pretty damn close, just like leading with, so what kind of bad teaching were you hearing? It's because it sounds like you just weren't hearing like the real gospel, man. And so one of my favorite things to tell Christians was like, oh, what was like one of the worst teachings that I heard that like maybe caused the most like anxiety and harm and made me probably ultimately decide to give the whole thing up. That teaching for me, among others, but probably the main one was Jesus loves you and wants to have a relationship with you. What you got for that one? Because for me, it was a whole like, oh, I feel like I'm supposed to have this relationship with him, but I can't like detect him in any way. But I'm not only supposed to have a relationship with him, but it's supposed to be like the bestest relationship ever. And so much better than any of my other relationships with like actual people. And if I felt closer to any people than I did with God or Jesus, then that was a bad thing. And it filled me with all this kind of guilt. So I'm like, yeah, bad teaching that was probably the worst for me. Yeah. Jesus loves me and wants a relationship with me. Like, you want to correct that one for me?
I remember our old small group tried. They were asking, it like sort of triggered like a list of questions they're supposed to ask regarding relationship problem things with God. But I remember the questions didn't make any sense. They were like trying to get to the root of your problem with relationships. And but it was like, no, he says he wants to, but then like it's all up to me.
Yeah, and I'm like, I've been trying like literally my entire life, and I thought I had achieved it at several times, but then looking back, it's like, oh no, that was just myriad of other things.
Yeah.
So,
Jesus is wrong, it's because we got terrible teaching connecting to him.
Wait, pause.
If
That was
your life-
important.
oh yeah.
Because
I just love how it started. I just loved how it started with him saying Jesus was wrong. Like,
Yeah,
all
he
right,
was saying that that's a sneaky ass monkey face that he just made. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That looks a little off.
well, he may be mid-word there, to be fair.
Yeah, but I don't feel okay. That face does not make me
All right.
feel okay.
All right. Yeah.
He's talking about the terrible teaching isn't Jesus' fault, but he was the original teacher of it. His disciples didn't seem to understand. If as a whole they don't get it, it sounds more like a teaching problem than
Yeah.
a student problem.
Mhm. Yep.
And if Jesus is the head of the church, and the church has bad teaching,
Yeah. You would you'd think you'd want to do something about that,
yeah.
but yeah. James with like another good point here. Yes, they'll often turn the question back on you. You're the problem for not feeling a connection. Maybe it's a certain sin. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You hear that a lot.
Yeah. Turn blaming the victim into a science. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's diagnose the you problem.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It can't be that we've told you bullshit.
Let's see if I can get like him to say Jesus was wrong right off the bat again here.
Jesus is wrong, it's because we got terrible teaching connecting to him. If your life is going to be built to last, you have to learn what to believe, what not to believe, and to cling to a few things very, very tightly.
The first part of that sentence was good. Like,
Terrible teaching connecting to him. If your life is going to be built to last, you have to learn what to believe, what not to believe, and to cling.
yes, your life's going to be built to last. You learn to believe what to believe and what not to believe. But he couldn't stop there. Sorry, I think I paused in mid-word, so I just want to make sure we get all this.
If your
Sorry.
life is going to be built to last, you have to learn what to believe, what not to believe, and to cling to a few things very, very tightly.
What things, Brian? Like, again, this is
He's talking
deconstruction with presuppositions, which is not the way you're supposed to do it. Yeah.
But not the bad teaching. Our teaching. Hold on tightly to the things that we teach.
Mm-hmm. Spooky, welcome. How was Greenland? Did you win? Yeah. I mean, yes, you've been here the whole time. Yes. Good to see you. Oh, should we go back now that Spooky's here and confirm like the British traffic noises?
Oh, I don't know.
I think we should real
Okay.
quick. So 454. Chat, help me remember. 454. All right. All right, Spooky, like pay attention here and let us know.
First.
No, this is a transition screen here. So if I did it right. All right. So yeah, let us know what you think of this, Spooky.
This is good here. Oh, oh man. Yeah.
That's what British traffic sounds like, right?
Bunch of fucking angry donkeys.
Speaking of angry donkey, Kyle, what is that face?
All of it. Let's get started right now.
This is good here. Oh, oh man.
What is that?
Okay, his little narration didn't sound like he was playing with the Legos. It kind of sounded like he was playing with himself.
Was he having fun time with little Brian?
This is good right here.
Yeah. All right. I'll remember the time. Terrible memory. But Windmill with the fantastic memory.
Nice.
All right. It even lets me click right on 454. All right, and we're back. Thank you. All right. Definitely French traffic. I'll buy that. All right.
Theology, my beliefs are like a house. It's like a sparsely held house. I have a lot of beliefs, but I have very, very.
What is a sparsely held house? Chat, let me know. Give me your guess.
It's all right. Words aren't his first language.
Yeah. Yeah, it's donkey noises for his special solo time. Anyway.
Sparsely.
Very few things that are nailed down.
Hey, it's the house. See, I think
Yeah, this is
that's
the
the
same
house that was jackhammered. Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like it got better. So.
Sometimes I go into a room that I thought I had my understanding of.
Oh, that's what he was answering the question. What is a loosely held house? A tent. That makes sense.
Yeah. That's not what he meant. But that is what makes sense.
Yes. Thank you, BS.
And belief on this with everything, and the furniture is like Poltergeist. The old movie Poltergeist is flying all over the room.
Oh, there's the peg shot.
Oh yeah, there was the
Gotta get
The
that
old movie
wiggle up.
Poltergeist is flying all over the room.
Wiggle close up.
like, we needed this shot, people. This was crucial. Like I bet like this shot's going to bring like 20 more people to Jesus. Because that's what it's all about. That's what they say. Everything's all about. So,
Going all over the place. And the problem is things have changed. And the problem also is I might have put too much furniture in that room. The less furniture, the less core beliefs I can have, but have it nailed down and stable, the better. Someone's had terrible teaching.
What?
the less core beliefs. So, is this like going back to like what Kyle was talking about last week? How even though the series is called Rock Solid, and this is all supposed to be about the like for certain rock solid. I kept trying to think of another phrase, but couldn't. So just repeated myself. The rock solid stuff is like these are the things you anchor your life onto that you can be super sure about. But then, like partway through his message, transition to, but Christianity is really all about like mystery and things being like super transcendent, and you can't possibly understand all of it.
But this week, you got to have a few things nailed down and hold on to it tightly.
Right, but only a few things because all the rest of the things are still mysterious. So you got to let those things like fly all around.
That furniture is okay to poltergeist around the room.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So you can be rock hard.
Maybe he should nail his furniture down.
Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like you got a problem there, Brian. You might want to. Poltergeist has French horns. Oh, but speaking of music,
he did an even better like French horn noise.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Kip! Like you're just getting so old. Your memory slipping there, buddy. Poor guy. Someone needs to put Kip in a home. All right.
Another reason is a lot of us deconstruct because we've had church trauma. Now, again, we don't say these things. We don't say.
All right. So, slight trigger warning for people. Like, it's not going to be like in depth. Also, they probably should have put some kind of trigger warning, but they've gone into like much more in depth about the kinds of things he's about to talk about. They never do any like kind of trigger warnings. But anyway, they're going to. So he's talking about things like experiencing abuse in the church, and he's not going into details or anything, but he is going to bring up the idea, like just the topic of certain kinds of abuse that often happens in churches, like as an example of things. So if that's triggering for anyone, like I said, it's real quick. We should be through it. Like once I hit play, we should be through it in like less than a minute. But yeah, however you need to do it, if you just need to turn the video off, or if you just want to turn the audio off, and then I guess people in the chat just type, I don't know, safe in the chat, just so people like if someone's just watching the chat to know when it's safe to come back, just type safe in the chat.
When anybody watches later, well,
yeah,
I'll wave.
Yeah,
when it's safe.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so here we go. So we're talking about this is reason number 2 why people deconstruct. And again, better than actually, if you're curious about why people deconstruct, you don't go ask them. You listen to this guy tell you. So the first one, bad teaching. Okay, yeah, some people might deconstruct because of bad teaching. Sure.
It's more like a catalyst. It's not the whole answer.
Yeah, because I think most Christians, like if once they realize something they grew up with was like bad teaching, I think their first instinct is probably actually go to like just different Christian teaching.
Yeah.
About stuff. But anyway, yeah, some people, sure, they might deconstruct because of that. But next, so people who have experienced certain types of abuse in the church or whatever. So yeah, some people might leave because of that, but we'll see how valid he thinks that is. So yeah, again, slight trigger warning for anyone sensitive to such topics. We'll let you know when it's safe.
It was my church trauma that causes me to abandon the Christian faith. We don't say it's our church trauma that caused me to not believe in Jesus. We generally can't connect those things up.
Oh yeah, real quick. They said like, I guess I probably shouldn't have sent the people away quite yet because there was something important. He said, so I don't know, come back real quick. But
it's our church trauma that caused me to not believe in Jesus. We generally can't connect those things up. But for many people, it was my church trauma that causes me to abandon the Christian faith. We don't say it's our church trauma that caused me to.
And he does this a couple times. He'll say like, this isn't what people say. Like, we don't say that it was the trauma that caused us to leave. But so again, he's basically implying that people are being like duplicitous or deceptive, or they're trying to make it sound like, well, this like also like, what does he mean? People don't say that. Like lots of people say they deconstructed or left the church because of trauma and abuse. Like
I don't know, because he says that later too, and he's wrong again when he says it. So
So again, this
probably means nobody has said this to me, so therefore people don't say it.
Yeah. So I was say like, yeah, again, like, yeah, it's safe for now. So someone like type in the chat safe real quick, because I want to make sure people like get this point. So by saying things like, well, they won't say this, but that's basically, again, priming who the real audience for this series is. It's not people who are actually deconstructing, but people who are scared of deconstruction, or they might know someone who's deconstructing and we're like, oh, what's wrong with them? Why are they doing this? So he's basically telling them, okay, they're not going to tell you why they're really doing it, but I need to tell you what's really going on. It's like, they're going to tell you one thing, but
yeah, I think it's
really going to be this.
Yeah. I think the audience for this one is people who are scared they might be deconstructing right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're like, I didn't go to church at all during COVID and I was fine. What? Am I deconstructing?
Yeah. So again, sorry about the whole like confusion about like the triggering stuff. I'm just not good at this, but I'm trying. So, but thank you, Spooky, for. All right. So now we're about to go back into the part where he mentions the thing. So if anyone.
Okay. Currently unsafe. Even though Tommy just waved.
Yes. So, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Not believe in Jesus. We generally can't connect those things up. But for many people, it has been church trauma. I know somebody who was part of a youth group in high school or junior high, and she got sexually abused inside the sanctuary of that church during her youth group night. Now that creates a level of sexual and emotional and spiritual abuse and baggage that makes it very, very, very difficult to ever be in church or hear somebody say something who is in a position of leadership in a church and not have a sense of cynicism about it.
Yeah.
The big C church, the capital C church, or the small C church, local churches, has failed a lot of people. But the institution isn't the same thing as the person of Jesus himself.
And I will back it up. I think we're
people, but the institution
Yeah. So I'm going to make sure we're out of the
a sense of cynicism about it.
Yeah. Okay. So we're through. Like, we're safe now.
It is safe.
Yes. So come back, everyone.
No, not at his church, but
Yeah.
he heard from someone.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I
don't know who.
Yeah. Like, I guess the one thing to Crossroads credit, like, I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that happening there, but
No.
yeah.
No. Yeah, that's one of the things that was good about them. If you volunteered with kids, you were not allowed to actually volunteer until you had passed, I think it was both an FBI background check and a regular background check.
Yeah. That's another thing I will say, like, in there, like, they call it kids club, like the whole kids area of the church, like the way, like, all the security measures and everything they had around that, and the way they vetted all the people who worked with the kids, like, yeah, that was actually,
and on top of that,
one of the things they did really well.
Like, if any of the volunteers assisted like a real little kid, like in the bathroom or something, like the door had to stay open, like at least like halfway. Anybody who was in a room alone with a kid, that was never supposed to happen. If you saw that, you're supposed to report the volunteer immediately. They had off-duty cops in uniform at the exits to the kids club area. Yeah, it was
the whole like checking your kids in and like going to pick them up and like all the like different measures they had. Like, yeah, it was, and it worked really well. Like, it didn't, like, it was very secure, but it's not like it felt like you were like getting your kids in and out of a prison or anything. It was very well. I will, like, to give them credit where credit is due. The way they handled that was all very well done, and I'm assuming that's still the case.
Now there may have been something that happened with staff members, but that was more of an affair and not. Not
the thing we're not talking about anymore.
Correct.
So, but yes, Ember is right. Yeah, that should have had a warning. And like I said, that was pretty like non-specific. But like I said, there have been plenty of times where they will go into much more detail. And yeah,
especially how aggressively he said the words. It's like, man, dude.
Yeah, like I said, they'll go into like much more detail about stuff with nary a trigger warning in sight. But which I guess, at least in our experience, I don't know if that's something they've started doing recently. Like I said, this sermon is 4 years old.
There's a warning for strobe effects at the service.
Yeah. They'll warn you about that. Anyway. All right. So.
Big C church, the capital C church, or the small C church, local churches, has failed a lot of people. But the institution isn't the same thing as the person of Jesus himself.
And
body of Christ and all.
Yeah, but also here's the thing about the person of Jesus himself. When it comes to all these terrible things that the big C or little C, I was thinking of a different word started with C for this guy, but maybe I'll get to that later.
Big C or little C?
All the letters might be big, actually. But speaking of like, but it's not Jesus. But Jesus didn't do anything about it. So I went. This is one of the things I discussed.
He tried,
last
Tommy.
Week. Yeah.
But you don't.
He can't. Yeah, he can't violate their free will, even though.
People can violate other people's free will. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently, the one doing the violating, their free will is the most important.
Yes, more important than the safety of the people they're mistreating. And Millie, it does raise the question: why would God / Jesus allow his representatives on earth to drive someone away from the faith like that, like this, or like any of the reasons that he's saying people leave? Like, why?
It's all for God's glory. I don't.
But this especially, like, or like with the teaching again, like if people are leaving the faith because of bad teaching, like, well, where is Jesus to come back and like correct all the bad teaching that we're having about him now? If it's really that bad, like.
Well, we gotta wait until it's so bad that like the Antichrist pretends to be Jesus first, right?
Oh, so yeah,
because
so God
the Antichrist's
has to let
free
him,
will is the most important.
Right, that's right, because God has to let him fool a lot of us first.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's how you know who all the real ones are.
The reason why we deconstruct our faith is there's just too much going on. Our faith has become too complicated. It's like, this is exactly what you have to believe about baptism. This is exactly what you have to believe about women in leadership. This is exactly what you have to believe about the rapture. This is exactly what you have to believe about the end times. This is exactly what you have to believe about that. It's exactly how you have to educate your kids. It's exactly.
Yeah, you shouldn't have things so nailed down like he literally told us to do a few minutes ago.
Yeah. And notice in this list, he is not saying anything about LGBTQ rights or validation, or
Right.
that's not one of those things.
Yeah. Which,
Also,
again,
can you tell that he hated theology classes in seminary and did not do well in them?
oh yeah, he famous and he'll even in some ways brag about dropping out. I don't know if he said he dropped out or failed out of seminary, one of the two, but he's like almost kind of proud of it. But,
Yeah.
But again, to their credit, that like their view on women teaching, like they do let women teach and at least have some level of leadership, like more than a lot of churches, but still not maybe enough. But
Interesting,
Yeah.
though, all of them have been wearing snug clothing when they do.
yeah, which again, that's fine, but it just seems weird for them to let them. But yeah,
No,
like yeah.
I guess what I was getting at was the whole there's like a chauvinistic undertone in a lot of this. Somebody mentioned earlier that about this was the same kind of thing people would say to slaves, like, you don't want to wreck your life by trying to run away, do you? That kind of shit, or whatever they said. I think Eber said that.
Oh.
Yeah, there is a lot of white superiority, chauvinistic stuff, not outright, but like he hits some of those notes now and then.
Yeah, but yes, according to Carrier, that's basically like graduating from seminary, like summa cum laude or whatever that is.
Yeah, that makes him one of the best ones because he's an original.
Yeah. So yeah. So he's just going to go through what he thinks are not the important teachings, even though like plenty of other churches would say like, no, these are also core principles, because that's one of the things like churches can't even make up their minds on what are the core teachings or not. But apparently none of these things are. So I'm sure a lot of churches will be very surprised to hear this.
Times. That's exactly what you have to believe by that. It's exactly how you have to educate your kids. It's exactly how you have to discipline them. That's all this stuff. And it's a layering on of more and more and more and more. And before you know it, we suffocate. Is the earth 6,000 literal years old and created in 6 literal days? I don't think so. You may think so, and that's okay for you to think so. Maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but I'll tell you one thing. If you do think...
Which, again, to their credit, they're like, yeah, Now,
they're not that kind of fundamentalist.
Yeah.
They're the good ones.
There's certainly some other things are pretty fundamentalist about. But yeah, again, like we're trying to give them credit where credit is due because we're going to run out of that so fast. But I wanted to get to...
Wait, hold on. I do want to say that, like, I don't necessarily think he's chauvinistic. I don't think he's a white supremacist at all.
No.
That kind of fundamentalism does squeak out here and there. And he's not, I don't think he's doing it because he is that. It just...
Yeah, but speaking of like the historic church or like historic Christianity, and like it's unfortunately a lot of that has just become such a big part of Christianity like over the centuries. So yeah, some of it's, whether it's residual or whatever, but yeah, a lot of it still finds its way in there.
That, and you have kids, it is not a good idea to make that idea of creation to be central to their faith. People like St. Augustine, long before Darwin.
Yeah, so another good, I'd say good point, yes and no on this about like not making like a literal reading of the creation story in Genesis like central to to your faith, like because like it's been famously said, like probably most Christians around the world anymore like do accept evolution because they say, yeah, like the story of creation in Genesis with like the 6 days and like how long ago like the genealogy says it was, like, yeah, that's not to be taken literally. It's just stories. And like, so the concept of evolution like still works with our faith because of that, which yes, but just in the story of creation, I'll agree. It's like, yes, you take it as an allegory, then like how it actually happened, like doesn't affect it at all because it wasn't trying to tell us how it actually happened. But I don't think Christians give the theory of evolution enough credit for how much damage it actually does to their faith, like in other areas, specifically in how, and I think I feel like I mentioned this last week, but I don't care. I'm going to mention it again because it's one of the things I like to talk about. So, deal with it.
You know what's interesting is like they'll still talk about original sin at this church, but if Genesis is not literal, then original sin is not a thing.
Yeah, which is one of the things I was about to mention. Like, so yeah, there's like the whole story. Okay, but if evolution is what it is and what it appears to be, how did sin enter the world? Like, who were the first humans who fell and somehow violated God's laws or whatever that allowed sin to enter in? But also, one of the things that we're taught is death only came with sin. But if we know anything about evolution, like things were dying like long before humans ever came. So how did death enter the world before sin entered the world? That doesn't make sense. But then also just the idea that humans are special out of all creation. Like, well, we're different from the animals. Like, according to evolution, like, no, we're not. I mean, we definitely have things about us that make us unique, but I like to draw the distinction between unique and special. It's like, yeah. I mean,
it's even hard to say that we're the smartest animal on Earth. It's hard to quantify, like, if a dolphin is smarter or not.
Yeah, that's one thing I've heard. Like, I've heard it said, like, one of the things that makes humans the way we are, it's really more just the combination of brain capacity and other anatomy. They said basically, if dolphins, like with their brains, had human bodies, they'd basically be just as like very similar to us, like as far as like what their capabilities, their dominance, like how advanced they were as a species. But then they also said, like, take an animal like a raccoon, like with their anatomy, if they had brains like us, then they would also be like probably just about as advanced. But
they're pretty smart already. They're as smart as like a 5-year-old or something. No, those are crows.
Yeah. But anyway, so all right. So what was he talking about here?
To be central to their faith. People like St. Augustine, long before Darwin ever came along, believed that those days don't have to be literal 24-hour days.
Now, to be fair, St. Augustine also thought that sin was transferred through the balls. But yeah, it's like, yep, that's how sin gets passed on. It's when your daddy did your mama. Doesn't
that
your sin came from?
Doesn't that sound like closeted something?
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Give people the sense that this is right up there with the resurrection and the death of Christ. It's just important. You're creating a suffocating system that people will rebel from.
I mean, again, like he's saying, it's not as central as the problem of like sin and need for redemption. But if that story wasn't true, then how do you explain the presence of sin and the need for redemption and a savior? So the problem's
still our fault somehow.
Yeah. Right. No, that's the important thing. Yeah. All right. So earlier in the video than they normally do, he's going into, this is their tithing spiel. So I figured, I don't know, was there anything during there you wanted to point out or talk about?
No, it's the regular bullshit.
Yeah.
Kyle said the same thing last week.
Yeah, pretty much. But basically the only thing it made me think of is because they're talking about like all this stuff that they want to do, like in their ministries and ways.
The Dayton campus they're trying to get open.
And all the different people they want to help and different things they want to do. Like, but I'm like, which just raises the question, that's asked all the time. Like, why does God need money for any of this?
Also, all this sounds like Crossroads is saving and not Jesus so much.
Yeah, but Jesus can save, but he needs your money to do it. Otherwise, I mean, yeah. So anyway, so we'll spare you that.
How's it going to pay for shit, Tommy?
I don't know. Maybe he could just fucking make whatever he wants, and I don't know. But when you need something that could be solved by money, they just tell you to pray about it. But when they have problems, they need your money. So it's great how that works.
Why can't we
people deconstruct their faith because there's just too much?
Why can't we pray for the church to give us money?
Or I'll pray that the church doesn't need my money anymore.
Oh, that's good
that.
too.
Yeah. and they can give it back maybe, because I would love to have all my tithing money back. That would be, man. Every time I think about how much I've given to this church, or really any church over the years, like what else I could have done with that money, it's depressing. So I try not to. Why did I bring that up, you may ask? Good question. Let's keep going. Not that this is going to help with my depression, but back to Brian.
Attached to it, there's too much going on. And another reason we do is because we have a desire to sin. Now, no one will ever say this, but many.
What are you talking about? That's like,
We deconstruct. Stop! If you've heard this one before, we deconstruct because we just want to sin. But once again, like no one, we won't say that.
no one ever says that.
Yeah, probably because it's not actually fucking true for the most part. But which again, like, is he talking about this is why people deconstruct, or why people just leave the faith? Which sometimes those can be the same things, but sometimes it's
He's conflating the two, I think.
Yeah. Which again, because they want you to think that this is where deconstruction leads, unless you do it the right way, which is our way, which isn't actually deconstructing. But yeah, it's all right. Later, he has not only a Bible verse, but a real life, like real people example that they're going to interview. They say, "Oh, this is what deconstruction is like," and it's like, no, neither of these things are actually describing or have anything to do with deconstruction. But they won't let that stop them. So yeah, people just leave because they just want to sin. Like yeah. So let's see.
This was kind of where it started getting like off. Where like these are the things, like the first few were things that like not your fault initially, but how you respond to it becomes your fault.
Right.
Like I was going to mention earlier with the trauma that person experienced in church, and they're like, yeah, that wasn't their fault. But it kind of seemed like he was implying that like if that continues to be a problem, then it's your fault. Like he didn't give that person a pass for leaving. He's like, that's a really difficult thing.
Yeah, that's when like, but you got to remember that's when he went to the hole. You got to remember it was the people, not Jesus. But again, so the example I used like last week, like, so say like, because again, going through the example of God as a father and we're his children. So, okay. So me as a father, I have 2 kids. If one of my kids was like severely like abusing or mistreating the other one, but I did absolutely nothing about it, like especially if it was a situation like, especially when they were little, and I literally could have stepped in and just prevented the one from doing whatever they were doing to the other one. But instead, I just stood back and was like, oh, I can't interfere. It's their free will. But then I later go to the kid of mine who was the victim of all this and go like, oh, but you still love me though, right? And they're like, no, fuck you. Like, you just let my sibling do this to me, did nothing about it. It's like, oh, but that was them, not me. You can still love me though, right? It's like, no. Like, so again, we're asking people who were victims of these supposed children of God, and God did nothing to stop it. And we're expecting these people to still love this God who did nothing about it.
Yeah, seems complicated.
I guess I just need more faith. I'm just asking too many questions.
Yeah, I opened my second beer, by the way. It's a Two-Hearted IPA for
Nice.
those who care.
Yeah.
I'm working my way through that case.
Yeah. All right.
I gotta lighten up my mood.
Yeah.
Because we're getting into the part that like was affecting me earlier.
All right. Well, here we go.
Leave the faith because their faith won't let them do something they want to do. A few years ago, an unknown pastor, previously unknown, became very, very well known. He had his moment in Twitter fame because he denounced his faith. He was an evangelical pastor. He denounced his faith, and people just lit up all over the place with it. What they didn't know at the time, this wasn't because he was having new problems with the faith. It's because he had been disciplined by the board of his church for having an extramarital affair. His problem wasn't with the tenets of Jesus. His problem was he couldn't live life the way Jesus told him not to live.
So his problems weren't with the tenets of Jesus. He just couldn't live the way Jesus told him to live. with tenants, perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. So
Like,
my
it's
notes
the same
earlier
thing, dude.
was well, first of all, when he said no one mentioned this, I said come the fuck on. He said
Mhm.
pastor's problem. If I could just read shit with these glasses, pastor's problem wasn't with the teachings of Jesus, which apparently didn't get in the way of the affair. It was the enforcement of the rules that Jesus taught. It's like the fuck.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like you were not saying different things there. That was, yeah. 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 Melly with a good point here. If God is everywhere and can see everything, then this metaphor, the parent would be in the room while the abuse was happening. Yeah. 'Cause this is like a phrase, and this is a phrase I remember using as a Christian, but like to try to excuse like things like this, or just like anytime any Christian or anyone is going through any hard time where they're like, why would God let this happen? And let me know if you've heard this one before. Like, oh yeah, God may not have like stopped the pain or prevented you from being hurt or whatever, but he was right there with you in the midst of all of it. He was right there alongside you. It's like he understands because like he came down as Jesus and went through like the pain of like the cross. So he knows what you're going through. So he was right there with you as this all was happening. Like, okay, what the fuck did he do about it though?
Yeah, if you
You're
have the
just telling
power
me
to
he just
stop the
sat there
pain and you
watching-
don't.
Yeah, you're telling me he just sat there watching the whole time? Like, how is that supposed to make me feel better?
Also, sometimes people will say, well, God can't,
Ah,
he can't be where sin is or something like that. One, if he can't be where something is, then he's not omnipresent. But secondly, Jesus is fully God and dined with sinners all the time. So what?
yeah. Right.
Like while they were
Yeah.
sinning, probably. Like
Mhm.
you go dine at a tax collector's house, like there's probably prostitutes at the table, like yanking people under the table. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe
It was
even
a wild
Jesus.
time.
Maybe that's why Jesus wanted to hang out with them all the time. Because hey,
Hey,
Yeah,
gotta
let
get the
him
holy yank.
yep, yeah. But the example I like to use with the whole like, oh, but he was there with you the whole time, but didn't do anything. Okay, but like, which I get, like that can be comforting because when we just get that from people who can't do anything about what we're going through, like yes, that is awesome to have people who are just there for us. Like even if they can't do anything about what we're going through,
Mhm.
they're there with us, like commiserating, empathizing, suffering through it with us, whatever. It's like yes, from people that is awesome when we can get that. So for someone who doesn't have that, I can see how that can sound encouraging. It just the thought of okay, somebody is here with me, somebody understands what I'm going through. But again, like if that's all you're expecting from God, though, I mean that would be like, and this is the example I love to use. Like back when I had cancer, if I would, because I was getting that kind of support from people who obviously couldn't actually do anything about my cancer, but I had great support from friends and family who were coming all around me, like supporting me, like helping out with lots of stuff, just generally just being there for me, including Matt, which I'm eternally grateful for. But but there was a reason I also went to an oncologist because from an oncologist I expect more than that. So if I had gone to her and my first appointment with my oncologist and she had just sat me down, it's like, look, you got cancer, it's looking bad, and this it's going to be really hard for you and all this, but I just want you to know, like, I'm not actually going to do anything about it, but I will be here with you as you suffer through it. My response would have been, and everyone say it with me, go fuck yourself with a brick. I'm getting a new oncologist. So, but we're supposed to expect less from God than that. So,
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you're telling me not to lose my faith in this God, but you're telling me he's not going to do shit to help me. Help me out. So
It's no wonder
But-
they came up with the God is fully human thing.
Yeah.
I swear it would, like Jesus is like the evidence of people trying to figure shit out. They're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
And they deconstructed and tripped and fell on Jesus.
Ooh. Yeah. But I guess to lighten things up a bit more, you considered bedharianism, not a church or a cult. All you have to do is become a bedharian is to sub to me. Hey. Well, there it is, folks.
Okay.
There you have it. And yes, it is a good day for tacos. Every day is a good day for tacos.
Yeah.
See, that's okay. That's what I'm not going to be deconstructing from. That's one of the things I'm going to have nailed down and firm in my life and build my world on. So yeah,
There's so much variety with tacos. I mean, like it's never the same thing every day.
yeah. Which reminds me of that question. Like, I think people are asking the wrong question about hot dogs. Everyone's asking like, are hot dogs a sandwich? I think are hot dogs a taco?
They're not a sandwich by themselves. In a bun, sure.
Well, I think it's assumed a hot dog in a bun is
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, hence the conundrum. All right.
It's just a weird shaped sandwich.
Yeah, but why not a taco also though? So anyway,
Therefore, he decided to eliminate it. Similar thing happened not too long ago with Joshua Harris. He wrote the runaway bestseller that evangelical kids read in the 90s called I Kiss Dating Goodbye. And he
okay, so people familiar with Josh Harris in this book, people remember this. It's the whole about I Kiss Dating Goodbye. It's supposed to be about like, okay, not only is like sex before marriage just right out, then you shouldn't be doing, it shouldn't even be like kissing or like hand holding, like all the way to, you shouldn't even date. It's like you should just basically courting, I think was the strategy here. So
yeah, I had friends in college who were into that, and I did not understand because by that point I had already had a handy, and I was like, "You guys." I just look. I'm a Christian and all, but like, I mean, have you?
See, and that's actually something I'm surprised, like looking back, because I went to a pretty like fundamentalist Baptist church, but that I remember like when that book came out, like I was still like in youth group at the time, and I remember my youth pastor saying like, "This book is dumb, like,
No, it's
fucking ridiculous." But now we were still like super into like the 90s purity culture, just not that far to the whole like you shouldn't even date. But I guess recently Joshua Harris like has like had a complete turnaround on that. Like one, just realizing all the harm and damage that like not just that book, but that whole idea did, which also I don't actually know what Crossroads thinks of that book, but based on and I didn't think that they were really in that camp, but Brian doesn't say anything about it here, and like saying which, by the way, is bad, because like in other points of this message, he was comfortable saying, okay, this specific teaching is bad. Again, speaking of all the things that people are adding on and have to have nailed down that he considers like superfluous and all this extra crap, like he didn't say, oh, by the way, this is another one of those things. Like, yes, that's
I
bad.
bet he would say if it's something you want to do and you both want to do that, like,
but
what's the problem?
Yeah, but based on what's coming up, like towards the end of this message, like interview a couple, which again, what this couple has to say has almost nothing to do with deconstruction, but they use it anyway. But there's something that's said in there that does make me think that it, whether they realize it or not, kind of does tie into that whole message. But we'll get to that later, hopefully soon.
They've never said that though at a service that I remember.
Yeah, we're already 10 minutes through this. Like, thank you, 1.25 speed. All right, so Joshua Harris, and so Joshua in the past several years, this is what he's talking about. He ended up deconverting, also divorced his wife. Like, I don't know the details, but I imagine someone who wrote a book like that is like, yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if you have marital issues.
Also,
aren't working out, but
it would be hard to believe they have a fulfilling sex life.
Yeah. But here's how Brian is interpreting that situation here.
Wrote the runaway bestseller that evangelical kids read in the 90s called I Kiss Dating Goodbye. And he basically kissed his faith goodbye. And it came on the heels of him seeking a divorce, which he didn't have biblical grounds for.
Yeah.
So the way
this is, by the way, this is where it started to like, where I was like, ooh, just because like I had an experience with divorce that I had biblical grounds for, but like it still sucked. And like, even if you have biblical grounds for it, sometimes still don't. Like, it's up to the couple to figure that out. Like, just because there was an affair, don't necessarily walk away from it.
Right.
Every time.
Yeah. Or conversely, even if there aren't biblical grounds for, sometimes do.
Right. Because abuse is not one of the biblical grounds, you fucker.
Yeah. Or in my case, like just what you call like irreconcilable differences. Like we were just too different. Like we were just wanting completely different things out of life. It just did not make sense for us to stay together. Like there was no abuse, no cheating, like none of the things that like most churches would even say, but it just made sense.
But staying would have been self-abusive for both of you. And your kids, it would have been bad for your kids, like mental and emotional health, because they would totally be able to tell, like, this is one of their weird, like, fundamentalist things where they hold tightly to it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because we also, unfortunately, some people we know who are in the Crossroads community who, in their marriage, there was actual abuse happening, and fortunately, they ended it. But there was still apparently like some pressure, like, oh, but you got to forgive him though, and like that whole
there was
like, no, you don't, you really don't.
I'll tell you later who I'm thinking about right now, but there was somebody I knew from college, and I like vaguely knew vaguely knew the wife just because they were around, and I think the dude may have had a temper problem, or there was some kind of, there had been verbal abuse, probably emotional abuse, or neglect. And there were like two camps. One was like, you guys should stay together because you're married, and like nobody had an affair, and the wife was just not happy and was not going to be happy, and had a problem with her dad who was like kind of abusive. And so like it would have been extra bad for her to stay if there wasn't going to be any kind of correction on the other side. And I must admit, I was a little ticked at the time because that wife encouraged my wife at the time to leave me because she wasn't happy with me. And I was like, man. Yeah.
But it's okay. You'll tell me about it later.
Yeah.
So, but as Melly says, being unhappy is a valid reason to end a relationship. Like,
well, there's a difference between like being temporarily unhappy and like just perpetually unhappy.
Right. And I think that's probably what Melly is talking about. This the perpetual.
Well, Brian Tome does not believe that.
Right.
He's like, you're gonna leave just because you're unhappy?
Yeah. But here's the thing. But he was no longer a Christian. Why would anyone care whether he had biblical grounds for divorcing his wife? Like with Josh Harris. So here's what actually happened, because I've heard like Josh speaking in interviews. Like I don't know like all the specifics as far as like the specific problems they were having, but I do know as far as like his divorce and the relationship between that and Christianity. So Brian is framing this as in Joshua Harris was a Christian, but wanted to get a divorce. It's like, well, but Christianity won't allow it, so I'll just leave my faith so I can get a divorce.
No, it was probably leaving the faith was part of the problems.
Well, no, here's the way Joshua Harris puts it, like in interviews, so I'll believe him. Okay. Because this is like a pretty vulnerable thing for him to say, so I'll take his word for it. It was more, he realized he needed to get a divorce, but also realized, okay, this goes against Christianity. So if I'm going to get a divorce, I can't consider myself a Christian. So it was almost like the opposite. So it's not like wanting to leave the faith led to him getting, it's not that like wanting to get a divorce led to him wanting to leave the faith. It was him getting divorced made him realize, okay, I don't belong in this faith anymore. So it was almost like a sad thing. Not like, oh, great, I'm going to ditch the faith so I can get what I want. It's like, oh, crap, I need to do this thing, but it means I'm not in this faith anymore.
Oh, you mean like he deconstructed?
Yeah. Well, not even that. It was, I wouldn't even say that was necessarily deconstruction. It's almost just like just in a way that's almost kind of sad that he like, it's almost like his Christianity was like so fundamentalist, and he's like, oh, I'm doing this terrible thing, I can't be a Christian anymore. No,
but I mean that that moment of realizing, oh, that has moved on, and I didn't, like my faith continued on without me, like that kind of realization that you are where you are. But I also hear your point of that. Yeah, that really sucks that he thought it was that rigid. But probably for the best.
Yeah, which again, like, and he's also been very public about his like deconstruction and deconversion. But basically, bottom line, it is not at all the way Brian is framing this. It was just like he left Christianity because he wanted to get a divorce and wanted an easy way to do it or whatever. Like, no, that's That is a gross misrepresentation of it, and it's just fucking sick. Like,
Well, that's what happens when you don't read
it's-
what the person actually says. You read Christianity to today's version.
yeah, right. But hey, like misinterpreting a situation, like that's kind of Brian's shtick in this whole message. So there will be more of that later too. So, all right.
Many people leave the faith and they'll say, well, it's because this thing I couldn't believe any longer, or this thing I couldn't do any longer. Also because God wouldn't allow me to do this, and I would rather do this and not have God and be over here and be in the faith that aligns itself.
Who the fuck
God.
ever
There's another
says that? Who the fuck says that?
Yeah, which again, okay, some people might say that when they just straight up deconvert and there's really no deconstruction process in there at all.
That's when you're done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's when you're like, I'm out completely. I'm just done.
Plus,
I don't
for
want any
some
of this.
people, part of it is just the realization. It's like, oh, this thing that I've been taught was sin, like, isn't actually bad. So there's actually no reason for me to not do this thing. But
in fact, all the research says it's good.
Yeah. So, like, all right,
if you're queer, be queer. Like, that's all the research says. That is best for your survival and your flourishing.
Yeah, so it's like yes and no. Some people leave the faith because they want to sin, but it's not that they want to sin. It's that they want to do a thing that Christianity is telling them is a sin, but it's actually not bad. So like, all right. So and also the sad thing about a lot of this is it's not even the person like will go through the thing, whether it's like living their life as queer or just masturbating or whatever the fuck it is. Or drinking, depending on your denomination. It's not so much, a lot of times, unfortunately, it's not so much these people start doing these things like, oh, I'm going to leave Christianity so I can do this. It's they just start living their lives that way. And other Christians tell them, oh, you're not a Christian anymore. And they basically just kick them out. So like, that's also the way a lot of this goes. Brian, you going to talk about that too?
And the way he's putting it is it's kind of like, this is the point when people realize, he wouldn't say it. This is the point where they decide they're going to deconstruct. The way he frames it is they're like, this is something I want to do. I'm not allowed, so I'm going to find all the holes in this so I can get out. Like that. That's not how that goes.
Right. Yeah,
I mean,
because
maybe if somebody's a complete asshole, it's hypothetically possible, but I haven't heard of anybody doing that. Like if you're just like a complete, if you're just like really just vindictive by nature, and all of a sudden God's on your vindictive list.
Right. All right, but real quick. So I'm switching to my second drink, but because I'm trying to pace myself tonight, because my next one's a big one. This is a non-alcoholic. So this is the Go Brewery Sunshine State Tropical IPA with peach and mango. So it doesn't really taste all that much like a beer, but it just tastes good, and I enjoy it. So go do it. So this is my little hydration break before I get to the big one later, because I'm gonna fucking need it. But with this whole like they just want a sin thing, another way this gets framed by a lot of Christians, again, more in the context of just deconversion in general, and not necessarily with deconstruction, is they'll just say people just leave the faith altogether because they want to sin. Because they'll say, I remember Frank Turek in one of his like on college like debating and like interviewing students, whatever it was.
Is that what he calls it?
But no, that's just the word that came out. That's not, to be fair. That just Q&As, whatever. And there was someone asking him about this whole thing. Yeah, my friend deconverted, and so he basically brought up this point, like if you pay attention to the way people who leave the faith, like how they live their lives, he's basically saying like, oh, I bet like as soon as they deconverted, they started doing something that Christianity considers a sin, right? And they're like, oh yeah, they did. It's like, oh, see, there they go. That's why they left. Well, it's like, okay, yeah.
Why would you still live according to the old rules if that's not your thing anymore?
It's like, yeah, no, duh. What? Well, like anytime someone leaves a group that has strict rules and they're no longer part of that group, guess what? They're no longer going to abide by those strict rules. Like Frank, would you say the same thing about someone who leaves Islam and then starts eating bacon? Like, oh, that's the only reason they left. That wasn't legit. Like, no, you would love that for them. Yeah.
So Melly said earlier, he won't say people leave Christianity to sin, but just a few minutes before he was talking about Christians not being perfect because they're sinners. Yeah. Like you don't have to leave Christianity to be a hypocrite.
Yeah. Or as I think as Aaron Ross says, it's like, no, like if you want to sin, like stay a Christian, then you get forgiven for all of it. It's like, because again, like if someone,
Well, as long as you repent.
Right. Well, but of course, and they'll take care of that. But also think about how ridiculous this sounds. Like if someone is leaving their faith literally just because they want to sin, like it has nothing to do with them actually becoming unconvinced that any of this is actually true. It has nothing about them no longer believing that God exists, about them no longer believing that sin is a thing, or no longer believing that hell is going to be a punishment for them. It's like, no, I just want to sin. But it's almost like they're saying like people still believe in all that stuff, but they just want to sin. So they're just not going to call themselves a Christian anymore. Like how fucking stupid do you think they are? It's like that they think they can somehow escape all that judgment that they apparently still believe in because they haven't that it wasn't about that they don't believe the stuff anymore. It's that they just want to sin. Like,
did you ever think that?
But did I ever think what?
When people left the faith, they just wanted to sin?
I don't remember really.
I don't.
That thought, but
the thing that comes to mind when I try to remember if I did was there was a guy who was part of the Christian fraternity, one of the founding members. And when he left the faith, he ended up having orgies up the street, like a few doors down, in a Frank Gehry house.
I don't know what that is, but
is that what that Smurf house was? A few doors up from the fraternity house. They had like the curvy roof. Was that a Frank Gehry or somebody else?
I don't remember there being a Smurf house a few doors up from the fraternity.
It had all the curvy roof and the curvy shingles, and it was like, so I called it the Smurf house because at the top, the roof looked like a wooden shingle mushroom top.
I remember the house you're talking about. I just remember it being a completely different spot. But anyway.
Okay. Well,
irrelevant.
I remember thinking, if orgies were an option on a regular basis, I mean, I kind of see the appeal. This is while I was a Christian.
Right.
We tried to pee on his car that he left abandoned in the parking lot, which, I mean, why wouldn't you? Like, if you're, like, high all the time and having orgies, like, I wouldn't use my car. We tried to pee on it from the roof of the fraternity house over and over again. We were sober. It was a dry fraternity.
Yeah. Oh, the stories I have about living in that house. I was never part of the fraternity, but I did live at the house just because it was cheaper, and I had friends there. But
I was part of it.
Yeah.
I was quickly a problem for them.
Good times.
And I did have my ex-wife before we were engaged. She did sleep over there, even though we weren't supposed to. I had a loft ladder because I had like a loft bed, and I lowered it out the window so she could go home in the morning because I was on the first floor. They got mad because I closed the door when I had her in there, but my room was off the living room, and it was always loud in there.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You closed the door all the way," and I said, "Shut the fuck up! Like, we can't hear each other talking here." Anyway.
Yeah, I remember that room. But all right. So yeah, people leaving just because they want to sin, even though that's such a bullshit
bacon
explanation.
Sins, as Ember mentioned earlier.
Yes. Once you actually put some thought into it, that makes no fucking sense that people would do that. But anyway.
I don't know. Bacon's pretty good.
For those who deconstruct, that's the one I call I don't like my life, or my life isn't working. This is by folks who, again, we don't.
Never mind. Let it go for a minute.
Well, I was going to say which is weird that like people's lives in Christianity wouldn't work, and why that would be a problem. It's like, why would people think that's a problem? Could it be because of like churches like theirs who keep telling people, oh, once you come to Jesus, he like fixes all the things in your life and your life's great. And like they literally have a couple coming on later to tell them like how much better their life became like after Jesus and all this stuff. Like, so like they keep telling all these people like, okay, once you accept Jesus and you become part of this faith, like so many things in your life are going to be so much better. But then when people say, oh, hey, I've been a Christian for a while, but things aren't better. Are you sure this is real? It's like, oh, you're just, yeah, he'll get to that.
Kip is calling for a fit check.
Fit check. I mean, the usual, like, I mean, as always, like this time of year, black hoodie and a t-shirt. Like people just wanting to read it. Like, I wore the shirt specifically tonight because this will come up later. Yes, happy atheist. I believe in life before death. Yeah. So,
Ember's joining James over on Facebook.
hey, how's it going, Ember? It's like you seem older now. Maybe it's because you're on Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm told that's for the olds, but at least that's what my kids tell me. But they're teenagers. What do they know? Anyway,
Tell
so
them Instagram is Facebook too.
they are both on that. But yeah.
So what is he talking about now? I forgot what he was talking about. Life's not working. Isn't that literally the promise?
Yeah.
Of Jesus, like your life will it's life as intended. It's life to the fullest.
Yeah.
Sounds like life working. It doesn't mean that like your life. It doesn't mean prosperity gospel, but like
no.
Doesn't it mean peace and comfort in the midst of that?
Yeah. I mean, it should mean like when you commit your life to Jesus, then he's going to be there for you. And like
you function well in the midst of that.
Yeah. Or at least like when you are having doubts, he's going to be there to reassure you by, actually showing the fuck up or something. But can't do that. Can't expect that, even though that's literally what Jesus did by coming to earth. But
yeah, you can't expect that, even though that's the promise and he said so.
Right. But hey, it's all right, Ember. You're back. You're not on Facebook, so you look younger now. So that
YouTube's going to become the new olds.
Hey, but we're not there yet.
No.
Shut up.
So many of the youngsters don't know why it's called tube.
Yeah, I was thinking
used to be called.
Yeah, I was thinking about this a while ago.
They just think it's a dumb name.
Yeah, but I was thinking about this a while ago. Just the name YouTube. Like, if you don't have that in mind with the tube, it's like it just sounds like a tube of you.
Yeah,
and I just sat with that for a bit and made some faces, and it was
the YouTube.
Yeah, or I saw a meme online where someone they said a kid found a floppy disk, the little 3x5,
yeah,
or 3.5 inch floppies, and they said, "Oh, look, someone 3D printed the save icon." I'm like, because that is still the save icon on pretty much everything, but nobody knows what that means. Or the fact that, that we say hang up the phone, those kids have no idea what that means.
Yeah, you used to go in a cradle.
Yeah.
Or it would be before that, you literally used to hang it on a hook on the wall.
Yeah, it was on the wall. You literally had to hang it up. Yeah. Anyway, so all right. I'm feeling old enough. Let's keep. At least Brian's older than me. I can.
Yeah. He's looking old enough for both of us.
For those who deconstruct, that's the one I call I don't like my life, or my life isn't working. This is by folks who, again, I believe it's the best of hearts and best of intentions that people deconstruct and people walk away from beliefs and walk away from their faith. I really don't think that anyone has a vendetta to be angry at God and a vendetta.
Okay, I'm glad he at least said that. Again, I'm going to try to give him credit where I can, because that is another common trope with Christians saying people leave the faith or deconstruct because they're just angry at God, or they become the best one, become atheists because they're angry at God. It's what? Anyway, if I was angry at God, I wouldn't be an atheist. But but at least he's saying that. But I don't know how he can say, I don't believe they have bad intentions, literally coming off of saying people leave the faith because they just want to sin. And he's like, oh, but they don't leave because of bad intentions. Pick one, Brian.
Well, that's why they that's his out for people who want to be in a gay or queer relationship, and he calls that just wanting to sin, so that's why they left. And it's no, they probably would have preferred to stay Christians, but wherever they were, that was not okay. They were going to be second class parishioners, or just not welcome. Oh yeah, correct.
Yeah,
but they outsourced that legitimate gripe to God. You're like, you could say you wronged me. Oh, so you're saying God wronged you? No, literally not what I said.
oh, but it wasn't. But you shouldn't blame God. It wasn't God. It was people. And it's like, yeah, I know you. It's like, why are you angry at God?
No, the devil made me do it. You can't expect me not to be a hypocrite. I was like,
Whoa.
there's always an out.
Whoa.
What's this?
So Spooky will be 63 later this year, and you were born in 63. What? Man,
That's nuts.
I'm going to have to wait a few 40 more years because I'm actually about to have a birthday, but it's not. I was born in 83.
When's
so
yours?
It's this Monday, I think. Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
We should do something.
Oh yeah.
You want
Probably
to
the
get drunk
next
like we're
weekend.
younger?
Yes, but not till the next weekend. Because this coming weekend I have plans like involving the kids. So
Well, we could go to Hofbrau House and be obnoxious.
ooh.
Get him to kick
Do
us
they
out.
Do they let you do that anymore? Yeah. Anyway. All right. Wow, we're over 10 minutes through, and we haven't even been going for 2 hours. Man.
Well, you know, the
1.25
substance just isn't there.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, as I was watching this, like, there's so much of like what he was saying that like I want to like react to, but like so often, like I'm having a hard time really just like understanding what he's saying or what point he's actually making, or. But
well, if it's
yeah,
any
it's all right.
consolation, I don't think he's thought it through very much either.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure he spent a lot of time on it. That doesn't mean he thought through it a lot.
Yeah. Plus, I also think because
Or
one
deeply.
of the things I've right is another thing I've noticed, and this is not a complaint at all, but one of the things I noticed that really kind of made our episodes go longer was like actually having people in the chat. Like it was basically to the point where like for the longest time, like literally like we could put every comment up on screen and interact with it because there were so few of them. But but then there started getting more, but I still felt like, oh, I need to interact, still need to interact with all of them. But now we're got to the point where I think it's almost kind of like looped back around on itself where we're having so many that I can't possibly interact with all of them, which like, it's amazing. And I love that you're all are in there and I kind of feel bad that I can't interact, but it's one of those like nice problems to have, but I will interact with this. Thank you.
We are,
Like
we are, at least I think both of us are probably reading all the comments. So it's like in
Well,
our head while we're talking.
Yeah, well, I'm actually not. Sorry.
Oh, damn.
But you are, so that's good. See, Matt loves you more than I do, I guess. But
Either that or I need distractions.
oh yeah, that could be as well.
That's
Okay.
how I stay on. That's how I stay focused. I need distractions to stay focused.
Yep, that actually does make sense.
Data to make other people doubt. I just think this is the sort of background software that's happening that we don't pick up on. And for many of us, we've grown up with a belief that if we did all the right things,
Yeah, but again, he said like the backwards stuff. This is stuff we don't pick up on. Again, he's trying to put in this thing like people aren't actually going to express what's really going on when they're deconstructing. So he's basically priming people not to trust people. Essentially, is what all that shit.
Oh, yeah. But
So he's
also,
like,
I think
they
Brian has a
did
harder
this.
time.
Yeah.
I think Brian has a harder time understanding people than a lot of people. So
Yeah.
and he might not be picking up on certain things people are doing with nonverbal or things you can pick up by context clues. He is kind of your stereotypical man. Like you have to tell him directly something. He doesn't exactly pick up on it.
Yeah.
I think in a lot of ways he doesn't get people also. Like the more different you are from him, I think he has a harder time understanding you.
Yeah. Yeah. Which makes sense. But yeah, it's just, yeah, like every time he would say something that like people won't say this, or this is the things that are going on in the background that they won't like say or whatever. Like, dude, like again, like this sermon about like why are like at least it's part of it about like why people are deconstructing. Like this shouldn't have even been a sermon. It should be if you want to know why people are deconstructing, fucking ask them. Don't listen to this jackass.
Yeah, you know what would have made an awesome series? It is like 4 weeks of of a talk as informed by conversations with people who are deconstructing. And maybe most of the talk isn't a talk. It's like a back and forth on stage between pastor staff and people who are deconstructing. Like that would have been groundbreaking and amazing. It would have been viral online. Like nobody was doing that. Nobody. I don't think I've seen anybody do it even since. Like,
yeah, they could have talked to me. I would love, like, if anyone from Crossroads is watching now, if you want to redo this series, talk to me. I promise I'll be nicer than I've been here. But yeah, I would love to do it.
and
Matt, would you like to do it as well, or
what's that?
Would you be willing to volunteer to be their guest as well, or that's something you?
Yeah, I remember asking a couple of years ago, or when this came out, like 4 years ago, like, you want to volunteer to be be their resident atheist? And we were both like, no. I mean, like, I really liked that idea, but no.
Yeah, I mean, if they really wanted me to, I'd do it. But I mean, I don't anticipate that they would. But yeah, but again, like I said, this series should have been, either live or just recorded, whatever, interviews with people explaining why they deconstructed, or if they really wanted to make it like more like substantial messages, like go through the things like, okay, here's the things that people are telling us they're deconstructing about. Let's look at these things. Let's examine these things for ourselves and figure out what we think of them. Like that would have been a great way to do this. But no, this entire series has just been, in a way, fear-mongering about deconstruction, like trying to show this is why you should be scared of it. Oh, and
also
they're really going to lay that on thick here in a few minutes about like just really amping up the whole like scary vibe around it in a way that ended up actually being fucking hilarious. But can't wait to get to that. But yeah, with the whole like telling us why people are deconstructing and how we should feel about it and all this stuff. Like, yeah, it's just everything about this entire series is just wrong. Just like factually, thematically, the way they're going about it, it's just all every kind of wrong. So but I'm glad our chat's having a nice conversation about old timey phones, like keeping it light. I appreciate
the rotary
that.
phone was that was a pleasant experience, especially like the old ones where you really had to like crank it around. There was something like real satisfying about just like making out a phone call. Also,
all right, well,
it's nuts that we've gone from rotary phones to AI in my lifetime.
Also, real quick, I'll be right back. So
okay.
Keep chatting with the chat about phones. But
all right. I did like the old phones where it was the push button and it would click the number of times that was on the button. That was nice. That was always a nice surprise when you're at somebody's house when they had like a line that could only handle like the rotary stuff. Did anybody else think you were super cool when you got the extension for the corded phone, so you could like be like 20 feet away and still on the phone? I remember thinking that was a huge deal. And then teenagers would like go in the kitchen closet to be on the phone for privacy. But then when you got the cordless phone, that was nuts. There was the telescoping metal antenna on the phone at first, and then sometimes you got like the plastic antenna that would like you could click it down into the phone or pull it out. That was a satisfying click also.
Indeed. Yes. I also remember having the phones or
it had cordless.
The antenna, like it didn't like telescope or anything, but it would just like screw on and off. And I just remember that would be a thing I would fidget with. I would just like, let's remove the antenna and put it back and remove it. It's like, taking apart a pen or something. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a cell phone that had it wasn't a telescoping antenna. It was like one of those wire antennas you could pull out further. It looked dorky as hell, but you got great reception.
Oh yeah, back in the day, man.
And then the Razr phone, still one of the best phone designs ever.
Yeah,
like appearance, how you could just like flick it open real easy.
Yeah, so I never had a Razr, but I did have a Motorola that was essentially like just kind of a more compact version of it. Okay. But like a lot of the buttons on it looked similar, like just the general shape of it was. But yeah, that was a good little phone.
Super comfortable in your pocket. And then that Nokia indestructible one, it's one of the most well-designed things humanity's ever made.
Right. Yeah, man. All right. Well, speaking of well-designed things that people made, here's not that. So,
If we kept all the morals, if we did all the spiritual disciplines, then we would have a life that we wanted. And now we get to an age we say, I don't like my life. I don't like the choice I've had to get me here. I don't feel like I've had the appropriate financial breaks that somebody should have had who kept their nose clean morally and spiritually like I have.
almost like a certain church would like keep telling people they would have if they like stayed faithful and kept doing what God wanted them to do, especially with their money. He was just gonna keep blessing them with shit. Like, oh, and then
he was on an actual like good topic, and then he started to confuse it with prosperity gospel right there. It's like, yeah, if you do all the things that says that you'll have the Jesus life after, and you don't. But instead of finishing that thought, he was like, in prosperity gospel, and you don't have the things you thought you were supposed to have financially. It's like, no, wait. You were onto something.
Yeah.
You did a bait and switch.
Yeah, because I wonder where people get this idea that them living the way they're supposed to live is supposed to lead to like good things happening, because what happens every time someone in the church like has some kind of like financial windfall, or they get a new job, or they get this new great relationship, or they get married. Like anytime something great happens in the life of a Christian, what are they told? Oh, that's God blessing you. It's because you've been so faithful with whatever that God is blessing you with this awesome thing. So I don't know where people would get the idea that obeying God was supposed to lead to blessings in their life and good things happening.
Yeah.
So
it's not cause and effect, it's blessings.
Oh, hey, we finally got another commenter from Twitch, but I'm not sure it's not a bot. I mean, I'm Potato 487. Jesus is king. Cool.
Also, read the room.
Yeah. But welcome. Well, I guess he can't because he's on Twitch or stream. Sorry.
Okay. Welcome. You might be disappointed.
Yeah. This is not that, but we're glad you're here.
Yeah, but hang around.
Yeah. Sorry, because if you're on Twitch, you're probably the only person in the room. So apologies.
Yes,
if you want to hop
call.
over on YouTube, yeah, we're having fun over on YouTube as well. But
yeah, it would be nice if all the different platform comments would interlink, but they don't.
Yeah. But hey.
Yeah, welcome. Believers are welcome here too. We don't piss on anybody exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we won't intentionally make it uncomfortable for believers here, but we're just warning you that might happen. But
as long as you don't take yourself too seriously.
Oh yeah.
We will take you seriously.
Yes. Indeed. All right. Here we go.
I'm not seeing traction. I'm not getting married. I thought I would get married. I thought I'd have kids, or I thought I'd have kids that were healthy, or I thought this, and we just don't like our life. And so when we look at our life, we think, I thought I was living the way God wanted me to do it, and this is an awful life. So obviously the things that God was supposed to do for me, He hasn't done for me. He hasn't held up my end of the bargain or His end of the bargain. Therefore, I'm going to deconstruct my faith. Now, Jesus.
But again, like, okay, that's a reason like a lot of people like deconvert, but like again, deconstruction at least doesn't. Again, he's only presenting 4 different scenarios, but they're completely leaving out which was probably like in my experience one of the biggest reasons. Like it's not because something bad happened in someone's life, though that can lead to people deconstructing for sure. It's mostly just coming across new information and realizing, oh, that makes more sense than what I thought I believed. Maybe I need to reconsider. Like, well, if that thing's not true, what else might not be true? So it's like, so at least that's what it was for me. It's like nothing necessarily like happened. It's just more like I heard different information and started reconsidering things. But that's not one of the big reasons they talk about here. So
what did he just mention? I forgot.
Yeah. That happens.
And this is an awful life. So obviously the things.
Oh,
that God was supposed to do for me. He hasn't done for me.
You can pause it. He's talking about material conditions, and I understand like that being a valid criticism. Like even when I was a believer, I was like, yeah, okay, you can't like positive material conditions aren't guaranteed. That makes sense, but like I should probably be okay going through it, right? Like internally, functionally. I mean, like it shouldn't completely wreck me. I'm not saying I won't be sad or depressed or angry or whatever at what's so I'm going through hard times, but like somebody probably shouldn't want to off themselves, during a really hard time, or like they're going through a divorce like I was one time, and you're wondering like, why is this happening? And why am I having such like a devastated time with it? I thought I had Jesus, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Which again, when they paint the picture of whenever anything good happens in your life, oh, that's God being with you. That's a sign. That's how you know it's all real. So, but then of course, when someone is not experiencing those things, they're going to think, oh, maybe God's not with me. But now he's saying, oh, that's ridiculous or whatever. But I'm sorry, I was distracted by this. I did not see the context, but
it was a 2-hole outhouse somebody had.
Oh, but it's funnier without the context.
But it's also funny with it, because it made me
think, also true. Yeah.
Like I had, okay, I don't know where I was, but they used to have, you go to those historical places and they would have those little wooden kits that you could build. Well, one of them was an outhouse. It was a 2-hole outhouse. And I just thought, hey, that's neat. 2 holes. Never seen a 2-hole outhouse. Never wondered or considered that you're sitting cheek to cheek with like some member of your family.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, at that point, like, couldn't you just shit in the creek? Like, is it that much warmer in the outhouse? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either. No, well.
But if you've got a second butt on that second hole, you're not getting that gust of air that comes up for that like pressure differential when your poop goes down. Some air has to come up out of the hole, right? So you're not getting that whiff of that column down to just the disgusting hell that lies beneath.
Sounds like we need to do. Has someone done some scientific research on that? That seems.
I would take a pot lid to the outhouse if it was me, and be like, I'm not getting a puff of fresh hell.
Anyway, speaking of fresh hell,
I held up my end of the bargain or his end of the bargain. Therefore, I'm going to deconstruct my faith. Now, Jesus had an interaction once with somebody who was deconstructing his beliefs, or at least he was open to deconstructing his beliefs, and he had a little.
At least he was open to it. All right. So again, look,
is that clear in the text?
All right. So again, before people who know the Bibles, if there is anyone that Jesus interacted with in the Gospels, and I'll even give you a closer. This is from the Gospel of John. Who do you think Jesus interacted with in the Gospel of John that was deconstructing? And that was like the basis for this interaction.
Your answer is wrong.
Yeah, but I want to see if anyone has a guess. So like put in the chat. I'll give you a few more seconds here. Who did Jesus talk to in the Gospel of John who was deconstructing, or was at least open to deconstructing? Seriously, who does anyone think this is? I would love to know.
God, it's super weird that this church is, and for I Am Potato, this is our old church that we were in for like years, like substantially in.
Yes.
And I lost my train of thought. Fuck. What was I saying?
Right, I don't know. We were talking to the potato fellow.
Oh, it's weird how not for a fundamentalist light church. It's weird how not fundamentalist they were about the Bible. Like they would adapt any old story to fit the sermon, and it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So we have a couple guesses. Thomas. Ooh, good guess. Good guess. But no. P. Diddy.
That would make more sense. P. Diddy. Not in my Bible.
Well, I think he only shows up in the Ethiopian Coptic Bible or something.
The New American Standard.
The Message version, perhaps.
Give him time.
All right. Oh God. All right. So Jesus. So the person who was talking with Jesus, who was at least considering deconstructing, if he wasn't doing it already, was
bit of a challenge with it. I'm going to read it for you from it comes the book of John, chapter 3, verse 1 and following. It says this. Now there's a man of the Pharisees named Nicodemus, the ruler of the Jews.
Who had Nicodemus? Anyone? All right.
Nope.
So
I remember being so confused that I didn't even absorb this first part of his story that he.
Yeah, and then the music that comes in later doesn't help either.
Yeah, it's not that the music earlier made a lot of sense.
Yeah, which they've been inconsistent with the music. Like they'll bring it in and it'll play for a while, but then it'll just stop and then just come back later. And boy, does it come back later with a vengeance.
Sometimes it would fade out. No, usually it would fade in, but it would just like cut right out. Like it would just abruptly stop.
Mm-hmm. So
this man came to Jesus by night and said to him, Rabbi, we know that you are a teacher come from God, for no one can do the signs that you do unless God is with him. And Jesus answered him. Well, actually, before I tell you what Jesus said to him, Nicodemus.
So he forgot about, like, there's a joke he's leading up to here. He forgot.
Oh, nice. Oh,
yeah.
Is it a joke?
Let's find out.
Very well-known Jewish leader, teacher, ruler. And he comes to him at night, probably because he wants to make sure he's not seen, because it could be seen like he's questioning his faith or opening himself to ideas that other people think he shouldn't be open to.
Or
people might think he's
Jewish,
doing the deacon.
and he doesn't want people to see him with the renegade rabbi.
Right.
Which makes more sense.
Yeah, because then there probably are some legit reasons why he was wanting to like keep on the down low with all this, but he's like, oh, it was probably because he was deconstructing, right?
Or maybe he's out cruising for dudes. Who knows?
They are trying so hard and like stretching this any way they can to make this relevant, but it's yeah.
So Nicodemus comes at night. This is the beginning of Nick at Night. It's Nick at Night. Get it? Nick at Night.
He makes dad jokes look good.
See, I think that's the part. It's like, oh crap! When he's like, oh wait, hold on, like oh crap! I went past the part without saying the joke. I gotta, yeah. So that was worth it.
There's a lot of people at this church who find that endearing. I think I used to.
Yeah, but partially because
we might have been in a cult.
I thought I. Yeah.
And here's what Jesus says to him, verse 3. Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus said to him, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus says to Nicodemus, you have to start all over. You have to be born again. This
is that deconstructing though, or is that just like a dude who finds this other dude confusing? He's like, hey, the fuck?
This thing you said was so confusing, yet it's sticking with me. Make it stop.
Speaking of making it stop, like, so is this the part where the music gets like hilariously?
Not quite yet. It leads into it more slowly. It feels
is
more
a
like
very crazy phrase that a lot of people in America get very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah. He's talking about like people in America being uncomfortable at something. Like, oh, there's a face.
That's America being uncomfortable at something.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable about this.
This is a very crazy phrase that a lot of people in America get very, very uncomfortable with.
Oh, born again.
I'm not sure why we get uncomfortable with it, but we get very comfortable with it. Maybe it's because there's a bunch of weird people who used to talk about being born again. Maybe that's one of the reasons why we're uncomfortable about it. Maybe we're uncomfortable about the phrase born again for the same reason that Nicodemus is, because Nicodemus, when he hears that, he hears you have to start all over again. All over again. All the things that you've learned, all the things that you've done, all these things that are important, they're fine. You have to start all over again. Be born.
So is being born again, is that deconstructing? Because that's the way he's describing being born again sounds a lot more like deconstructing than what he's saying Nicodemus is doing.
Right. I did not understand this part. There was not enough lead-in for me to know what he was talking about with being born again here. I was like, wait, aren't people that you're talking to who are afraid of deconstructing, aren't they already believers? Like, telling them to be born again? Are you saying they were never born again in the first place? Well, it was really unclear what he was trying to get across so far.
Yeah. So it's like for some reason they just really wanted to use this Bible story, but we're trying to find some way to make it fit with the theme of deconstruction. So it's like they're just like throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks kind of thing.
It would have been easier to use a different one.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, throwing all this stuff at the wall and see what sticks, and none of it did.
Dude, it's like, this reminds me of when I'm in somebody's house, including our house, where somebody has done like a home repair or a maintenance thing in the past, and the way they did it was actually harder and took more time than doing it right and has caused more problems. And I'm like, Now, I've done this. The first big wallpaper job I did, I still feel really bad about this. The wallpaper overlapped at the edge. It was like a half-inch overlap. What you're supposed to do when the wallpaper instructions say that is you're supposed to go back and trim down the middle of it after about 30 minutes and pull out the extra bits, and it's supposed to match up exactly right. But that wasn't in the instructions. And so I did this person's first floor up their stairs, and it was like a vaulted ceiling up to. I did a lot of wallpaper, not quite the right way. I also didn't use primer first, so potentially when anybody pulls that off in the future, they're going to pull off a layer of paint with it. And now they weren't the nicest people, so I don't feel terrible. Also, I'm pretty sure they forgot my name while I was working there. So, like, that's what this reminds me of.
So,
like, you could have done it the right way.
Yep.
And easier.
All right, so I guess it's still technically my second beer because that second drink was not really beer. But yeah, so my second actual beer, back to the good old Arrogant Bastard Ale.
Ooh, nice.
Because this episode really put me in the mood for this. So
I might need to go grab a third and also utilize the utility sink. Now it's your turn to vamp for time.
All right, let's see what is going on in the chat here. Like, what did I miss? All right, now yes, Spooky reminding us how old he is. Noted. See, a lot more conversation about like rotary phones and flip phones than I was ever expecting. So, okay. So, Melly says here, this is what happened to my mom. We both deconstructed our mainstream Protestant faith at the same time. I became an agnostic atheist while she became a biblical literalist, born again evangelical. Interesting. So, So it sounds like if your mom deconstructed, it sounds like she just wanted to sin. And yeah, was any of the reasons that Brian is talking about here apply? Was she thought her faith was too complicated, so she wanted to be more fundamentalist about it? Is that that makes no damn sense. So yeah. All right, but Matt's back. What do we got? We did the old empty and refill there.
Yeah. Does anybody else have a concrete utility sink? That's a thing in this part of town.
I have before, but not currently.
They're like 300 pounds if you try to move them. Back with my 2-hearted IPA did empty in the sink. Apparently, certain people in chat love that.
Yeah, it's all pipes.
It's all pipes.
Yeah. All right. So
I was thinking about something while I was peeing. I forgot it already.
I don't know what this is for, but I'm just talking about your mom, or for Matt peeing in a sink, or for concrete sinks being so damn heavy.
Well, you know what?
Or blaming Obama for Kip dozing off.
Well, I assumed you had. Also, you're welcome for the things we said while you were sleeping in your ear. You really trust us to like reprogram you like that?
I don't know how I feel about that.
I know I do.
How you should feel about that.
In the United States, in regards to the real Melly's comment about Obama's to blame, I do think a lot of what's happening right now in the United States is retribution for what conservatives thought Obama was doing.
Yeah.
When in actuality, Obama was big time establishment, and
in
a lot of ways was on their side.
Right. Yeah.
Anywho.
Yeah, but speaking of political parties stuff, Ember actually had a great stream earlier today with Lil about politics and how, like, what really is a conservative? Who was the last president we had that actually was conservative?
I caught like the last half hour of that.
Yeah.
Neoliberalism is for the birds.
Mm-hmm. So
it's like neo lies.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what we're blaming Obama for now. I'll still use that joke with my kids, even though like they really have no idea. I'll just go, thanks, Obama.
Was that
for the random stuff?
Tommy, you remember when we were listening to Rush Limbaugh at the time? Yes, we'd used to do that. And there was what was his pastor's name that we were all ate up about?
Something Wright.
Yeah.
Yeah. Reverend Wright. Yeah.
Reverend Wright. Yeah. And
America's chickens coming home to roost. And
right.
US KKKA. So which, I mean, the man had a point.
Yeah, he was a little dramatic at times, inflammatory on purpose, but he wasn't wrong.
Yeah. So I'll allow it. Not that he needs me to, but
then Obama didn't govern from that mindset at all. So
yeah. So all right. Oh yes. But let's listen to the mood that the music is trying to set here. Because again, we're supposed to be scared. And I think that's kind of what the music is trying to do here. So
Born again. Many people have a hard time coming into the faith and embracing God because it would mean something new for my life I'm not ready to do. I'm okay to...
Right, because that's why people deconstruct, because they don't want something new. I
understand. No, there was something new coming. It was the not Christian new. And yeah, that's why deconstruction was so painful for a lot of people, is because like we didn't want it to happen, yet it was happening. And
yeah, but like that's what deconstruction is, all the new things. And it looks like Brian's trying a new thing here.
Yeah, he's just mad he didn't have a dick in his mouth.
Yeah. There it is.
I had that lined up for somebody. I've had it lined up for a couple weeks. the insult, more of an observation. You're just mad you don't have a dick in your mouth.
And here the opportunity has presented itself, and you took it. It's like a sign. Like, see, this was spirit ordained. Like, you can't tell me this was an accident.
Please, somebody say that to an ICE agent on camera. I want to
say what now?
You're just mad you don't have a dick in your mouth. Because
please, yeah.
Please. So many of them are so thin-skinned. Like they get riled up, like when they're like sarcastic to somebody, and then the agent is like, "Have a nice day," and they're like, "Hope you have a bad day." Back at them, and they're like, "Good," but it's clear they're affected by it.
Yeah. It's fun to watch sometimes.
Eliminate things from my life. I'm okay to, take down things from my life, tear things from my life, but to add something to my life, that would be really difficult.
Because again, people, I get the idea here is like people who deconstruct or deconvert just don't end up rebuilding anything. Like, I mean, this is part of the reason, like, I wore this shirt. Like, it's because, like, since becoming an atheist, like, I've discovered all kinds of other great things to make my life about and build upon. And, like, that's basically what my life has been for the past 4 years or so, is all kinds of new things. Like, some good things, some bad things. But, yeah, but it's yeah, my life has just been new things one after the other ever since. So like this whole idea is like, I'm just tired of new things. So I'm like,
No, it's more like embracing something new because you have no choice.
mm-hmm.
And sometimes like begging for something better in your perspective at the time. Like,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure.
noticing a lot of like old ways of looking at things aren't working anymore. Or like in my case, it was, I felt like I was getting closer and closer to God, and people were telling me, like people I looked up to, like in the man camp sphere and in the prayer tent group. It was like they're like the special forces of prayer at the church. It was weird. And people I looked up to who like outranked me kind of in the organization, they were like, yeah, you're like really kind of like a mentor to me. And I'm like, the fuck? And they're telling me this while I'm starting deconstruction. And I'll say something that's like an offshoot of my deconstruction. I'm like, oh man, that really helps me get closer to God. And I'm thinking, yeah, for now. Just wait.
The Mambo Camposphere. Yes. But yes,
No.
Interestingly enough, yeah, that is interesting. Like, not a Trinitarian because you can't see it within the Bible. Fair. Yeah. That's good observation on her part, I suppose. But also good observation, Kip. Yes, that church, a lot of bare concrete. At least they used to when we went there. But I know they
but not because this is a set that he's on. This is like the online recording set.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a lot of like varnished metal and exposed concrete in like the atrium area.
Oh yeah.
Because they want to make it look like a church, so it looks more like a underground shopping mall. And by underground, I mean like not like under the ground. I mean like it's like a secret shopping mall.
Yeah, like kind of edgy.
Yeah,
you know, that whole vibe. Yeah.
The church service is very dark. The congregation sits in the dark, and only the stage is lit.
Yeah.
It's a unique animal. There should be a study done.
Which again, like and they've explained why they do that, and like in the context of being a church, I actually think that's kind of cool. Like the reason they do that is because
it's great for introverts.
With it being such a big place, especially like if you're new or you don't know anyone, like you don't want to feel like you're standing out or like everyone's looking at you. It's like, so basically, if you want to just sit there in anonymity for the service, like it's easier to do that because this like the auditorium's dark, so you can just kind of be there unnoticed if you don't want to be.
They also use light fog effects, which has a way of flattening out your perception. So when you look across the auditorium, you're not like, oh, a shit ton of people and they're far away. It just,
yeah.
So
again, we're going to try to give them credit where credit is due because
they're not sinister on purpose, like organizationally.
Yeah. Officially,
people not sure.
Yeah, it's true. It's also why the music, like during like the worship songs, they have it pretty loud. So if people want to sing out loud, but they're afraid, other people are going to hear me sing, you probably won't. Yeah. So sounds like it's.
You're not wrong. I did have out of body experiences there during worship, but that's just chemicals happening.
Yeah.
So the real Melly mentioned the Mano Camposphere. The Mano Camposphere. It also, you got to understand, like this happened like once a year, sometimes twice a year. Like a slow one was 1,000 attendees, not counting the volunteers. So it was quite a production.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was
normal would be like 15 to 1,800. Yeah. So, but yeah, it was a big to do. So, all right. But speaking of obnoxiously loud music, I hope we're getting up to that point soon. I need it.
It sneaks up on you.
Yeah.
What's the last thing new that you did? Most of us, we graduate college, or if you don't go to college, if it was high school.
It's that noise right there, like that really high. Like, it's so obnoxiously loud and not fitting with what's happening here. Like, the part of me wants to believe that whoever like added that in, like in editing, like did it on purpose because they were almost just like kind of like their version of like protesting the message or something. That's what I want to believe. But it just keeps happening. Like it'll just like pop in every now and then. And like when I was watching this earlier today, I think I watched through this like 4 times. Like every single time, this part had me cracking up.
It changes a bit. Eventually, it starts to develop kind of a voice, and to me, it started to sound like ghost whales.
Ghost whales, yeah. So let's hear that again.
It's turning into a horror film.
What's the last thing new that you did? Most of us, we graduate college, or if you don't go to college, if it was high school, most of us haven't tried anything new since then. We only did something new.
See, what came to my mind when hearing that, I was thinking cats. So I'm either thinking like
It's a cat noise in there.
Yeah, it's like to me, it's like that's like a sad cat having an existential crisis, like in a storm drain somewhere.
Yeah, this is existential crisis music.
But I'm also in,
which is weird to play. Sorry, you were on to something.
I was gonna say I was also just envisioning like someone there on set, like actually like playing the synthesizer, but just being obnoxiously loud, like whenever like Brian's trying to talk, he's just like like, hey, and Fox is here just in time.
Barrel roll. Kip mentioned this. Wait, that's not it. Kip said, I heard a lot of critiques about how these sorts of worship experiences damage his community. You're not wrong. They did have to push pretty hard for people to join community groups because it was very comfortable to come to the weekend service, not engage with people, think you did, and then not really have a community. Mm-hmm. But their whole thing was to be seeker friendly because they were a church for people who had given up on church, but not necessarily God.
Right.
And now it's a church for people who haven't given up on either, but don't want to be those fundamentalists.
Yeah. 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 It's like, yeah. Anyway, so, all right. So I just want to, let's see how gently this music kind of eases itself in, like just really captures the mood here.
Really difficult. What's the last thing new that you did? Most of us, we graduate college, or if you don't go to college, if it was high school, most of us haven't tried anything new since then. We only did something new before because we were forced to it. When's the last time you...
Because it's right when he's like, yeah, but did you consider it's your fault that you didn't try anything new? Did you? I mean, have you done anything new? You deconstructing people. Yeah. It's like suddenly it goes out of, whatever that noise is goes out of tune suddenly. It's like going this way and goes.
Yeah, like I swear, like I don't even remember what he's talking about at this point. Like as I was watching through like all those several times, like I didn't even really have much to say because the music was just so distracting / cracking me all the way the fuck up. So,
and then it just gets more. It's like just like a plaintive wail of a synthesizer.
So let us know, chat. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, sci-fi horror is a bold choice.
Yeah, so let us know, what do you think this is? And if this is like a whale or a cat, like what kind of existential crisis do you think this poor creature is having while making these noises?
It really does sound like somebody's on those sliders for the mixing. Like,
yeah. So, and also as I was watching this, BS, if you're interested, what I would love to see was just the raw video of this. Just every time that sound comes up, if you can just like animate like a crying cat or a ghost whale, or the image I had, like maybe mixing the cat with like the dude on a synthesizer. I'm thinking like a cat, but dressed up like some like 80s like synth wave band, like think you're like, you know, your Depeche Modes or whatever, just like, or I'm just thinking like just have a cat in like a suit with like the giant pointy shoulder pads, just like really slamming on that synthesizer.
But like have it float across the screen, and as it does it, it turns upside down. Where you're like,
So
it's this, but also not.
Yeah, so BS, if you're taking commissions on animations, let me know. And obviously, if it's something you would want to be paid for, I guess I can't. I don't know if I could. Depends on how much you would want for it. I don't know if I could afford it. But so maybe what we should do is here's what we'll do. I'll start a Patreon to get BS to animate something. So BS, if you want to donate to that Patreon, so I can afford to pay you. That works in my head. So
this is related. Do you remember when MTV had those MTV animation shit? Like after a certain time, such in a sewer. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, if you guys haven't
Victoria.
seen the guy playing saxophone in a giant pipe, and he's like letting the echo accompany him, watch it. People are awesome. It's uplifting.
Yeah. But back to this.
You got a new friendship with somebody who wasn't.
Let's try to focus on what Brian's actually saying here. Okay.
At work. When's the last time you had a new hobby? When's the last time you went to a new place for vacation? When's the last time you took on a new core discipline, a new core spiritual discipline? Very few of us do. And Nicodemus isn't sure that he wants to do this. So he plays along with the metaphor and says, how am I going to crawl back up inside of my mother's womb? How can I be reborn again? It's like, I can't get up inside my mom's birth canal and fit up.
How is anyone supposed to be focusing right now?
And why did he need to mime getting inside your mom's birth canal?
Yeah, let's...
The part no one
and
wants
Nicodemus
to
isn't sure that he
imagine.
wants
Why
to do
did
this.
he have to
So he
show
plays
us?
along with the metaphor and says, how am I going to crawl back up inside of my mother's womb? How can I be reborn again? It's like, I can't get up inside my mom's birth.
Also, how big is his mom's birth canal? He's doing it like it's like this foot wide pipe he's got to like get up into. And is he under his mom? Is she standing on bar stools? What's happening? None of this is advised.
Oh, it hurts. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh yes, MTV oddities. That's what B.S. Lewis's animation style kind of reminds me of. Or it was like artisanal animation.
Artisanal, yes.
That's where the Max animated series happened. That was a
well, hey,
great thing.
Yeah, we do it for you, Fox.
Look at his face.
Yes, it's body horror. Yes. So.
That's the appropriate face, though.
Yeah, which I mean, I can't take full credit because I mean, like, probably like 80% of like any freeze frame on this guy is gonna be pretty quality. At least, like
his
this
face
kind
does a lot of things.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
Which is why to somebody, I forget who it was earlier, who was talking about how he's always looking like 4 feet off to the side from us. Yeah, you don't want him looking right at you for very long. It gets uncomfortable.
Yeah. That's for true. All right. All right. Gonna try.
Yeah, I don't even know what he was
saying. Yeah, so let's see what we can pick up here. All right. Try to focus. Here we go.
Canal wouldn't fit up there right now. He's just recognizing, admitting that this is an uncomfortable flagrant. Here Jesus says. He says, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God.
The way it went into that like plaintive wail, like right when he makes eye contact with the camera, that was like a straight up X-Files shot.
So let's see if I back that up enough.
Again, it's like, I can't get up inside my mom's birth canal and fit up there right now. Yeah. He's just recognizing, admitting.
All right, I need to see that again. Oh, now we're
that was like Unsolved Mysteries, X-Files garbage.
Oh, I needed this. Oh, after all that bullshit, this
He's
is
got a
this is
raccoon in his
therapeutic.
rectum.
What?
That's the face of a guy with a raccoon in his rib. Dude.
Or he's trying to do it, or is it that, or he's trying to do an impression of a raccoon currently in a rectum.
Fox, he would think that's actually very funny.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's kind of his sense of humor.
Yeah, he would be like,
yeah,
he'd be like, yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah.
Inside my mom's birth canal wouldn't fit up there right now. He's just recognizing and admitting that this is an uncomfortable thing for him. Here's what Jesus says.
It's uncomfortable.
He says, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit.
It's timed so well. That was right at the punctuation.
I can't.
This wasn't that funny earlier when I was listening to it, but like I also wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't.
Oh, dude, this was
timing with all of it.
Yeah, for me, like every time, like it never got old. I would just, it's just it's like
it is awesome how you don't see that sound coming when it happens. It's a little avant-garde that way.
Yeah, because again, going back to like how much thought they put into this, like this is why part of me thinks like this had to be on purpose. It's like there is no way someone thought, no, this is the completely appropriate music to put with this. Like, it's so good. Like I said, after all the bullshit, and then don't worry, there'll be more bullshit later. But this was just such a nice break.
By the way, if I Am Potato is still here, it just solidifies that we need to develop merit badges, because not what I Am Potato was expecting, I'm sure, especially since dropped into the chat with Christ is King or whatever it was. And
yeah. Also, like, here's something I want to ask. Like, if you're still here, I Am Potato, like when people do that, when like a Christian or whatever will just like come into a chat on a show like this and just say Christ is King, like honestly, why? Like, what is that? What in your mind? Like, totally honest question. I want to know, like, what do you think that does?
Because it's
like, what's the
kind of
purpose?
comes across like virtue signaling. Yeah. But not that we hold it against you. It's just that that's how it. I mean, I don't. But that's just how it looks.
Yeah. Like I said, but I'd love to hear your perspective. Like, this is why I did that. Like, I would love to know, because I think people are interesting. And
Jesus was an ancient alien.
So. What? Your mom was an ancient alien?
No, not too ancient. Not ancient enough.
Yeah, just the right amount. No.
Tell you what, though, if you're autistic and your mom isn't, kind of seems like an alien.
Yep.
Can't confirm.
Yeah. I mean, I love my mom, and I know she loves me, but like so often, and I remember growing up as a kid, I'm just looking at her like, and she wouldn't be doing anything wrong, just basically being a normal, super extroverted person. I'd just be like, what are you doing?
Well, you can make sense anytime.
Love you, Mom. Not that you're watching, but
God, I hope not. Jesus.
Mom, this is not going to be good for your heart. Please don't. Anyway.
No, I don't want to bump into your mom again if she ever watches this. She'll probably hold it against me. No, she'll probably blame you.
No, she'd probably be quicker to blame you, I think. But
true. My mom would blame herself, but she's Catholic.
That tracks. All right.
By the way, she knows I do a podcast and has not tried. God damn it, that sound. Yeah, my mom is aware I do a podcast, but I've never like offered to have her watch it, and so she doesn't. And I think she figures it's best she doesn't.
Yeah, that's the same. Now here's a new theory. Yeah, see, because here's the thing: I've never seen Matt and an ancient alien in the room at the same room at the same time.
Come on, the ancient aliens are the same as the aliens. Also, that guy on Ancient Aliens with the fantastic hair, he's a former sports promoter. That was his claim to fame. That's how he got on the Ancient Aliens shit.
Wow. But speaking of his hair, I don't know if you saw it, like someone put together, because apparently when the show first started, like his hair wasn't that crazy, but it just kept like getting crazier like as the seasons went on.
Oh yeah, because
So somebody put like this whole somebody put this whole montage of these shots of like his hair like looking relatively normal and just keep getting higher and higher. And they say like, oh my God, he's just being slowly abducted. And that made me laugh, much like I'm laughing right now.
Here's my just example, real short. My thing with ancient aliens is that whenever they say ancient alien theorists agree or whatever they say, it's all bullshit.
As ancient alien theorists theorize or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of the ancient alien stuff, they're like primitive people couldn't do this. They were brown. Like that's a lot of it. That's what it feels like. It had to be aliens. And then there's also things where it's like, yeah, that's kind of messed up. Like, we don't know how that happened. The way some of the old, really super old stuff is carved in South America, where it's like even today with like a milling machine, it's unclear how we would do it that precisely.
Mm-hmm.
And then move it. But
but a couple things always keep in mind. One, just because white people couldn't do it doesn't mean it was aliens. And two,
I don't know why I said that about that. I guess I'm getting more at the things that were recorded in certain like indigenous histories where people came and did a thing that was kind of mind blowing.
Well, I wasn't saying you were saying that, but
no, but I kind of realized I was like falling into patterning after that and didn't want to. That wasn't what I was trying to do. What really gets my attention more is when people who have had kind of like a abduction experience or experiences or encounters with like craft or what looks like craft. There's a lot of ancient stuff that was recorded that is very similar. And I'm just not just talking about drawings, people like circles around their head. Oh, it's an alien with a space helmet. More like descriptions of abductions or encounters, and like modern people are saying the same thing. And then there's like facts to back it up. It's like I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, it's a thing for sure. But but the other thing that like comes to mind, like in conversations, whether it's what you're talking about or things like the pyramids, and people's like, well, how could people have built all this like intricate stuff without all the technology we have today? But part of what I'm thinking is like maybe like lacking the technology is part of why people could, because they had nothing else to do. Like they didn't have TVs or phones or computers or video games. It's like, so their entire life was, well, I guess I'll just get really kick ass at doing stuff with blocks. And
also things didn't progress as quickly either. So you had like 1,000 years to figure shit out. Like get the math really right and figure out how to like work out geometry with just like a plumb line and like copper wire and like cutting things. And
plus slavery was a bit more okay. So it's like, well, just throw thousands of people at the problem and it'll do
the pyramids don't seem to have been built by slaves, because there's evidence that they were paid or the worker staff was rotated in and out seasonally.
That was nice of them.
Yeah. So it's more like the pyramid was a representation of your people. Yeah.
Interesting.
Socialism for some shit.
All right. So once again, I'm going to try to see if I can focus on what Brian's actually saying. I don't have high hopes, but either way, it'll be fun. So, all right.
Unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with everyone who is born from the Spirit. In order for us to thrive spiritually, two things have to happen. One, we have to be born. I believe that's what it means to be born of water, because all of us are born. There was a breaking of...
Why did it say we gotta be born and grabs the penile object?
Hold on, I totally missed that. It's like, oh, see, here's Brian in his element right here. All right, but let's. All right, I can do this. I can do this. All right.
Actually, two things have to happen. One, we have to be born. I believe that's what it means to be born of water, because all of us, we were born, there was a breaking of water in our mother's womb.
See, maybe now this.
Well, he's deconstructing the right way right now. He's taking away all the things that never should have been there.
There you go.
Phallic action with intent. That's exactly right. That sounds like a crime.
Yes. Premeditated, even.
I didn't even catch this
All right.
earlier, where he's deconstructing the stuff that shouldn't have been constructed. Sneaky bitches.
Yep. Just had to get the tip on while talking about his mom's womb.
Well, he just said that, and he had to show off that he could actually do it because he didn't do it earlier. He tried, and he was like, "It's taking too long. I give up."
Yep. Man. Whew. All right. Whew. I can do this.
So you got to be born physically. And the second thing to thrive spiritually is you have to be born spiritually. There's something spiritual that has to happen to us that's outside of ourself, that comes into ourself, that makes us new people.
That noise when the thing outside you comes into you.
Yeah, it's almost like it was all of a sudden like unsure. Like let's
Yeah.
like, that's another good one. Okay, that could be a couple things. I don't know. I don't want to linger on that. But so. All right.
Spiritually, there's something spiritual that has to happen to us that's outside of ourself, that comes into ourself, that makes us new people, that gets us on the right path. Hey, if you're deconstructing, great, you're in the right place. I'm glad you're here. But understand, we're not going to help you.
Wait.
Okay.
There's something that he says when he says if you're deconstructing, great. I think he blanked so fast maybe it was missed. But like he says, if you're deconstructing, great. When he says that, his eyes blink so fast, like it's clear he doesn't think that's great.
Yeah, well, because I paused that there because I want to make sure we get to like what he says after that is key. But first, spirit sperm needs to come into me. Instructions unclear.
Also, that sounds more like impregnation and not so much birth.
Yeah. Well,
it sounds like being born of the spirit is more of an impregnation of the spirit.
Yeah. But also, see, instructions are unclear because it's like, as Kyle told us last week, it's supposed to be a mystery. You're supposed to keep seeking and never actually find, just keep seeking.
Right. The mystery spiritual grape.
Yeah. All right. All right. So he's about to make a point here. Let's see if I can get past the music and focus on that. Because again, seriously, who thought this? I cannot believe that someone thought this music was a good idea. Like this had to have been like some sort of like intentional sabotage or something. Like
no.
So whoever did that, whoever put this music in there, if you're watching now, reach out to us. I want to hear from you. We will have you on if you want.
The reason why I say no is because this was like 4 years ago, right? And we're seeing a lot of fundamentalism and the right killing satire. And I think it's what happens when you start to define yourself by what your opponent isn't. And then you just start to do everything that gets their goat. And you didn't understand their satire. Like the right did not understand the Onion. I remember being conservative and not understanding the Onion and thought they were just a bunch of like self-absorbed bastards. And really, it was just satirical prophecy.
Yep.
And so that's kind of what that feels like is somebody what they think is a good idea has been defined by what the other side isn't or is bothered by. That they just started to be comedical, and like they weren't even it wasn't even on purpose. It's like it just became more and more a farce, obviously. By the way, this is basically Atheist Man Camp. I realized that when I got another beer.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
What is that?
Trumpet whale. Yes.
Oh, yeah. And that a whale in a sewer pipe somehow with the sad trumpet.
But not a big whale.
Yeah. Just a reasonably sized one.
It's like a small blue whale, like smaller than natural.
Yeah. And so he's having this big existential crisis about being a tiny blue whale.
Right. Feels so alone.
Who can somehow play trumpet.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just him and his trumpet.
That's what this sounds like. Yeah, let's.
Which feels like
if you're deconstructing.
Oh, but also inside the trumpet, there's a cat got stuck in it.
Yeah, big enough for a cat.
So it's so let's put it all together here. It's a tiny blue whale ghost having an existential crisis about playing a trumpet that has a cat stuck in it.
Right, and it's like a muted trumpet, but muted with a cat.
Yes.
Instead of a plunger.
Yes, and the cat feels a way about this.
It's unclear, but whatever way it is, it's funny.
Yes. So with that picture in mind, let's do the impossible and try to actually focus on whatever the fuck it is Brian's trying to say here.
London Bridge is back together.
Great. You're in the right place. I'm glad you're here. But understand, we're not going to help you deconstruct. Or if we do, we're only going to do it to the point where you now can start to build, where you can now.
I love that he immediately like flips. He's like, "We're not going to help you deconstruct, but if we do," it's like,
isn't that like when Jesus says, "I don't judge, but if I do, I judge the way my Father judges," something like that.
Yeah, or like in the old thing in Proverbs, like answer a fool according to his folly. Don't answer a fool according to. Yeah.
I don't know what I think now. I used to think that was kind of insightful when Jesus was like, "I don't judge, but if I do judge, I judge like my Father in heaven," whatever he says. And
yeah,
I was like, okay, but that's kind of thought provoking. How does God actually judge? That's unclear. It doesn't really go anywhere. But like, it was thought provoking.
Yeah. Go sperm whale. Now, there we go.
Okay, full circle.
Yeah. Spooky got it. I mean, he said that before you said that, but I'm assuming that's what he was talking about because it's so clear he understood it before you said it.
What was Brian talking about?
He was saying, like, we're not going to help you. We're not going to help you deconstruct, but if we do, it's going to be like this.
It's kind of like you texted me earlier. Like by the end, was he saying that deconstruction is good or not? And I was like, it sounds like he's saying it's good if you let them do it for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, like going back to the beginning of the show tonight, like I asked the chat, like, let me know what you think they think of deconstruction at this point. I am still much like the spirit sperm needing to come into me. Instructions unclear.
Yeah.
I don't.
All right. So
don't know what do.
To recap, it sounds like he's saying that sometimes deconstruction is unavoidable. Like if you've been abused by the church, legitimately and shit, and you've had bad teaching, and then there was something else. Oh yeah, this was like a non-point where he's like, oh, and sometimes it's just too complicated. It's like, oh, he's saying you're simple-minded, Brian, and sometimes it's too complicated for you, and you're projecting. Anyway, that's just too on the money. That's just what that is.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought.
Yeah, that's all right. Fox has got you.
I had a point.
Yeah. Deconstruction is good if you deconstruct the parts they want you to and don't go all the way, just far enough to come back to them. Wow. How did you know?
Yeah. It's also This is where it gets a little vile. Is where the implication in what he's saying is you just got to submit to their organization. Let their organization come into you. I mean the spirit, and let it
Just really
shape
fill you
how
up.
you're deconstructing. Don't deconstruct on your own. Submit to us. Let us do it for you. We're not a cult.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
check all the boxes, but is that or is that not a cult kind of vibe?
Yeah, it's basically like the kind of cult you actually can leave. I guess that would be one big distinction. But
You don't keep your peer group though.
right.
You get written off.
The profit of the easily predictable things. You could probably make money off of that. All right.
Constructing,
Radio did.
great, you're in the right place. I'm glad you're here, but understand, we're not going to help you deconstruct, or if we do, we're only going to do it to the point where you now can start to build, where you can now start to put things back into your life, because that's what God wants. He wants you to be thriving and have a life that works.
And it was like he was like totally like he just totally didn't put that piece back, but like it seems like there's extra pieces that shouldn't be there, or again, like could they not do like more takes of this? But again, that music, it's still getting to me.
His hands are weirdly tan for a white man.
Mm,
Well, he does drive a lot of motorcycles.
yeah, that's
Makes
true.
sense.
And for that to work, you and I are going to have to start to eliminate certain things that we articulate that sound really spiritual and really good, but they're just not true. They're the kind of things, if you believe them and you put them into practice, you will have to deconstruct them later, or your life will just not work. This is
where it really started to bother me. He starts to get into stuff where he's like talking like against like well-known like counseling practices. Like he's kind of talking people into having mental health problems in a second, or keeping them anyway.
Yeah, so I'm still like distracted by the music, and so now I'm trying to like make facial expressions to try to match whatever emotion I think that noise is trying to evoke. So I'll keep doing that, Matt, if you want to actually pay attention to what he's talking about, because I don't know, for some reason I just can't right now.
My brain keeps seeing that as like God. I know that's a Star Destroyer behind him, but my brain keeps seeing that as like a Godzilla on the tower.
Oh yeah, it totally does. Yeah. Again, it's like half the time my mouse cursor shows up on the stream, half the time it doesn't. But it never fails to never show up when I actually want it to be there to point something out. So anyway, hopefully y'all can see that. All right. I'm going to try to interpret what the music is trying to say. And Matt, you'll see if you can interpret what Brian's trying to say here.
All right.
political commentary today. This is spiritual formation. According to the Barna organization, 67% of church-going Christians believe, quote, enjoying yourself is the highest goal of life. I like to enjoy myself.
Okay, pause it for a
Enjoying
second.
myself is not the highest goal of life. Jesus.
He takes us in a direction I think the people who answered that survey didn't intend. Like the highest goal in life is for your life to be enjoyable. I think that is a good and fair thing to do.
Yeah. Like, why not?
Because if it's enjoyable, that generally means you as a person are thriving. And if that is widespread, humanity is thriving. Mm-hmm. Like we've been doing that. It's not weird. I would say it's weirder that it was only 67% of Christians that think that like life being enjoyable is a good goal or a highest goal. That like the rest of them think that like life is the point of life is suffering, and to keep the suffering. Suffering's unavoidable, but to keep it on purpose, like that's
yeah. He's going to go against best practices for mental health.
Yep.
This womb swimmer is going to get me. Hey, womb swimmer. I love that. Thank you, Fox.
He also kind of makes a good point later about mental health in a certain situation where I just don't know how to feel.
Yeah. Well, this music's making me feel a certain kind
The
of way.
interpretive dance is actually helping. Spooky.
Oh, good. I'll try to keep it up. See what all right.
Some context for the sounds is helpful.
Yes.
The Bible never says the highest goal of life is to enjoy ourselves. 67%. Let me tell you what, if 67% believe that, when your life doesn't work, what are you going to do? You're going to have to deconstruct or destroy your faith, because Jesus tells us to pick up our cross and follow him. Doesn't tell us to just enjoy our life. Another poll showed that 84% of the total population in America believe this is true. 91% affirm the statement that to find yourself, look within
Okay, we should
Oh,
yourself.
pause it here.
When you have a faith that's based on inside your
He got real fired up at that whole thing.
Yeah. I had no idea what I was doing there. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah.
Are the rest Calvinists? He actually failed out of or stopped going to a Calvinist seminary.
Yeah, I don't remember which one.
No, doesn't matter. He didn't finish.
Yeah.
Not that he needs to. It's just also clear. It's like, oh, not a surprise.
Yep. All right.
yourself,
also just-
you have faith that at some point is going to have to be
He also just stopped looking into theology also, which is like as if it's pointless when it's the kind of the reason for what he does.
Yeah.
There should be a study done.
I mean, when you're going to be like instructing like literally thousands of people of like how to live their life, like why know what the fuck you're talking about?
I swear there should be like a documentary done. Like how did this become a big thing? Like how is this multiple?
Yeah. Because here's the thing, like at least at one point, like a few years ago, like this was one of, if not the fastest growing church in the country. And for a church that was already that size,
Yeah,
for it to also be the fastest growing, it's like, yeah.
they were hitting a lot of. They were doing here's enough information to be comfortable again. That's what was happening.
Do not think that people have developed resilience and the ability to adapt to adversity when things get difficult. Well, see, here's the thing. He's just afraid that people will adapt the wrong way. Again, like deconstructing.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, people are adapting this way. Oh, well, we got to squash that. So just don't.
Yeah, black and white thinking is a big part of this church. They're a huge fan of false dichotomies. Also combining a false dichotomy with a straw man.
Yes.
Um,
See Kyle last week, especially. Yeah.
Yeah, but not like both ends being a straw man, just one of them.
Yeah.
Unless the answer is a third way, and then both ends are straw men.
Yes.
But yeah, they're big on the whole man and woman. They're still having a problem with what they still don't know what to do with gay people. Trans people are just right out.
Yeah. Like they aren't anywhere close to that yet.
They'll often substitute gay for trans because they can't. They just can't. They can't.
Yeah. Like we have friends who like used to be part of this community too. Like it's a woman who's like in a relationship with a trans man, and it's like they basically just like say, I don't know if they ever actually said this, but it's basically the way they came across is like, we basically see you as a lesbian couple. It's like,
No, they're literally told that by one of the site pastors. That site.
Oh, they
doesn't
were
exist
told that?
anymore,
Okay.
but yeah,
okay.
that was actually this dude's
Yeah.
daughter.
Oh yes. So,
Not nepotism at all. She was clearly
No.
qualified.
No.
Winked everyone who worked with her.
Yeah, that was even something. And again, and like, okay, I won't go into it. but
Okay,
it was a thing.
in defense of things, in defense of the facts, not hired by her dad, hired by the board.
Yeah, he like purposely like recused himself from all like discussions and decisions about it, which cool, but I mean, come on, like what were they gonna do? It's like
I don't know how many options they really had, to be honest.
Yeah. Which I don't know anyone on the board, but just from what I know, like this is general community, like so many people either were or wish they were so far up this guy's ass.
Brian, to my knowledge, has never had a mentoree, and Kyle is that. So it really feels like, at least at this point, this is 4 years ago, when Kyle was Brian's mentoree and vice versa mentor. That kind of feels like is Kyle being groomed to replace Brian when Brian retires? That will not go well. Firstly and foremost. That's not an Indiana Jones even switch when he's trying to not trip the booby trap. Like,
yeah, that's okay. Well, it didn't work for Indiana Jones either.
Oh, to be fair.
Yeah.
And bounce.
So. All right. So let me know if anyone's getting tired of me trying to interpret the music. But otherwise, I'll just keep doing it. I'll probably keep doing it if you tell me to stop, just because it's funny too. But let's see what I can do here.
Deconstructed and destroyed. When I graduated from high school outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I wanted to do what so many other people did. We all wanted to find ourselves. I gotta find myself. And I don't know what it was about living in Pittsburgh in the early 1980s. We all thought that to find yourself, you gotta take this epic road trip out to California. Why? Find yourself. Someone told me, and I'll just quote them, they said, well, what if you find an a-hole? Not exactly what they said, but this is church everywhere. And, what if you find an a-hole?
Wait,
I chose to never make that.
When he's saying, I don't know why all the kids from Pittsburgh thought we'd take an epic road trip out to California. I was like, oh, you mean because of the vaguely homosexual 80s action movies and shit? Like everybody's in California and flexing and playing volleyball. And then he's like, what if you find an a-hole? And I was like,
like he didn't want to find that a-hole. So Kyle is the raccoon in Brian's ass.
I
think that's what we said last week. It's like everyone's trying to kiss Brian's ass so hard, but Kyle's just all the way up in there, so he makes it the ass that kisses back.
He is a little raccoony.
Yeah. Anyway, see, even Brian's laughing at that one. So.
Trip, because I didn't want to find that, and also I couldn't figure out how to do it. But the mystique, the romance of taking a trip where I find what's inside of myself and who I already am. If I only find myself, then I'll really find God. This is the path for existential meaning today.
If I only find myself, I'll find God. Some people are doing that, which, okay, cool. But
that is okay. I wouldn't say it's how you get to know God. That's a stretch. That is probably the best way to get to know the universe better, is to get to know the part of it that's you.
Yeah, you literally are made of universe. So, yeah, not a bad place to start, at least. That's for sure.
All the truth and the answers are inside of yourself. Years ago, my first trip to India, we were doing
Okay, another, I guess, slight trigger warning here. Again, also not going into a bunch of super detail, but just mention the existence of a certain type of trafficking. So
this is a complicated thing. Also, having been to the church and donated money that went towards this.
Been to this place twice. That he's
money we spent, and in Tommy's case, efforts that he spent, facilitating the rescue and stuff. It does feel weird to say that Crossroads rescued these girls, because our money helped facilitate international justice mission, paramilitary groups going in with the approval of regional Indian law enforcement to go in and rescue these girls, because they weren't going to do it themselves because caste system and also corruption. But they're like, we won't get in the way of you doing it, and then we'll prosecute people when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels weird to say that like we did it. No, our money helped. We didn't do it. Facilitated aftercare. In some cases with volunteers like Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just good things done for weird reasons with questionable attributions.
Yeah, and he'll get into there's something that he says like in this section that I thought was like particularly heinous, but
I have like conflicted. This is good. This is complicated. Yeah.
Which again, because like he talks about his experience, but then I'm thinking of my experience in this place and how I'm like, dude, that's how you interpreted that. But yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. But yeah, again, like trigger warning. Again, they're going to mention, like I said, a certain type of trafficking. Again, not going into like super detail, but
not at all.
But that it's a thing. But yeah, just in case anyone's sensitive. Again, like once we get through it, again, counting on you, chat. Let people know when it's safe. So, but yeah, we're about to get into it. We ready?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Trip to explore how to do aftercare for the girls that we had rescued out of the sex slave industry in India. And one of the homes we visited to, we were able to sit on an outside speaker, came in, brought a bunch of drums, and we all had drums, and people were banging on the drums, and this speaker was leading all the girls and us through this really cool thing. It was cool to like bang drums and get your frustrations out, and all of us were in beat. It was really, really cool. It was all good until we started to talk. He said to these girls, all that we have, everything that we need is inside of ourselves. I remember looking around at these girls. He said, everything we need is inside ourselves. I remember looking at their face, and their faces were like this.
Wait, pause. That's... Dude, okay, first of all, the banging on drums, get your frustrations out. Did you not also experience that as an empathetic experience? Like these girls were doing a free rhythm thing who like they didn't have freedom, and now they're doing like an expression of frustration and emotion in a very free way with other people. And you're just like, yeah, it was cool to get my frustrations out. Like,
yeah, but it's where it's where he's going. Like, so
I know how.
Well, here I'll let him like finish his thought here, and then get back to like the point he's making with this facial expression here. So let's just back him up a sec here.
These girls, he said, everything we need is inside. So I remember looking at their face, and their faces were like this.
Yeah, but this message of this guy, I guess, was telling all these girls, everything you need is inside yourself. But this is how he saw them reacting to that.
They weren't buying it at all. I'll tell you what. Once you've been in slavery, sex slavery, and the only way you got out of slavery is somebody from outside came inside and rescued you. You realize you don't have the resources. That's what Jesus is saying. He says this.
Like, yes and no. No, the only way they survived to the point of being rescued was because of them.
Yes.
Because
here's
they insisted on continuing to exist. Like,
yes.
At any point, they could have done something that would have been the end of their life. Like, you just punch a dude that's like whatever, you know, like. There were ways to get ended, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is, and the way he interpreted that, like,
which again, I want to
blank looks don't necessarily mean that like it means nothing. It could be like, yes, I know that you're exactly right. That's how I'm here. Because again, I want to get to this part where he's talking about like how he's interpreting their facial expressions because.
Their face and their faces were like this.
Okay, here's the thing. I was also there. Like, I have been around these girls that he's talking about. Which, I mean, again, considering what they had been through and then being brought out of that and now being in a just completely different context. So, yes, living like most of your life in that way. And the way that makes you think about yourself, and that's just hammered into you day after day after day, year after year. Like that is your life, is like being told this is what your worth is. So when you're brought into this completely new environment where now things are safe for you, but like, I mean, obviously, like it's not like oh, as soon as they're rescued, now everything's great. Like, no, it's a process because of all the shit they've been through. And again, to the credit of like the organizations that he's talking about that are doing like the aftercare and the rescuing, like I said, I've been there, I've seen it. Like the work they are doing with these girls is fucking amazing. Like the fact that like they are able to bring them out of that and to like the best they can, like care for these girls and teach them things to the point where they actually can like have a normal life now. Because I mean, it was like seeing it with my eyes, like just knowing what they'd been through and then seeing where they were able to get these girls now, like was unfucking believable. But
yeah,
again, while they're still,
there's a phrase that comes to mind, and yet she persisted.
Yes, fuck yes. But while they're still in the midst of that, like, I mean, what, like, some of these girls, like, and again, like, obviously this is like no fault of their own, but it's like a lot of them just have that kind of look on their face all the time. Like, you don't need to tell them anything like, that's just how they look a lot of the time. Like, you tell them anything, they're like, what? I don't understand this. I don't understand this context. They're like, you're actually like, sometimes it's literally just being nice to them. It's like they don't know how to process that because of what they've been through. So for him to be interpreting
no context for a lot of these girls, like for any of this, like for anybody giving a shit what they think, talking to them at all about anything like this. Like,
yeah. So for him to interpret them having this kind of facial expression to being told this, and then, oh, that must mean that this is wrong. Like, fuck you, dude. Like,
you tourist.
Yeah, like I said, like I said, having been there and like gotten to know a lot of these young ladies, and yeah, it's like yes, that is what they need. Like, please tell them that more. Like that is what they need. Like, yes. So yeah, obviously at first they're going to find that confusing because of how they've been conditioned.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean it's wrong, asshole.
Sure, not the answer to everything is inside them. That's weird. Don't straw man shit in a weird way. Like, but like the answers for who you are, the answers for like why you do things, like that is all in you. Like, and no, he's white savior complex. Yeah, he also doesn't know he has it. And even if you explained it to him, he'd be like, "That's not me," because he doesn't.
Yeah, self-awareness. Everything I do is everything I'm all about is it's all Jesus. What are you talking about? Yeah, not in charge of the rebuilding process or anything dealing with trauma. Like,
he isn't.
Yeah, he's not.
He's also barely in charge of. This may not be from personal experience. If somebody is heinously or questionably fired by a supervisor beneath him, if hypothetically speaking, if he were approached by someone saying, "My daughter is like been fired and it looks like really dubious and mistreated by her boss, and this person works beneath you," and then he's like, "Ah, it really sucks, but like, what do you mean to do about it?" Like, so yeah, he's removed enough from operations of the church that that's interesting and confusing to him why you would bring that up.
Yay.
There's the people in charge of the groups at the church have more experience with that.
Yeah.
But, the men's healthy sexuality group is very anti-masturbation, anti-porn, anti-sexuality expression outside of marriage. It's just, at best, it's a stopgap measure.
Yeah. Oh, what, you're actually doing work, so you weren't just sleeping? Well, that's good, I guess.
Well, it's weird that any of this was motivating to do work, but
yeah. Yeah, nothing happens. That's okay. You just missed Brian saying like maybe the most heinous thing so far in this entire series. But
Also, I love the
Yeah.
connection we have where you can say because nothing happens here, and we're like, that's kind of funny. And we're not like, what an upper crust asshole you are.
well, I mean, we still think you're an asshole. I mean, but that just that comes with the territory.
Yeah, but we don't hold it against you. That's weird. Is that our fault?
But yeah, so again, so he's trying to make the point. Oh, because these girls who have been through all this bullshit don't understand how everything they need is within them. And again, like I don't know if obviously.
Did he say everything? Did he mean everything?
Well, he probably said that this guy said everything because that's clearly not true. Because again, I don't know. I think it is pretty obvious that you do still need something external from yourself. But the point is, it's like these poor girls had been like so conditioned so much that like there was nothing in them of any kind of worth. So you almost have to like I could completely understand even if you're like intentionally trying to overcorrect by saying everything you need is within you. It's like sometimes they just need to hear that. And yeah.
So Spooky said something, and I think he's talking about Man Camp. I still can't believe there wasn't a drum circle.
I remember you talking about that last week. Yeah,
because I think that pushed it too leftist. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a little too hippie. Yeah,
but do you know how cool that would have been? Like,
oh fuck yeah!
Like if you had like from the main stage, right? Like, was Josh? Is that his name?
Yeah,
Josh on drums, who was like asked to tour with some pop star as their drummer. Like he was a decent drummer.
Yeah, dude is legit.
Yeah, for him to get a rhythm going and like keep it going and like encourage people to bring a drum. If you don't have a drum, like bang on a log or stomp on the ground. That would have been sick. That would have been like primal, uplifting, not in a religious way. Just like people are awesome. Let's do a thing.
Yeah. That would have fucking ruled.
Nope, didn't do that.
Didn't do it.
Too hippie.
Yeah, yeah, but
too people focused.
Yeah, but yeah,
for Brian to Jesus the right way.
Yeah, but just bringing back to like Brian and his bullshit here. Yeah, but for him to interpret their facial expressions like, oh, then that means what this guy's saying is clearly wrong. It's like, just...
also, isn't it offensive to interpret their facial expressions? Not together. We didn't go together.
I mean, we were there at the same time.
We were never in the same group. Were we both in Man Camp at this? I'm sorry, MASH at the same time. We were, right?
Yeah, because I was on MASH twice, and you were also on MASH. We were just different groups.
Yeah, I was on MASH like all but like twice until I deconstructed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. But every time I was on MASH, the tent collapsed. So
it became a regular thing. And then should have been obvious God was just trying to smite shit. And I remember that time where like all the tents almost blew down.
Yeah. That was
the
one
last time at Man Camp.
Yeah.
Dude, Man Camp was the softest of gay porn. I think we should all just admit it.
Yeah, that's
it was like gay porn foreplay.
But that's something me and Matt have been talking about. Is like, once we're done with this series, we may actually make it like a monthly thing to like go back and cover Crossroads stuff. We think specifically we might do some more like Man Camp related content.
The 5 Marks of a Man, the Wolfpack series. That's a classic.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
Especially during these times where we get to see like what happens when people take that to heart.
Oh, they do a Man Camp every year. They used to do it twice a year, but I think they're down to once a year now.
Yeah, like 1,500 guys. It's on land that the church bought for such things.
Mm-hmm.
In Neville, Ohio, which is like the next town over, and by the next town I mean like the other town's like half a mile away, where the Underground Railroad had a big presence.
Yeah.
That's actually what
I do not understand this, but what?
Huh. Also, what happens at Man Camp stays at Man Camp. Spooky. Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. Because they kind of have that because they want it to be a place where you can be like completely vulnerable and open and honest about everything, like all the shit you're going through or whatever. But which, I mean, and on its own, yeah, that's kind of cool. But you know, like I said, there are a lot of cool things about Man Camp, but they just mix in so much bullshit, and it's
There's a thing that comes up later in the couple video.
Yeah.
Where it's complicated.
Yes, and a big ass farm as well. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
basically, used to be a farm. Used to be a bunch of chimpanzees there. They got loose. Not before the church owned it. It was a whole thing.
It's the rolling hills of southern Ohio. So, yeah,
they weren't buying it at all. I'll tell you what. Once you've been in slavery, sex slavery, and the only
see, and they weren't buying it. That means it's wrong. Which, okay, trigger warning continuing here for.
Listen to the white guy explain how
the
Indian girls felt.
Yeah.
The way you got out of slavery is somebody from outside came inside and rescued you. You realize you don't have the resources. That's what Jesus is saying. He says the Spirit is blowing. You must be born again. You have to be born.
Yeah. So basically what he's saying, therefore, like if you ever needed help, therefore you're helpless. Like,
not always.
Which again, okay, like in that situation, yes, there was really nothing they could do. But now that they're out, they're like, okay, now let's focus on what is in you and let's build that up and not continue hammering like you need other people. Like you could not have done this on your own. Like that's not the message you need to like they've heard that message. They fucking get that message. They do not need that message anymore. But that's what Brian wants to just keep telling them. Like,
yeah, stay there. Stay in that metaphor that you desperately want to leave.
Yeah.
Hello, mostly white congregation. Pretend.
Yeah, it's like
let me lead you to believe you feel the pain of these young Indian girls.
Yeah, it's like because like for this section, I feel like I could not tell him to go fuck himself with a big enough brick.
He wouldn't get it. He'd think you're an asshole.
Cool.
Wait, Kip. Spooky. If we could get Kip to go to Man Camp, because you can kind of get like a group of people together. Like if we could all go to Man Camp. Free beer, and the beer isn't bad.
Yeah, so Kip, if you're interested, let us know because
I think it only costs like $70, and that's to cover things like toilets and water.
Now, here's the thing: this also does involve like someone not a citizen coming to this country right now, which may not.
He's Canadian and can't be mistaken for being anything but white.
That's true. Kip is very white, so you might be all right. So,
yeah, we're not.
So yeah, so if anyone wants to come to Man Camp, let us know, and we'll free like.
Well, I mean, you pay to get in, but then it's like all you can drink beer.
Yes, but yes, yeah, they just have kegs, and you just go up and.
Do you know how amazing just like a YouTube short of Dr. Kip Davis at Man Camp, just like rolling his eyes so hard they must fall out of his head.
Yeah, I just imagine. Here's what I imagine like Kip being like at Man Camp. Like first of all, just like constantly like having a beer that's like always full, but just walking around like what? But just like that, like scared / confused, like look on his face, just constantly.
Yeah, it's like it's not so much I don't want to be here. I'm just very confused by everything that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Amber's right. Just tell them you're South African, and they'll give you things.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Just say. Also, you can say you're from Canada and the black people are persecuting you. You know, all the black people in Canada.
All right. Well, hey, we're saying if you want to try to make this happen, like what? Well, here, let's see if I can find the website real quick. Maybe I'll pull that up.
Dude, I would go again.
But yeah, if someone like Kip or whatever wanted to come too, yeah, I'd make that happen. All right.
Could we pretend to be Christians to like be like trip captains for our group? You know, they might stick an actual Christian with us though. That'd be something.
Yeah. So here's all right. So it's coming up in October 9th through 11th. Yeah. Destroy your spiritual comfort zone. Push beyond your limits and find what you're made of. Wait, hold on. Find what you're made of. I thought it wasn't about what was inside you.
No, it is for Man Camp because they can market that. Also, yeah, it sounds a little gay. A lot gay.
Yeah, but if people are interested, the website is just mancamp.us. So
it is quite an experience. There's something primal about seeing like that many dudes camped out and fires going and all that shit.
I mean, I swear this was not planned. I just cannot get over like how quickly we were able to make Brian contradict himself, because like Brian is all over this Man Camp stuff. Like, is Brian Tome? So for him to say no, it's not about like nothing's inside of you, but then literally we go to his website here and it says and find out what you're made of. Like,
but that's also what God is made of. You see,
fucking kidding me. Oh my God. Anyway,
it's not right. Other than the annoying teachings part now and then. It's such a mixed bag of a time. As I say, it's not a terrible time.
Yeah. I mean, you can avoid the bad times. So the last time we went, we were there like just on the team that does like the cooking for the prayer team.
Yeah.
So like
that was actually kind of fun.
Yeah. Because like we literally like only had to do anything we wanted to do as far as like the actual like programming and like, you know, the events and meetups and teachings or whatever. So
when they're all like working in the trees doing like clearing and stuff, like we just go and laugh at them. Like, what? Well, that's a stupid thing you're doing.
Yeah.
There's a squirrel in that fucking
like,
tree. You're gonna try to chop it down.
Spoiler alert, they think you are made of spectral jizz. Yep. But
well, they wish.
$150 and there's bottomless free beer. Yes.
Is it 150? Did it go up?
Yeah.
God damn. You know what that means?
Apparently at the last one they had Bear Grylls.
Well, yeah, you got to pay his salary.
Yeah.
He's not even a fucking Christian. Okay.
He might actually be now. I don't know.
Oh,
he talked with Alex O'Connor about it recently, and so it sounds like that may be a thing. Anyway, but so yeah, so I would love if this were to actually happen. If anyone actually wants to go, like, I would love to make this happen.
They're usually kind of desperate for trip captains. We could probably pull that off.
Oh, and I've been a trip captain, so I can.
And I've been on MASH several times. Oh, I shouldn't put that because I think I'm on a blacklist now. I made too many of the people in charge upset.
Well, they'll let anyone in, like just as a regular camper, like they don't care.
Yeah, no, I just shouldn't put on there that like if I want to be like an assistant trip captain or if they're even doing that now, like yeah,
probably not. But yeah, but man, no. We need to make if Kip goes, we'll make Kip trip captain. Only because he has no idea what that even fucking means. And that even better.
So as far as it being good beer, there's usually two kinds. The light beer is usually not good. But in the past they had like Truth IPA, which is a local microbrewery IPA, which was all right.
Did they? I don't remember.
For a minute they did.
Or we might still have connections like with the guy in charge of like the cook team.
Ooh.
And he usually has some good stuff, so we might be able to.
You can bring your own stuff too.
Yeah. Also, like, so if we might have connections still for people who are interested in.
Because people are still trying to save us. Dude, do you know how many free cigars and free alcohol we could get just by being at Man Camp? People know that we wanted nothing to do with it, or we just thought gay people were cool, so we couldn't be a part of it anymore. At least on the prayer team. because you got to pray that gay away.
Yeah, the light beer. It's usually stuff like they've had like High Life or Coors Light, stuff like that.
It's which is decent cheap beer. But like filling up a whole Nalgene with cheap beer, that's an experience.
Oh, fuck yeah. All right.
It is kind of fun to be in the peanut gallery in the back of the of the worship stuff. People go and cover me in the blood of Jesus and shit.
Oh, dude, like, but I'm just imagining if we actually got a group of like us to go to, that would seriously be maybe one of the greatest things that has ever happened.
And if Chris wanted to come, our friend who's trans man, like that's not allowed. I asked.
No, but we'll make it allowed. But I mean, I don't know if he would want to.
No,
but,
I probably not. I would completely understand not wanting to go.
Yeah.
But if anybody was like activist about it, that would be kind of fun.
Yeah. So let us know if anyone's interested. Yeah. So it's mancamp.us.
No, it is off the grid. But if you volunteer and you need a CPAP, there are places to plug it in. But like in general, no, like completely off the grid. Like you're not supposed to use your phones. There is no electricity.
Well, I think they let you bring your phones now.
Oh, okay. Is that to prevent emergencies?
Yeah, or maybe they just realized we can't keep people off their phones anymore. I don't know.
For a bit, they did bag up everybody's phone when they came in. Unless you were a volunteer, then they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, so. Oh, yeah. So here's Brian, like with the bullshit. All right.
Oh, bullshit, Brian.
Of the water and of the Spirit. The Spirit has to come into your life from outside because you and I don't have the resources. What he said was spiritually enlightened, it sounds like today, but it was actually insensitive. It was elitist, and it was out of touch with their reality. And this is...
How is telling other people everything they need is with it? How is that elitist?
I mean, I can kind of see him. Okay, I'm looking at it from his perspective. Like, yeah, they couldn't rescue themselves. Everything they needed to survive, like long term, wasn't in them. But everything you need to be whole is in you. And when people go to therapy, that's part of what therapy is about. Is like helping people see that that's in them. That like, yeah, you're not wrecking things on purpose. You want things to be whole. You just don't know how to do it. Like, at least in certain areas.
Okay, so I feel like this could be epic. They won't allow a trans man. Maybe we should see what happens if a trans woman, because they would probably say, "Oh, but you're actually a man." So
yeah, they're all about the at birth thing.
Yeah,
I love that this is even something anybody's entertaining. It really like this is not to be like I'm not exaggerating. Like I feel like you get us.
Yeah.
But even if you're pretending, like just being interested at all.
Oh, I would love this so much if we could get a group to go. Like, but yeah, like I said, the whole getting across the border. Yeah, I would not recommend that right now, but yeah, for science. I mean, we can't afford not to. Yeah, but seriously, also, Ember, like I know, like you're open with your like financial struggles and trying to afford shit. If you want to go, but you can't afford it, we will make it happen. So, just putting that out there. So we will start a Patreon just for this, like because here's like we will send a group of us to Man Camp, and then we will record as much of it as we can, and then report back.
Like, even if there wasn't enough for a full group and we ended up in a group with other Christians, like, that would probably go well, honestly.
Fire time with your unit.
Well, that's what they call the group that you're in. They call it a unit. But you're right.
That does sound.
And they get ready to rip, dude. This really does just sound like a bunch of like Jim Bro gay guys being all G.I. Joe about being gay.
Oh, you have plans to be busy that weekend. All right, cool. There's always next year. But,
Fire time with your time to get primal with your unit.
I prefer to be gentle with mine. Anyway. All right, so let's hear like Brian. Like, are we out of the trigger warning time? Like that's
I mean,
I feel
probably.
bad. I feel bad at like. I feel like I'm bad at trigger warnings. Like I can give it, but then we're like, oh, and we might still be in it. Who knows? So I'm trying, everyone.
I think just giving a heads up is super helpful, because then I would imagine most people would probably continue watching, but now they can kind of like steel themselves for what's happening.
Yeah, which, like I said, I mean, fortunately, they don't go into like super detail about things, but still, I know for some people, even just mentioning it can.
There are those times where he'll suddenly mention being able to jerk off well. That happened once or twice. I remember when it happened. I remember it rhyming to something that had already happened, so I think it had already happened. It happened at least once.
Oh, I don't remember that, but I don't want to, so that's okay.
Yeah, it was
the thinking that persists in American culture today. We say things like "you be you." In other words, everything you need is inside of yourself. You just be the best version of yourself.
That's not what you be you means. Yeah. And also, what's wrong with being the best version of yourself? Isn't that good advice? Don't you want to be the best you? Do you want to be the best version of Jesus? That sounds sacrilegious. I don't understand.
Yeah. It's okay. He doesn't either.
Or, hey, to thyself be true, which is not Jesus who said that. That's Shakespeare who said it.
It's also not
to be more specific.
It's to thine own self be true.
Yeah, but But he's going to go on to explain it. But I found out like he's even going to like quote like an article or like a website that talks about this. But I'll let him talk. But I looked up this article like on this website, and shocker, he's getting it completely wrong. But let's hear what he says.
It's the character Polonius who said it that Shakespeare created, and this Polonius, you know anything about it? He was an utter bore. NoSweatShakespeare.com says this. He says, coming from Polonius, this advice to be true to oneself is pompous, hypocritical, and empty. It is a tribute to Shakespeare that he can produce a speech that is quoted for 400 years as definitive wisdom about human behavior, although it comes from a character who is a disreputable and hypocritical, empty weasel. Jesus never tells us to be true to ourselves.
All right, so anyone familiar with Hamlet and like Polonius and that whole speech from which to thine own self be true comes from, like, anyone find anything off about how Brian interpreted that? And he's quoting a website who's like No Sweat Shakespeare, who's apparently some sort of big deal authority or whatever on
it's the best of the cliff notes of Shakespeare.
Yeah, but so basically what Brian's takeaway from this is like, oh, that line was said by I mean,
we both hit it at the same time again, man.
Yeah, that was so good. Oh,
that's also what the pastors do here a lot, is project themselves at the crowd.
Yeah, but Millie is shocked. Well, good.
Well, don't be. He's wrong.
The sarcasm means you're paying attention. That's good. So he's basically saying like this, trying to make the point that like to thine own self be true is bullshit, because it was said by this character who was like a total hypocrite and like wasn't true to himself. So he's like, oh, it's amazing that. Well, I think he says more. Let's see if he keeps going here.
If he did, then he wouldn't be a savior. Saviors come and do for us what we can't do for ourselves because we can't do it ourselves. He comes from outside and he invites us.
Okay. All right. So let's see if I can hear it like once again, what he's saying about what he's saying that No Sweat Shakespeare says about this quote.
Produce a speech that is quoted for 400 years as definitive wisdom about human. Polonius. This advice to be true to oneself is pompous, hypocritical, and empty. It is a tribute to Shakespeare that he can produce a speech that is quoted for 400 years as definitive wisdom about human behavior, although it comes from a character who is a disreputable and hypocritical empty weasel.
Wait,
So
so
he's basically trying to use what this website says to basically discredit this idea of being true to thyself. But
it makes more sense for it to be a credit to Shakespeare that this character who was like vapid and empty, for him to deliver the thing that is like some essential wisdom about humanity, like that's good writing.
yes, okay, so
Not good writing that he was able to trick people for 400 years. I don't think that's the point.
yeah, so here, so I found the article that he's referring to, so I'm going to share that with you now. All right, so I'm going to highlight like this part of the website here says, okay, so the lesson in Polonius's "To thine own self be true" speech are generally thought of as good advice. So again, remember what Brian was trying to say is like he's trying to say because this line was delivered by such a hypocritical, just bore of a character, that means it's basically bullshit. And it's like it's a credit to Shakespeare that like this idea perpetuated, even though it was like totally bogus because it was said by this character. Even though this article says like he's going through all the things that he says in the speech and like it actually saying like it's good advice, and literally says, and of course, being true to oneself is a noble aspiration.
No, you can't. No, that's taking it out of context. See, when you give the full context to a Christian, now they accuse you of taking it out of context.
Right. So, but basically what this article is, and like you can read this for yourself, like let's see, the title of it's on No Sweat Shakespeare. It's "To thine own self be true, meaning and context." What this is actually saying is the reason that it's so ironic for Polonius to be saying this is because he himself is a hypocrite and he is not being true to himself. So he's saying the wonder is like the fact that a character like that can make it popular. It's not because the idea itself is bullshit. It's because it's a good idea, but it was made famous by this character who didn't actually live by it. Like that's what this is saying. Like, so for Brian to interpret it as like, oh, it was said by a guy who was a hypocrite, that means it's a bad idea, right? Like, no, that was kind of the point. Like that was the genius of Shakespeare. Like in this point, like in this moment, like showing, sort of highlighting what a hypocrite Polonius was, because this is actually good advice, but coming from this guy. So yeah, I once I read that, I was like, trust me, I was shocked. Much like Melly here, just shocked, that he was getting this completely fucking wrong. So
I think that it's also still good advice, maybe not for the rest of us, like with the consequence for the rest of us, but even people who are because of whatever they've been through or their like personal makeup, like them being the best version of themselves is going to be a problem for the rest of us. I still prefer that, meaning they're going to be a bad guy according to the rest of us. But sometimes being a bad guy for some people is the most functional version of themselves, because of what has happened to them in their past. I would still prefer they be true to themselves in that case, because it just seems, I don't know, it just seems like a better way for everything to function. It's best for everything to function as itself.
Right. Yeah.
And then those people that like try to like, if they try to be, I don't know, like a regular version of a person and they're not capable, then that's a miserable experience. And then like being the bad guy probably comes out in like fits and bursts of being abusive, or like, I don't know. Is it better to be like a predictable bad guy or to be the unpredictable bad guy? Probably the predictable bad guy. People can see that coming. Yeah. If you're a bad guy pretending to be a good guy, you're going to sweep up some good guys in that. That's not good.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I just could not get over like how much like Brian was trying to make the point. Like this website, this article is trying to say that being true to yourself is bad, but like it literally says, and like I'm again just quoting the article, the part I highlighted earlier. And of course, being true to oneself is a noble aspiration.
Yeah.
Like literally saying the opposite. But he's like, oh, see, this made my like this is like apologetics 101. It's like, yeah.
As far as the farthest he got with that article was the quote he read in a Christian publication. He did not see
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, how much you want to bet he didn't actually read the website? He
Not at
probably
all.
read that from another website trying to quote it or whatever. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, but yes, we should be the best version of a Bronze Age cult leader instead. Yes, that's
No, not
much
that.
better.
No, because only he was the best version. We have to be hypocrites. We have to be the hypocritical, less good versions of the Bronze Age cult leader. The hypocrisy is the point. That's how you know you're not Jesus. That's how you know you need Jesus, is because you can't be Jesus without the Jesus. And even then, you're still hypocritical.
Now back to this smug
But
bastard.
that's the salvation.
Jesus never tells us to be true to ourselves. If he did, then he wouldn't be a savior.
Yeah, because Jesus sucks.
I mean, he did say be true to me. Not directly, but that's kind of the vibe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Weasel. Jesus never tells us to be true to ourselves. If he did, then he wouldn't be a savior. Saviors come and do.
Okay.
Sure.
So someone can't be a savior and tell you to be true to yourself?
Right. I guess.
So if I rescue somebody from some situation, but then tell them be true to yourself, does that mean I didn't actually rescue them? Like how?
Well, maybe they can be true to themselves after they've been rescued.
But does me telling them that negate the fact that I have rescued them?
Oh.
And also, do I need to be their rescuer? Like,
I
is
don't
that
know,
even
but
the
like
point?
it depends.
Yeah.
Did you spiritually rescue them or physically rescue them? Because you could, I guess, according to this, all shit, like you could physically rescue someone, but then they're still not rescued spiritually if you say to be true to yourself. Also, somebody rescued from a particular kind of slavery, I bet they don't fucking care if they were spiritually rescued or physically rescued as long as they're not in that life anymore. Like,
Yeah.
what is this spiritual rescue you speak of? Like, I'm just this food was free. Like, I didn't have to do anything for this food. This is where I am, man.
Mhm.
Like,
Yep. Yeah. You rescue people and then force Jesus upon them. Savior by
this
proxy.
whole I have worth thing, it's brand fucking new. Can we start there?
Yeah. But no, you got to rescue these people, like do all this thing like with all these people, but then you got to tell, oh, it was actually Jesus. But also, he doesn't want you to think of yourself as worthy. So you're welcome. So
Oh yeah.
so yeah,
that
but
was-
also like,
that's
but
the
even
thing.
this rationale that he says, well, if Jesus wants you to be true to yourself, then that means he's not your savior. It's like, oh, okay, and like, does he need to be? Like, if it actually is true that being true to myself is like the basis and foundation from which I can build a good life for myself, it's like, do I need Jesus to be my savior? So again, this is like what Kyle was talking about last week. It's like, well, God has to be transcendent, otherwise it doesn't mean anything, and it's not interesting if we understand him completely. It's like, and he
If
completely
the
loses
questions
his
can't
power.
be answered, then the answer doesn't matter. Oh, we got
Sorry, it's like I meant to click on another one, but that just
concluding
popped up.
Battleground. Ooh wee. By the way, we got a new Twitch streamer.
Yay!
That's their
Yeah,
name.
this guy's failed Calvinism is spewing out his orders.
Yes.
That's what I meant to click on, but yeah. All right, but yeah, again, so it's like,
Including
okay,
Battleground. Ooh wee is a great screen name.
yes, yeah, but back to Brian here. So does anyone remember that? Remember when this was like a message about deconstruction? Like, do we?
Oh, now it's about born again and
Like-
rescuing and
Again, where deconstruction is supposed to be about not taking anything for granted, not having presuppositions, is all about, but we have to keep the presupposition. Well, Jesus still has to be our savior. So if we adopt any way of thinking that removes him as savior, no matter how actually beneficial it is, it's got to be wrong because it's removed him as savior, for even though it actually doesn't. But
you know how a band
I miss the sad whales. Can
you
we
know how
bring
when a
that
band
back,
is a
please?
one-hit wonder, I kind of feel like he's just hitting the thing he can hit well, which is the altar call. You know, and that
Yep.
way that's what he's getting into. The emotional appeal, the intense, sort of intense, aggressive. It's an aggressive emotional appeal.
Right. Yeah, so I can see on the view counter we got more people watching than are commenting. So if any of you Crossroads folks are out there and like trying to stay,
Yeah, no hate for real. We used to be one of you.
yeah. So if you want to leave your comments, please do. I want to know what you're thinking. So whether it's here or later, look here. I'll even pull this back up again. Where is it? There we go. We do have an email address.
Look at that.
If anyone wants to reach out to us in a more private fashion, you know, we're here.
Yeah, we won't read it on here
Yeah.
unless you
Yeah.
say so.
Yep.
Not that we ever
is-
have before, just if you're worried
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, everything is as confidential as you want it. So, all right. I mean, because we've had people email that address. Yeah, we've literally read none of them in public at all.
Not that we got that many, but
Yeah,
even the ones
we have got some. Like, still, like, Kip, I hope you appreciate we have not abused the fact that we have your personal email address now, as much as I've wanted to.
I mean, not yet.
Yeah. I mean, anyway, so
For us, what we can't do for ourselves, because we can't do it ourselves. He comes from outside and he invites us to receive him not only as Savior, but to receive him as Lord. When I'm deconstructing and when I'm taking things away,
yeah. Again, how does a series that's supposed to be talking about deconstruction land on? Yeah, but Jesus is Lord, and you just got to do what he says, and you got to keep him in that position as Savior.
Yeah, I was
Like,
confused.
okay,
When I was taking notes earlier, I was like, a lot of notes. Yeah, I don't know. Drop my phone. Is he saying that like people weren't born again and that's why they're deconstructing? Is like No True Scotsman? It's really unclear. I've never seen anybody do a really unclear No True Scotsman. Usually it's pretty damn obvious and you wonder how they missed it.
Right. Yeah. See, Maya has not been spamming us, thankfully. But
Anarchy Fox, that's
yeah.
emotional appeals from a guy who has this fucked up of a view of empathy does not seem like an effective path. But I'm biased because I think he's a dick. Here's the thing: it works on a lot of guys because a lot of guys
Used to work on me.
like a
Yeah.
dysfunctional empathy thing, and like I can say that because I both had like overactive empathy, and then sometimes I had underactive empathy because of the autism.
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, there's a lot of guys where like this is their first brush with empathy that they understood in a spiritual context anyway. And
Yeah.
so that's a crazy thing is it does appeal to like more people than you think, at least in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
And neighboring areas.
Yeah. A lot of Kentucky going on in there.
But we
too.
are a repressed people here.
This is true. All right.
I'm playing Lord, I'm playing Savior of my own life, which might be understandable if I've had people in spiritual authority who have hurt me and have abused me. But that's on that.
Why did they show him tweaking in the Empire, not the Empire State Building? Why did they tweak him? Why did they show him tweaking the Eiffel Tower? He's like, boink, boink.
Yeah, which again, so what he's saying here, like again,
Giving it a
in a
friendly
series,
pitch.
yeah. But in a series, it's supposed to be about deconstruction. This is so heavy with presuppositions. Like, well, if you're going to deconstruct, and you're basically saying that you're Lord of your life, okay, but you're assuming that that's wrong because God is supposed to be. But that's part of what I'm deconstructing is Jesus Lord?
No, don't let
Like,
go of the precepts, man. That's the stuff you hold on to tightly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you meant gripping, but yes.
things away. I'm playing Lord, I'm playing Savior of my own life, which might be understandable if I've had people in spiritual authority who have hurt me and have abused me. But that's on them. They're bad people who did you an awful disservice. That's not Jesus,
True.
nor is it the historic Christian faith.
Blah. You had me. At
You
they
want
were
to
bad
try
people.
you want to try to tell me that the historic Christian faith has nothing to do with like abuse and mistreatment?
What?
What the fuck does he think the historic Christian faith is? Like, what is he actually talking about there?
What about the Catholic Church that was abusing people for generations, untold generations?
Yeah,
Like,
historically, like,
yeah,
again, what does he think the historic Christian faith is? Like, what is he actually talking about?
doesn't know. It's a thing in his head.
Yeah, again, so this sounds to me like so much of a like an attempt or something adjacent to like a no true Scotsman kind of thing. Like, oh, but if people are abusing you, that's not the real historic Christian faith. Yeah.
I'm glad because I don't feel very
Yeah.
funny talking about it, but I'm glad it holds up on its own.
Yeah. But maybe just because like, we were maybe a little too close to it.
Yeah,
But-
that's true.
But yeah, but I'm glad like this is not sarcastic. Like, I'm glad the rest of you are enjoying this. But
This was really good for me to listen to this and reflect and unpack on some like. This was like religious trauma shit. Like I hadn't been able to approach for like a few years, just
Yeah.
because it was the programming was still fresh.
Yeah. So so like I said, this has been therapeutic for us. So thanks everyone for joining us on this, and glad it's enjoyable at least on some level.
Oh, and Martin Luther, which is kind of the father of his branch, the branch of his origin story. Martin Luther was like a bad dude. Not good towards women, not good towards Jewish people, not good towards anybody who wasn't European and white. Like, yes,
He's trying to find his way out. Just
yeah.
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 And also, wasn't Paul writing letters to people mucking up their church community? That's literally the reason he was writing most of his letters, is people were
Dude, I might,
fucking shit up. But yeah.
for comedy's sake, maybe. He's not necessarily into men. He just doesn't mind seeing your Peter. Allegedly, in my opinion, for comedy's sake.
Yes, for comedy's sake. Yeah, and that's cool. No, we're not shaming anything.
You
but,
do you.
Yeah. The awkward Lego close-ups, the inappropriate background music. I couldn't script something so ironically bad.
Right? And they were
It's-
intentionally trying to be good.
It's the gift that just keeps on giving.
They're usually not this bad. This is especially bad.
Which again, this is
Or-
another reason we're wanting to go back and like cover like this church more often to see like, were we just misremembering stuff? Like, were they always this bad?
I
Or
have a creeping suspicion that's what happened.
yeah. So I guess we'll all find out together. So
I found a story recently of people in our community in Dayton, Ohio, who actually had deconstructed their life and marriage.
nope, it is the Rock. Yep. All right, so we're getting into like they're gonna like interview this couple from the church, which again, like, I don't know if this interview was done with this series in mind, because like literally nothing they talk about really says anything about deconstruction. But again, we'll watch it. And again, like, we're going to comment on what this couple has to say, but this is like no shade or ill will towards them. Like, and like what they've gone through, like, we feel like I almost approach this as like they're kind of like being used for the purposes of this message. So like anything I say about what they say, like, again, nothing against them, but
it comes
I have
across
thoughts.
as promotional material.
Yeah. So
which is its own kind of messed up.
Yeah.
And then reconstructed it. Let's see it.
I'm Sarah.
I'm Dan Zwisler. We go to Crossroads Dayton.
So he just, sorry, I paused.
Full name, bold choice.
Yeah. So sorry, I paused Brian in the middle of this sentence, but he's basically saying he's basically framing this as a couple who deconstructed and then reconstructed.
Which is
let me know if that's what this sounds like to you.
So at the end of 2014, we lost my mom, my dad, and my brother unexpectedly.
Holy shit.
We had been married about a year, and God was obviously with us at that time, but we weren't actively pursuing God or...
Yeah, again, like the way he threw in, but God was obviously with us that time. To me, that sounded like just such a, well, I have to insert that here. But again, not like judging him or his experience, but like that sounded just so perfunctory. Like, it's like, because he didn't say how or go into like what that actually meant, but it's like, well, God was still with us, but I wasn't feeling it. So again, it's so much of what this couple is saying here. Like, again, I don't want to like rag on them or blame them, but so much of it just sounds so sad that this is what they feel like they have to be thinking about this whole experience. Like, I'm just,
yeah, that's a thought redirection phrase.
Yeah. So anyway.
Following Jesus by any means.
And it was just hard putting one foot in front of the other every day and just waking up and get through the day and go to sleep and wake up and get through the day and go to sleep.
Remember this?
We were just surviving. We weren't living. We were just surviving.
To the average person, we looked like we did well. We got through it, but eventually led to our separation and our divorce.
I felt like a shell of a human. Like there was nothing left in me.
We weren't there for each other. Our faith wasn't there. We didn't do the things we needed to do for each other.
Right.
All right. So this is a situation like this. So these people go through this horrific experience of like this man losing like both of his parents and his brother. And then that caused like some turmoil between them, which, okay, understandable. Like
that's how that goes.
Yeah.
Like, that's common.
So, yeah.
Yeah. The upbeat music, is it talking?
Yeah. Now the upbeat music, like, again, what the fuck is with the music choices
this is
here?
all
Great
part
point
of
there,
God's
Melly.
story in their life. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Stammers the God part is such an add-on. Yeah. Which, I mean, I remember that mindset. Like, I've been there. Like, at least as far as the attitude of like, no matter what happened, but God was still with me. Like,
I remember doing that.
Yeah.
And
you got to, yeah.
At least in the subculture of the church that I was in, you had to throw that in there because if you didn't, someone was going to tell you, well, God was right there with you in that. Like, someone was going to say that if you didn't.
Yeah.
And that was annoying to hear that, or hard, or you heard that as like a condemning thing or a correction.
Yeah.
And so you just didn't want to hear it. So you said the thing people were going to say anyway, so they didn't have to.
Yeah. Kind of like, just like head that off. Like, look, I got it.
Yeah.
Shut up. Yep.
God was watching in the corner. Freaky bitch.
I never stopped praying that God would soften his heart and that he wouldn't be angry at me anymore.
God damn, that guy was emotionally abusive, at least. That's what it sounds like. I don't know if he was. I'm not putting that on him, but like that was her
which
experience.
again, like
it sounds
which again, like going through what he went through, like which like I don't know.
I mean, no, I'm not saying like it's his fault exactly. I'm like,
right.
That's a terrible thing for her to go through, and he was going through something terrible, and clearly their faith had not prepared them for this.
Well, they weren't going to Crossroads yet.
Oh, yeah. You got to promote the brand.
Yep.
Dealing with divorce, still the deaths and some depression probably, but I knew something was missing in my life after we were divorced. I mean, even before we got divorced. One day I was at the gym where I lived, and I met a guy, talked to him a couple times while we were there, just in passing, just small talk, and turned out it was Andy Ryder, my friend, pastor at Crossroads Dayton. I knew instantly that I needed God in my life. I've always believed, even though I've never followed. It led me to want to go to Crossroads. It was this exact time also where Sarah reached out to me. We reconnected, and we actually went to Crossroads together. I love having her back in my life. I like where my life was heading with God. It was at man camp that I still remember.
Yeah. Here's man camp. So.
Now, the or therapy in addition to a church community, that comment he made earlier where he said, and we really weren't there for each other, or whatever he said, there was a way he said it and the way it was phrased. I'm like, they've been to therapy. That was some therapy speak. And the way she responded to it, where she was like, yeah, like, you understand my story, my experience. There was something about that where I'm like, I think they've also been to therapy, but that doesn't come up at all.
Let's see. Did he just say he needed a guy in his life? I don't remember. I'll back him up a sec.
No, he met a guy at
we
the
actually
gym.
went to Crossroads together. I love having her back in my life. I like where my life was heading with God. It was at man camp that I still remember where, Pastor Tom was talking, and he, I'll paraphrase because I will not do it justice. If you're in a relationship.
Oh, okay.
I was there.
So what he's about to say, if you remember what we were talking about a while ago, back when he was talking about Joshua Harris and his book, I Kissed Dating Goodbye, and why I said it was weird that he didn't condemn the message of that book, which was don't date, just find someone you're interested in, court them and marry them. Like, that's all it's supposed to be. And that's why I said, it's like, I think it's weird that they didn't condemn that, seeing how freely he seemed to feel with condemning other ideas. So because what this guy says next, like, I remember Brian saying this, like, I remember this being a message. So
lots of guys meet at the gym, and sometimes they go to man camp together.
Yeah. Happens all the time. Yeah.
So there is an actual, like, really functional thing that happens at man camp. Like, a lot of the people who end up going to Crossroads are like center right, or right. And so connecting with other men, even on like a friendship level, like actually connecting with another person who's a man, it's perceived as gay. So like there's a whole lot of like ungaying, being healthy emotionally that happens in the man camp kind of environment, where they're like, oh, I can talk to other men about my feelings, and it's not because I want to put things in his butt, like that kind of like thing. They're like, oh, this is a thing, a brand new thing I didn't know existed. I'm all into my feelings now.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah. All right. So as I was saying, remember the whole like Joshua Harris, kiss dating goodbye, no dating, just court and marry, and how Brian didn't condemn that way of thinking. And then listen to what this guy says next, because I remember Brian saying this too on multiple occasions. So.
Pastor Tom was talking, and he, I'll paraphrase because I will not do it justice. If you're in a relationship, go home, ask her to marry you, or break up. Definitely did not want to break up with my ex-wife. So
that's basically what he said. He did do it justice. It wasn't that complicated.
Yeah. Which also, first of all, like, there's so many layers into what he said. So so just that aspect, like, I would say this guy, like, you did it justice. Like, I don't know why you feel like why you were afraid of not doing it justice. That's its own thing right there. But also, like, just that phrase, like, which again, this is like completely unrelated to anything, but any of the rest of this, but to me, like, there was just something amusing about just that phrase in isolation. Well, I didn't want to break up with my ex-wife. Like, just to me, like, that sentence out of context is slightly amusing. But
so at this point, he had started dating his ex-wife again.
Yeah,
I can understand how for some guys this would be good advice. Like, are you stringing her along, or do you want to be with her? Like, there are times where that makes sense. But not everybody needs to get married.
Yeah, but they presented this as a universal. They're like, guys,
sure,
if
they
you're
did,
in a if you're in a serious relationship, marry her or break up.
And I remember being a Christian hearing this, and I was like, no. I mean, I looked around, and like the people who seemed to be absorbing it looked like they probably needed to hear it, and the people who weren't are kind of like, oh, I guess it's not for me. So that, yeah.
So
yeah.
so that's
Frisco
why.
Light, that's this brand.
Yeah, so that's why what really makes me think, even though I've never heard like Crossroads like specifically endorse like the Joshua Harris like I Kiss Dating Goodbye thing, it's like seems like they're maybe a little too not uncomfortable enough with that bullshit.
And the way he described when he was talking about the book and brought it up the first time, he had a smile on his face. So he
he just referred to it as like a bestseller, like everyone read it, but like he never said anything critical about it. So I was like, yeah, that tracks with what he apparently taught this guy to think.
At best, he has mixed feelings about it.
Yeah. So, yeah.
She picked me up in Cincinnati after we got done with man camp, and I asked her to marry me again on the way home from man camps.
All these things that happen.
Wait, how is that good that he asked because a dude in charge told him to? How meaningful is that? Like, I'm sure he didn't share that when he proposed the second time. That but the story afterwards. How would he be like?
Here's the thing:
you didn't think about it until your pastor told you to.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure that he didn't, because again, in this culture, like saying like I learned this at man camp, now I'm going to do this thing, like that is like that almost even makes it more credible. It's like, oh, I went to this thing with Pastor Tillman. He told me to do this thing.
I remember Aaron telling me that I had like a weird glow when I came home from my first man camp. When I was like in the prayer thing, I came home and I was like completely spent, but I also had like this weird glow about me. There's the whole culture thing. You don't notice what you probably should have seen as an issue.
Yeah. Have we made it sound intriguing enough? Does anyone still want to actually go? Are we selling it enough? Right.
Should we go and like take? Well, I don't know. They'd probably frown on videos, but we could probably take like sneak videos and pretend like we're Jane Goodall among the chimpanzees in their natural habitat.
Anyway, all right.
And these bad things that happened when we were divorced, they were all necessary.
Oh, hold on. Yeah.
Wait,
I asked her to marry me again on the way home from.
What bad things happened when they were divorced? We skipped over that.
Yeah, let's hear this again, because this is one of the key things in this. Again, I don't want to like be blaming this, but to me, this is fucked up that this is what they apparently think they have to be thinking about the situation. But,
okay.
Right, so they get married again.
Yeah.
Man camps.
All these things that happened, these bad things that happened when we were divorced, they were all necessary. It's terrible to think about it that way, but they were all.
Yes, it is terrible to think about it that way. Stay there.
Now, to shift it a little bit, I would say it's not terrible to think about it. To appreciate who you are after those things have happened, and like to like who you are, to get to a place where you like who you are after those things have happened, and I to even like when somebody says I wouldn't change a thing because I'm me now, like I can appreciate that, and that seems healthy. To say like it was necessary, I don't.
Yeah, because also the other layer, like in this context, like saying it was necessary, like again, I don't know, I don't remember if she explicitly says it, but it's also the understood God wanted it this way, like God orchestrated this, so this was planned, like this had to be this way. So again, I'm hoping she's not also including like this guy's like parents and brother dying is like, well, this had to happen so we could be happy. It's like, because yes, there is something to. I went through this shitty situation, but I was able to come out on the other side of it, like, better in some way. Like, yes, that's awesome. But to say that, oh, but this is why it happened. This is why it was meant to happen. So I could benefit. So, like, it's like you don't have to go there to just say I grew through this experience.
Yeah, so James threw out a concept that I had to look up real fast. And it's the Nietzschean love of fate. It's a core Nietzschean concept meaning to embrace everything that happens in one's life, including suffering and loss, as necessary and good, wanting nothing to be different, not even in eternity. I understand getting to a place where you can see the good in what happened after. I think embracing everything that's happened in your life as part of you is different than labeling it as necessary and good. You know?
Yeah. Also wondering, like, how comfortable Crossroads would be knowing how Nietzschean their ideas are.
They wouldn't even know what
Apparently.
to do, man. They don't think too deeply about shit.
But hey, and good for you, Fox.
Oh yeah, I saw this and I wanted to post this.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you did.
You're welcome.
And I like it. Yeah, I did laugh when you said I don't know who is stringing who along.
Yeah.
Because of the gender norm violation.
That's good. Yeah. But yes, another good point. 'Twas ordained by God. Also something free will fallen world.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but yes, hear this a lot in Christian communities. Viewing other people as NPCs that only exist to bring the person closer to God. Yes, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
I literally have heard people in
confirm.
Crossroads. I have heard people in Crossroads from the stage, like during a service, go, like, explain like horrific tragedies in their life, not too unsimilar from what this guy just mentioned. I don't want to go into details. But them saying, like, but God used this, like, this was part of God's plan to, like, grow us closer to him. I'm like, you lost someone. Like, somebody died. But you're just like, oh, but this was all about my faith and my making me closer to God. Like, the fuck is wrong with this? So.
Yeah, I thought my faith got me through my divorce, but what it really was my ability to adapt to holding on to finding a singular thing to get through, like finding something singular to latch onto to get through. Like, that was a good skill to develop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we're almost through this. We may actually be under 6 hours this week.
I feel for this couple, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of complicated emotions.
Yeah. But also, I mean, like, good for them for, like, working through, like, all the shit that they've been through.
I'm
like,
glad they did them.
Yeah.
Sounds like that's what they did. Is they're like, this life isn't what I want. Let's separate and get divorced. Oh, now this also isn't what I want. Let's not do that. Yeah. But also God.
Yeah, because but deconstruction, right?
Sure, they deconstructed. That's exactly what happened here. Like the worst attempt to redefine what it is.
Yeah, but we'll let them finish and then let Brian get back to his.
By the way, this was the first time I had seen this sermon out of the series, but I think I've seen this interview before. I think this is a replay from another sermon.
Entirely possible. Yeah, because I get this so doesn't actually fit this sermon, but there's like, oh, this works. Like it doesn't. But
either that or I prayed for that guy at Man Camp. He looks real familiar.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
All necessary things that needed to happen to us to get us where we are today.
Since I began following God, I think things have been tremendous, and it's not just about it's not just about the countless blessings, because even if those aren't there,
going to church together, being together, with God in our marriage, it's so much better this time.
I have mixed feelings about that because
Mhm.
I'm glad they seem to be truly happy. Also, what if somebody has a faith hiccup? If your marriage is that tied into it,
Yep.
seems also pretty fragile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The real Millie. So having been in that culture, I get what you're saying. And I don't think you're wrong. I think what I am concerned he was thinking was all these good things I didn't deserve. That's why I think he got choked up, because I recognize that kind of choke up. And I would have it when I would reflect on all these good things God did for me that I was sure I didn't deserve. It's like the I am not worthy for all these good things, humility, choke up. So that's what my gut is telling me was happening, which is not a good thing. You're right. That is not good. That's not a healthy experience he's having.
Yeah. Which again, like the way he was framing it is like, and it's not just about the blessings, like it would have been good anyway. But again, like it's just knowing how much this church hammers home, like when you're doing what you're supposed to do and like, and all these good things are happening, like that is God blessing you. But then when it's not, but it's not all about like the material, like blessings and good
Also,
things.
did you do something wrong?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you asked if it's your fault?
Not enough.
Deconstruction, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, which also, just real quick, like slight pet peeve I have, like people keep using that joke, but I think they're missing the original intent. And basically, they just use it anytime someone is using a word that like they're using it incorrectly. But the point of the joke was like, you keep using it. Because he was using the word inconceivable. So the fact that he kept saying inconceivable, but these things kept happening, meaning they weren't inconceivable. So it wasn't just, I don't think you know what that word means. It was tied into with how often he was saying it. So ironically, I think the best response to when people keep using that quote is, to me, in the same way they're misusing it, to tell them, I don't think that quote means what you think it means.
Does
that make sense?
Autistically meta.
You're welcome. So, anyway, that's something that's been bugging me for years. Basically, as long as that's been a meme. I'm like, no, that's not what it means. Anyway.
Man, I love that line.
Oh, yeah. So that was about deconstruction, right? Or let's hear how Brian is going to make that about deconstruction. Oh yeah. Okay. So I remember I told you, remember that line that this woman said about like just trying to make it through each day, wake up, all that. Yeah.
Man, I love that line. Very true for many of us. Wake up, get through the day, go to sleep. Wake up, get through the day, go to sleep. Wake up, get through the day, go to sleep. As I said, they become a shell of themselves. When we're drawn to deconstruct, it's because we feel like we're a shell of ourselves. We feel like we're
kind of
how the fuck is he going to compare someone who is just like deconstructing, or I don't want to say just deconstructing their faith, because that could obviously be a big thing, like, but just running into questions about Christianity and reevaluating things, to these people who, like, this dude lost several members of his family all at once and then went through a divorce, and that's how that's making them feel. It's like, people who deconstruct, that's just like them. It's like, these are completely different situations.
Is he doing the whole like marriage to Jesus metaphor route a bit? He hasn't mentioned that. Is that what part of the appeal was to the?
No, example? I think this is like this. He's like, because they're trying to make deconstruction sound as bleak and hopeless as possible. So it's
Oh, yeah,
almost
yeah.
like they had to find an example of people going through an incredibly tough situation that had nothing to do with deconstruction, but they're
But
like, see,
God
it's
was
this
less a
bad,
part of
right?
their life. God was less a part of their life during that time, and it was hell. So is that like supposed to be? You're supposed to like attach the feeling of being lost and separated from a spouse with losing your faith.
See, I don't know. It's almost like, so there's no indication that either of these people went through any sort of deconstruction process. You might say, if anything, they just really didn't have much of a faith to begin
Right.
with, but then constructed one.
Because of Crossroads.
Right. But they're almost saying, like, oh, but see, if you deconstruct, you're going to be just like these people who didn't have much of a faith to begin with. So, like, that's where it's going to go.
It's kind of a category error.
Exactly.
Because it's like literally not the same people group.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. They were perfectly able to. They just didn't.
They were trying to change in the
Yes.
because it didn't really matter. The whole point was not to connect people with what actual deconstruction was. The whole point was this was like right after COVID and people hadn't been to church in person for a while. And like I think a lot of people were scared they were deconstructing because they're like, I haven't been in church in a while, didn't read my Bible that much, didn't have a small group, and I kind of feel fine, maybe even better. What is happening? And this was for everybody who wanted to avoid deconstruction and was scared they might be in it or about to be. This was like something to redirect their thinking back into the circular logic of faith. And so, but they were kind of pretending in a lot of this that this was what actual deconstruction is. And no, the whole point is just redefine it.
Yeah.
That's not that bad. Not that bad. We don't talk about the real part. The fake one. The fake one's good. Let's do that one.
Yeah. So again, it's the way he's trying so desperately to connect the experience of deconstruction with what we just heard this couple go through, like say, like, yeah, this whole like wake up, get through the day, wake up, get through the day. Like, it's like, yeah, for them, that was a very different experience, like in a very different situation that they were in. But now you're going to tell me that if I just start questioning my faith, that's what it's going to be like for me. I mean,
Also,
again, for a lot of people
people
who've gone through deconstruction, like, yes, it can get to a very bleak, dark place, but yeah.
And for some people, like the best they can, this is from somebody who gone through like some serious depression, like for sometimes a lot of days in a row, the best you can do is wake up and get through the day. Like, and that's a win. And so I don't like, and for them at that time, it sounds like that was the best they could do. Like, and so getting through the day was the best they could do. Don't shit on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Again.
Stock. We feel like life isn't working. We feel like things are just overwhelming me. And there's a place for eliminating certain beliefs from our life that are bad beliefs. There's a place for eliminating maybe parts of this Christian subculture that are not healthy and are not helpful. But we've got to get on the birth side. We've got to get on the rebirth side. We've got to get on the new life side. We've got to get on the building side. That's who Jesus is. That's what he has been doing for millennia and then millions and millions of people. Don't listen.
There's something he says next, but for like the whole, like,
Jesus say he came not for the whatever, but for the sword, bring the sword. Like,
yeah,
sounds like there's some destruction baked in there.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, he's assuming that the only, like, so yes, going through deconstruction can be a very difficult and like dark process for someone. And yes, the hope is like coming out the other side of that, you can start to rebuild something. But he's making it sound like, no, the only way to rebuild anything is to rebuild your Christian faith. But no, like I said, again, this is why I wore this shirt. Like, because this is what I believe in now. Like, I believe in my life, like, more than ever, and more than any time when I was a Christian. Because, like, what I have rebuilt since, like, deconstructing and then deconverting Like, I have rebuilt. I have come through on the other side, like the rebirth side, as Brian called it. It's just not, it just wasn't back into Christianity. But he's making it sound like, well, if you want to build anything, it's got to be on Jesus. It's like, no, fuck that. Like, I found that to be completely unsatisfying. And yeah, I just started rebuilding on something completely different. And I'm in a much better place now. But he's
Also,
making it sound like that never works. It's got to be Jesus. Like, no, it
does this
doesn't.
Former Calvinist not? How does he know that like God doesn't have me exactly where God wants me right now?
Yep. Apparently, this is just what I was made for. So, yeah. All right. Okay. But there was something he is about to say that I remember also kind of pissed me off, but in a different way, maybe. So
He has been doing for millennia and then millions and millions of people. Don't listen to only the disgruntled Americans who have not had their brand of American Christianity work out for them the way that they wanted. Don't listen to
who is he talking about here?
I don't know. I was reading Fox's comment. This is, you have depression. Have you tried not being sad? But replace not being sad with Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically what he's saying is like, so don't listen to the people who have got upset with Christianity and left it. Like, never mind if they might actually have legitimate points. He's just saying, oh, the people who left, you don't want to listen to them. But
them. Listen to the greats and the people right now all over the world who may not have a great life, may have a very persecuted life, but there's a deep, abiding presence of Jesus through the Holy Spirit. Because that's who.
So basically what he's saying is if you're like wanting to buy something and like you're reading product reviews, don't listen to anyone who says it sucks. Only listen to the people who says it's awesome. Which is ironic because you remember just like in the first episode when Paco was talking, like had that whole analogy about trying to find like a restaurant to go on a date for your significant other and or spouse, depending on at which point of the story he was in. He was talking about looking at Yelp reviews and he's like, oh, this place only has one review, but it's 5 stars and it was like for like Joe's Falafel Shop or whatever. It's like, oh, but this one 5-star review was written by Joe Falafel. He's like, oh, that sounds like it's a biased review, so you don't want to trust that. But basically what Brian is telling, no, listen to all the people who are biased. And say like, yes, Christianity is awesome. Only listen to those people.
Only listen to Joe Christian.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, it's like the assumption is agreeing with Christianity just makes you right. So if you disagree with Christianity, everything you have to say about it is just wrong, a priori, if that's an appropriate use of that word. Sure, but it sounded fun.
It does need to be the good Christianity without all the confusing layers, without specifying what that is.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
who he is.
If America was a Christian nation, none of this shit should be happening. Well, no, hold on.
Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah.
If you're just a Sermon on the Mount Christian, no, it wouldn't be happening. But if you're like an all the above Christian, yeah, it totally makes sense.
Yeah, it tracks.
Yeah, Old Testament God was a colonial God. It tracks.
Yeah. Or even much of the New Testament God was still a dick. But
kind of wasn't there. It was just other people's takes on him.
That's true. But to Jesus, he was kind of a dick sometimes too. But
yeah,
anyway.
He was a bit prejudiced, racist sometimes.
Yeah, misogynist and people.
But he was the good kind.
It always kills me when people say, "Oh, Jesus wasn't about religion." Jesus was so super religious. He told a woman who was like poor and like only had 2 cents to her name, like, "Yes, it's awesome that you gave it to the temple."
And he bragged to other people. Look how fucking poor she is.
Yeah, like, but it's awesome because she gave it to the religious establishment. But I'm not religious. Like, what the fuck are people talking about?
Said Trump.
Right.
That's what he does. You do that, you'll be on rock solid ground. God, I thank you for.
He said the thing.
By the way, I'm triggered now. with the whole like laying out of hands remotely or from a distance, it bothers me now a lot. Like, just because this is a gesture of like I'm touching you without consent.
Yeah.
This is like laying on of hands from a distance. And normally you ask, is it okay if at least in our prayer thing, we asked is it okay if I put my hand on your shoulder or whatever?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But even from a distance, it's weird. It bothers me now.
Yeah, I get that. So, all right. So I think he prays.
Because I don't like to be touched by
Being
strangers.
true, being real, and being clear. We choose to build our life on you. Amen.
Man, thanks, Brian. And hey, listen, I know deconstruction's hard to be introduced through, and it's even harder if you're going.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Chota boy.
Yeah. So that's everything. He's just going to go into a whole spiel about, hey, join our groups. And then they're going to do a thing about, hey, these people were baptized and it was awesome.
It's like, hi, I'm Brian's anal polyp.
Yeah. So that's that.
But for some reason, I have the most stonewashed jean jacket.
Yeah. So, wow, we made it through and like we're still under 5 hours. We'll see how long our outro goes now. But
That was.
man,
Did anybody else feel like that was like a special kind of manipulative? Not even like overtly so. It was like covertly manipulative, like naturally so.
yeah. Or does anyone just want to hear that ridiculous music again? I'm tempted to play through that again. If
Wait, was that the slowest porn music ever? Was that the like womp, womp, wow, 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 wow? Was it just like really slowed down?
Okay. Ask and you shall receive. All right. Let's see here. I got it queued up again. I think this is the place. I get what?
Whoop.
Where? Restream. Get your shit together.
Can we
All right.
speed it up? Let's speed it up. Let's speed it up and hear what it sounds like.
Okay, so we're at 1.25. How fast do you want it?
What's
Where's
the
the next speed? The max is 4, but that's on premium, so we can do 2 times, I guess.
Let's do 2 times. It's gonna be gibberish when he talks, but the music might be interesting.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
My mom's birth canal wouldn't fit up there right now. He's just recognizing, admitting that this is an uncomfortable thing for him. Here's what Jesus says. Jesus says, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit.
It doesn't
do not marvel that I
sound
said to
sped up
you,
at
you must
all.
be born again. The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So it is.
Yeah, because that's impressive. Like it's actually impressive how YouTube can do this. Like it speeds it up, but it actually doesn't necessarily pitch it up.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Everyone was born from the Spirit. In order for us to thrive spiritually, 2 things have to happen. 1, we have to be born. I believe that's what it means to be born of water, because all of us, we were born. There was a breaking of water in our mother's womb. So you got to be born physically. And the second thing to thrive spiritually is you have to be born spiritually. There's something spiritual that has to happen to us that's outside of ourself, that comes into ourself, that makes us new people, that gets us on the right path. Hey, if you're deconstructing, great. You're in the right
That
place.
was
I'm glad you're here. But
definitely
understand,
a
we're not going to help you deconstruct. Or if we do, we're only going to do it.
What?
It's like meow.
Oh fuck. Let's see how
to the point where you now can start to build, where you can now start to put things back into your life, because that's what God wants. He wants you to be thriving and have a life that works. And for that to work, you and I are going to have to start to eliminate certain things that we articulate that sound really spiritual and really good, but they're just not true. They're the kind of things, if you believe them and you put them into practice, you will have to deconstruct them later, or your life will just not work. This isn't political commentary today. This is spiritual formation. In the Barna organization, 67% of church-going Christians believe, quote, enjoying yourself is the highest.
When it's sped up, this sounds like a painfully bored cat. Where it's just like, oh, it's still going. Ah!
Okay. All right. It's starting to like actually hurt. And I also like really need to pee. So if anyone else wants that like So if you want to either just like rewatch us, or if you just want to go to the original episode, I made a post I think last week with links to all the videos. So this is the third of them. So
Do you know how self-conscious that their service team is going to get if they catch on that we do this once a month on recent things? When we pick apart everything, it just
see, we're helping them improve. So
yeah.
This it'll just be just do better. That's what we're doing for them. So
That would be so amazing if they like hired us. We're like, we want to appeal to everyone. How can we improve this? It's like, you can't.
Like,
You're kind of doing your best.
it's like, yes, we will be your professional Statler and Waldorf. Sure. Yeah.
This verse, it does not mean what you think it means.
Oh, yeah. All right. So that was part 3. I think the series just keeps getting worse and worse. So we'll see what next week and like how they wrap it up. I honestly don't remember that message, but I'm sure it'll all come back to me when I rewatch it. But
I only watched the second one with Kyle, and I was like, nope, can't do anymore. This is too much. I was
not only did I watch. Yeah, I watched like all of them. Like so what we're watching, like they have different versions for what they recorded, like actually like on site, like during the live weekend services, but then these were the versions that they just put out online. I watched all of them, and yeah.
But Fox, you're kind of right. They would probably put us on the first impressions team, which is like, how can we say hi to people better?
I could think of ways that could greet people better.
Also, super not culty to have a team focused on managing first impressions.
Right. Yeah. No, this would be my like advice to their first impressions people. Like, okay, so to everyone who comes through, just greet them with a get out. Like that's how you should greet them.
I didn't like. Okay, I appreciated that somebody wanted to say hi to me. I did not like somebody saying hi to me, or at least they didn't shake hands. The greeters at the door in churches a lot of times will like have to touch you, and some of them were huggers, and it was just not okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they were usually good about it. They're like literally just people standing there, just waving, and if you wanted like a high five or handshake, they were there for that. But
and then like
or you could just walk by and ignore them. It was cool.
Free decent coffee, like actually,
a
decent roaster.
Yeah. And also ethically
That's how they get
sourced. Yeah. It was also apparently like fair trade and like all that stuff too, which was good to know. But
and some people would get like bitchy and salty, like you're out of cream. And it's like, it's free. Shut up, go away. Like,
yeah.
Don't act like you paid for it.
Yes. The PR department being important is a good indicator you're doing good. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, the better you're doing, the more you have to try. All right. So yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm just still sore and have to pee. So
are you sore from having to pee or sore from watching?
The watching and then like laughing again at the sad whale existential crisis cat noises, but that didn't help. But
yeah, I don't have much else to say. I feel like there was a lot of unpacking that was happening in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you know what's weird is like I still felt like I wanted him to like me still. A little bit of that.
Yeah, that'll carry over for sure. Yeah, so I guess, so like I said, like I mentioned before, I've been making clips from like the previous episodes in the series. I plan on keeping that at least for this series. I don't know if that's going to be a perpetual thing or not. Like I said, this is we're both just doing this for fun. Like the only reason I did that over the weekend is because like I had time and like I was been working overtime and like my kind of job is like the kind of thing where I can just like while I'm working, like I'll just like rewatch our episode and then just like note timestamps and then just go back later and pull them and everything. But this weekend I actually have two, so we'll see what I get to. And again, especially like going forward, I don't know if this is making clips of episodes is going to be a regular thing, but yeah, we'll see. But I mean, they seem to be working as far as like getting us noticed. So
Yeah,
good,
I think it would be
but-
good. There was a lot of clippable stuff last week. I don't know about this week. We'll see.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll watch it again over the next few days and see what there is to pull. Yeah, Matt, if you want to watch it and see if there's anything you want to pull either, or if anyone in our audience wants to rewatch it and say, hey, you need to clip this part, that would obviously be welcome as well. So
Fox is strange because I want him to dislike me. I want him to be uncomfortable in my presence. Is that wrong? No.
nope.
See, I also want him to be uncomfortable in my presence, but for the right reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. But yeah, because when he's in my presence, I really want him to feel like, man, maybe I really am just a giant cunt. But is that wrong? Is that wrong?
See, it's difficult because when I was in the MASH prayer thing, he would drop by pretty often, especially when we were showing up like the night before and we did like the extra day of man camp. So I felt like I was kind of like more in the orbit of people in charge. It's just weird. Like, it's like I don't care if he likes me, but I also would be bothered if he disliked me at certain points when I'm watching it. But ultimately,
so Melly said, yeah, probably easier to consume in bite-sized pieces. That makes sense. Like, you want recognition. Like, are you like Obi-Wan Kenobiing me? Like, you want recognition. No, but that's cool. I take that as a compliment. Like, at least because you could be saying like, nope, don't make clips. You don't want people watching this. I'll take that as a compliment. But yeah. But speaking of which, like I said, we're at here. All right, I'm going to check to see what is our, because I noticed like we had another person like recently like just subscribe. So we're back up to 96. So yeah. So like I said, next week is going to be our 100th episode. We'll be wrapping up this series, and we'd love to be able to get to 100 subscribers by then, just because that just sounds cool. Yeah. I mean, I don't like actually care, but just more just like that just sounds like a cool thing to be a thing. But yeah, whatever it is, we get to 100 subscribers, we'll probably do some kind of special episode. I don't know if we're going to do like just take audience questions, like an ask me anything kind of thing, or let people pick videos for us to watch and react to, like have a bunch of people on to join us. It could be lots of stuff, but yeah, we'll talk about it. But hey, you got to get us to 100 subscribers first, and then you can find out what we're going to do. So yeah, tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell strangers, tell people that you know but are just completely indifferent towards, whatever.
Tell potatoes named I am.
Yes. Yes, numbers lining up is fun. Yep. It's all about the numbers. All right. So yeah, like I said, look out for more clips from this episode whenever we get around to it. And then we'll be back next week to wrap up this series. It'll be Brian again next week. I don't remember what the message is. I think it's supposed to be more about how to rebuild and like what you actually should have your faith in. So this may be like the least deconstruction-y message of all of them.
I mean, more of like the second half of this born again shit, probably.
Yeah, probably. But
he couldn't wait to get to it. Sorry, get into it in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see if the music is as amusing. Yeah, other than that, Yeah, I think that's all I got. Thanks again, chat, for hanging out. And again, if anyone is actually serious and wants to go to man camp next week, I mean, not next week, next fall. No, we should next week. We should just go. Maybe that's what we should do for the episode next week. We should just go to the site where they do, like, because they own the land, I think. So we can maybe sneak in. And
well, no, there is. Okay, last I heard, there was a guy. I can't remember his name right now, but he lived on the land in a house on the land, and he is like legit former special forces. So like maybe don't do that unannounced.
Yeah, he would not take kindly to that. That's right. So yeah, never mind. So yeah, we can go officially next October if anyone is actually like I'm not expecting anyone to be interested. I'm saying, but if anyone actually is, that would probably be awesome. So
could we
anyway
camp? What if we just show up and like camp at the opening? Can we just show up? Would they kick us off the land? It would kick us off. If we couldn't get checked in because we didn't do it, or like, okay, could we just camp here?
Well, from what I remember, as far as check-ins, it's only like the trip captains that actually check in. So you could just be a group and just walk in and then just camp somewhere.
Dude, doable. Doable.
Yeah.
Just wear our old man camp hats. It would work.
Oh yeah. Or here we go. Yeah. The man with two feelings tells you how to build faith. Next week. Brilliant.
His wife would probably agree.
No,
she seems
comment.
Nice to
Yeah. Anyway, so
okay, crashing man camp is now kind of really appealing to me. We probably shouldn't say this out loud under the recording of the live. I mean, it's not. I think we're not. It seems totally wrong. It's probably illegal. We won't.
Yep. Nope.
I'm not recommended.
All right. Well, I guess maybe we should just like quit now while we're I don't know, ahead, whatever we are right now. Yeah. So well, only because like I haven't played any of these yet this week, but I feel like I should. Maybe my reaction to like the series so far, especially tonight, and especially the music, might be.
What the hell is even that?
That sums up my feelings, I think. So, all right. Welp. Uh-oh. Oh, I guess we better get out of here now. Damn it.
Man, they're busy. Busy with all those brown people.
Yeah. Anywho. All right. Well, I think that's all I got. Other than, sorry, that's not all I got. Thanks again, everyone. As always, we love you. And we'll see you back here next week. So, Matt.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.